the King's Cup. This will be epic. Ladies and gentlemen, archers and barbarians, the swords have been sharpened. The grass in the arena has been freshly trimmed. The time has come for cunning and confidence, for strength and for strategy. Please welcome our guide in the arena, our knight in shining armor. He has style and grace. He has a fake English accent. Our host, Sean Charles!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Thank you for being here, for tuning in live via YouTube. You are here to witness the first ever King's Cup tournament live from Los Angeles, California. So, what's the King's Cup? How about a tournament in Clash Royale, pitting clashes from around the world against each other? They're duking it out for fame, glory, bragging rights, and that super, super cool trophy. What do they need to do to get there? How about enduring 6 hours of intense clash action, getting into 3 grueling rounds where it'll all come down to a 16-man bracket, which includes our top 8 YouTubers. But, yeah, indeed, they're here too. The last man or woman standing in the competition will be crowned our champion and have the rights to be the first ever of the coveted King's Cup winner. And take, yeah, that's a big deal. And take home the giant share of that $100,000 cash prize. So much, so much. On the way, we're also going to have a fantastic announcement from the good people at Supercell. So we've got YouTubers, we've got the best Clash Royale players, we've got big cash prizes. But for more on all the great things that are going to be happening here today, it's my pleasure to hand it over to the lovely, the willing, the talented, it's Kelly Link.
Thank you so much, Sean. Welcome, everyone, to the King's Cup Caster's Desk. My name is Kelly Link, and I'll be your host for today. Joining up me, the 2 lead casters, it is Galadon and Hyphonics. Guys, how are you doing?
Excited.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I can't wait to see where everyone's going to be playing today.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm up here and not down there.
Yeah, we got a really interesting tournament for the normal players. We have over 250 players here who are going to be competing in the first heat, whittling it down to 128, and then 64 players all the way down to 8 who are going to be facing the top 8 creators that we have here, who I believe Sean actually has a little more information on them.
That is oh so right. We did indeed scour the planet for the best of the content creators of the YouTube world of Clash. And those guys are right here, and they're ready to show you why they're the best. So, without further ado, it's my privilege to introduce you. And guys, put your hands together for the one, the only, it's Alvaro. Followed by a man who needs very little introduction, but I'll do it anyway. It's Chief Pat. Next to him, it's the big boy himself. It's Clash with Ash. Followed up there by the man, the myth, the legend. It's Doty. Right next to him, one of the nicest people I spoke to today, and I'm definitely not lying there. It is Jan from Orange Juice. Then a guy who's creative, wonderful, and a devilishly handsome fella. It's Nick at Night. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, make some noise, because it's Godson. And then rounding off our mighty 8, it is the man, the legend, the one, the only. It's Molt from Gaming with Molt. Well, what do these guys do? They make videos. They make the best videos that are out there. And so let's take a really good look at one of them. And it is the absolutely lovely Nick at Night. Take it away.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Nick and Knight here, and today I'm going to explain the format and how the King's Cup is going to work logistically. So we're going to have a bunch of players showing up, as well as a few YouTubers to take place as the battles heat up later on. But in the beginning, we're going to have everybody sit down, and they're going to be in groups, and everyone is going to have a group with a custom tournament password. Those players are going to get that tournament password. They're going to play standard tournament rules, fighting their way to the top half of the tournament. The top half of the players in the first heat will move on, and that's going to limit us down to 128 players moving into heat number 2. Now, same thing with heat number 2. It's going to be those 128 put into yet another 1-hour tournament with their own custom password, and they're going to be fighting for a spot in the top half of that tournament, which will be the final 64 players. After that, we're going to have heat 3 with yet one more tournament. It's a 1-hour heat where everyone's grinding out, and then only the top 8 players seem to be pretty consistent in those first 3 heats of the tournament, from the big pool of players down to 128, 64, and then 8. Now, after we have those 8, it's time to move on to the bracketed format. This is where the YouTubers come in. So we're going to have it basically like this: a creator and then someone from the public who made it to the top 8. Repeat that all the way down the list, and you have the first row of the first 16 players. What that's going to be is 2-deck conquest. So these are going to be all one at a time matches. Everyone's going to be watching these ones. The pressure will be on. I don't actually expect YouTubers to make it as far as the public, because you guys consistently whoop us when it comes to these tournaments, just showing up with immense skill, crazy decks, and all that stuff. So what it's going to be is the best 2-deck conquest, rather. So that's when you have to use 2 different decks, and they have to have 3 different cards if you want to say it's a new deck. Now, you can use other decks, but you have to beat your opponent with 2 different decks. After you've beaten them with one, you can't beat them with that one again. It wouldn't count. So once someone wins with 2 different decks, they're going to move on to the quarterfinals, which is going to be 8 players. So we're going to have 8 and then 16. After this, it's going to continue on with the 2-deck conquest format. So those 8, one person's going to have to win with 2 different decks, and they're going to move on to the final 4. Same situation here. We're going to have 2 different matches. 1 versus 1, 1 versus 1, and that's the final 4, moving down to the finals, which is going to be a 3-deck conquest. So to win the finals, you have to show that you're superior in 3 different decks. Now, that's going to be one heck of a showdown right there. But then after that, whoever wins with 3 different decks first, they're going to be crowned the champion of the King's Cup, which is just going to be insane to see who ends up fighting it out and actually making it down there to become the champion. Now, the tournament prizes are as follows. First place will be $25,000, second 10, third and fourth each receive $7,500, fifth and sixth $3,500, seventh and eighth $2,000, and then 9th through 16th will be $1,500. So just being in the top 16, you get $1,500, and it could get as good as $25,000. So hope that clarifies for you guys. A big pool of people fighting down to 16, grinding down to 1. It's going to be an awesome tournament. Hope you guys enjoy. I'm Nick and Knight, and I'll see you guys at the King's Cup.
Well, as we said, the intensity here in the room is becoming absolutely palatable. Down on the show floor, they are focused. So let's go down and throw our focus to 2 guys who are going to tell us what's happening. It's over to you, Nick and Molt.
Thanks, Sean. And I'm Nick at Night here today down on the King's Cup arena floor. I am joined by my buddy Molt. We have players from all over just starting up their first matches of the day. It was a exciting morning meeting and mingling with a few of these people here. Now, Molt, how do you feel about the vibe here down on the arena floor, and what are you looking forward to today?
You could see a complete change once Heat 1 started. Everyone was laughing and entertaining each other before, but then they got focused and determined to win. I'm really excited to see the type of decks that people are going to be pulling out and just see some show-stopping events. But we're going to go ahead and send it back up to Sean.
As I said before, there are literally hundreds and hundreds of players right in front of me, all duking it out. Now, there's some known faces, but there's a lot of new faces as well. And I can tell you, I'm excited to see who's there and find out how the day is gonna unfold. So, without further ado, let's go over to Kelly and see what's happening already.
Welcome back, everyone, to the caster's desk here for the Clash Royale King's Cup. Joining me, of course, Galadon and Hyphonics. Guys, before we get into the first game, what do you really want to see in this tournament?
Overtime. I want to see fast-paced battles that go into overtime that are intense, like maybe 3-2, 2-1 every single battle. I'm excited.
Yeah, no, I also want to see some very fast, aggressive gameplay, and I just want to see a lot of positive elixir trades. We'll see how that goes, really.
Well, let's get into the first game. Maybe we'll be seeing that. It is going to be Brian Nunez versus Ash.
All right, we got the replay starting already, and looks like we got Elixir counting up for both players, so we'll have to check it out. Oh, Golem right off the top from Brian.
It's interesting.
So,
Brian's right away going with the Golem here. Let's see what Ash is going to be doing, which is exactly the same.
Dual Golem decks, double Golem for Ash coming down the right lane. Could this be, what are we looking for defensive maybe structures coming in here? Obviously a big push. Ash has used a lot of Elixir right there.
No, Ash is definitely doing a very big commitment there, but it seems like they're both playing very expensive combinations here.
Check out the twin tombstones. Both players dropping them down. There's a log already. Love the log, and the tombstones both fallen. And the full-size golem from Ash already on Brian's tower, and it looks like the same for Brian.
Yeah, definitely going to be getting good contact, getting some damage there, and that log coming into key on both sides.
Yep, didn't quite take those archers out there, and they're going to put in some more damage down to about 1,500. Damage on both towers.
Yeah, this was
from
very
Ash.
positive for Ash.
Man, yeah, that was a good start for the first minute.
It looks like they're going to be stopping that minion.
Yep, you got the Ice Golem moving forward. Mega Minion doesn't quite make it. They're both kind of resetting, saving up Elixir. You can see Ash is a couple ahead.
They're definitely going to be going ahead and expecting to do another, Golem push here.
It's about time. Yep, Golem in the very back for Ash. See what Brian does, if he's going to counter that or if he's going to go offensive himself instead. Nope, right at the river too, front Golem.
Going much more aggressive this time on Brian's side. Ash is building up though and using the tombstone to go ahead and just keep them busy.
Yep, and look how far it's pulling the Golem, that tombstone, right at the edge of tolerance where it's going to attract the Golem's attention. One more space over, the Golem's going to the tower.
Absolutely. Looks like that tombstone right there always comes in the benefit of not letting the Golem get through.
Yep, and the Golem, another log. Gotta love that log. These guys, very similar decks.
Absolutely, but that log comes in just in the right time not to get an infection.
Yep, now Brian's used his Mega Minion for the first time. We still haven't seen a couple of Ash's cards.
Yeah, we still don't know his last two cards, but Ash is going to get himself that first tower right there.
Yeah, those Golems, I'm telling you, that Mega Minion just not doing a great job of slowing down the Golem, and Ash already protecting his left tower, dropping in the Golem on the left-hand side.
He's not letting down. He's pushing harder, and Brian's going to have to bring back, I think, successful push here.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to go opposite side. He's got, here comes the Graveyard, so that was one of the surprise cards from Ash. I'm excited to see the Graveyard.
He's using that on the defensive play right there.
You don't often see that. Obviously not going to do much to the Golem. The Golem is in on the tower. But look at the progress Ash has made on the left tower. Golem by itself under 1,000 hit points for that other tower.
Yeah, absolutely no. With that Golem being unattended, he's going to be getting himself yet again another tower
he's
right
about
now.
to go ahead 2-0. One more, there it is. Full-size Golem took that tower down by itself in that last push. He does lose the tower, but 15 seconds left, 2-1.
Yeah, it's not looking good here.
Yep, the
10
Golem's
seconds
going to
left
cross
on
over
them.
From that center deployment, but Ash has got this pretty much wrapped up right now.
This was definitely an Ash's here. He's got this one in the bag and running down the 2 seconds, trying to put a lightning in.
Yeah, the lightning, and we never even saw the last card from Ash right there. That was a definite advantage for Ash throughout that entire battle.
I don't think he had found the time to put that card down.
I think you're right, yep.
All right, what could have Brian Nunes done differently there to beat Ash?
I feel he could have gone a lot more aggressive because he was taking it passively. And if he went a little bit more aggressive, I feel like he could have come with a better outcome on that one.
Well, you were saying earlier that you want to see aggression. Do you feel like aggression always beats out defensiveness in Clash Royale, or is it circumstantial?
It's tough. I mean, I think one of the big keys is to try to play slowly to conserve that elixir and use it in the right positions. And I think right there you just saw both players pretty aggressive in the beginning, and Brian just had the disadvantage in that first push.
Yeah, absolutely. It was the cycle through, but not necessarily always being aggressive, but passive aggressive as well. And it came out good.
All right. Well, we're done with our first game, everyone, and congratulations to Ash. Now, everyone, let's head back over to Sean.
And joining me back at the desk here, and as I promised you, I would be getting to know our YouTubers, digging into what's going on. You always have questions out there wondering, what does it take? So I'm joined by the wonderful Pat and Ash. Gentlemen, first off, how are you doing here today?
I'm feeling fantastic. I'm feeling pretty confident about our play. I know I've played against Ash in tournaments before, so hopefully we'll get a chance to match up again and duke it out.
I want revenge against Chief Pat. I want revenge. The very first YouTuber tournament, you smoked me pretty badly, pretty embarrassing, so we'll have to wait and see. But having a lot of fun so far, Sean.
Now, there's a lot of players out here. There's a lot of players watching at home. Lots of them, of course, know you, follow you. Everybody wants to emulate you guys, which is wonderful. But what sort of advice, what sort of things do you think it takes to become, a pro, become really knowledgeable in the Clash universe?
In terms of like a content creator, I think the biggest thing is consistency. It's really big, and especially in mobile gaming, if you create consistent content, and but most of all, just be yourself. If you have a quirky personality or you have idiosyncrasies, don't be afraid to put them forward. People like genuine people, so just be genuine, you know?
Yeah, for me, I hope people don't always try to emulate me, because I've had maybe a couple too many rage moments on my streams. But yeah,
That's what people like too. You know?
people do like that. So stay original, keep to yourself, and let your personality shine
Stay
through.
original, keeps yourself. That's very good stuff. Now, one of the things that, of course, is so important about YouTube is your video content and how you guys position that, how you guys present that. And you both have unique styles to that. What really makes a video ready for you to share with the people out there?
I think for me, I just like to, if I like the video, then I'm ready to post it. Sometimes I rewatch them and I nitpick a little bit too much, and if they don't come out just right, then I put the cookies back in the oven, I let them cook a little bit longer, and then sometimes it comes out perfect. So it's got to pass the eye test.
I agree 100%. And just to piggyback on that a little bit, I think that, you know, sometimes you might screw up, and I know Pat and I are both big fans of just like doing one takes and leaving in screw up sometimes. So like I said, just to add personality and also like listen to your audience. And shout out to all my subscribers. I love you guys. And
Sell out.
But yeah, honestly, you just got to be true to, you know, what your fans want and what your viewers want, and you know, just do your thing, be yourself.
Be yourself, absolutely always the best answer. Now, lots of people are getting into Clash. I'm sure lots of people are downloading it right now. And I can tell you one of the most useful things, and we've all been there playing, is understanding what are you doing those first levels? Where do you want to take your cards? So let's take a look at a video that's going to go through levels 1 to 4.
So my best piece of advice for a new player who's just learning to play the game would be to always try to fight on your side of the map. Your towers are so powerful when you're taking on your opponent. If you can fight on your side of the map, you should be able to build up an advantage.
For example, if you use archers, plant them in the center, pulls the prince to the center, so both towers will lock onto it.
I think it's really important to utilize the first epic card you get, whether it's the skeleton army, whether it's the prince, whether it's the baby dragon. Those tend to be really powerful.
Me, myself, I would go with a giant or a hog rider, or maybe even both. And then you can go ahead and add some splash damage like a wall breaker or a wizard and kind of move from there. Having a defensive building is also pretty important to distract your opponent's troops.
Well, things are definitely heating up here out on the floor. Everybody has their absolute concentration voice on. They are looking to see how they play. And as you can see, if you want to get involved, get over to Google Play right now, where you can join the King's Cups Challenge in Clash Royale. We want to see you there. You can be part of this too. Everybody has their focus face on, because we know what's on the line here. Who's taking home that lion's share of $100,000? Yes, and of course, if you want to talk to us, please do let us know what you're thinking. Reach out to our YouTubers using the hashtag King's Cup. Get going. Tell us what you think. Are you having fun? Are you playing yourself? Do you have any predictions? We always want to hear from you. So that's the way things are going to be. I am here at the desk, and we promise you that we'll be giving you updates throughout the day as the competition heats up. As I said before, the intensity out there is great. Out here in front of me, I can see the focus. Everybody's ready. So let's take a look at one of those hourly updates. And for that, I'd like to pass it over to the lovely Kelly Link.
Thank you so much, Sean, and welcome back, everyone, to the caster's desk, where I'm going to be talking about the hourly update, everyone. We've had about 20 minutes into the first heat. 200 goblins have been played, and aerial attacks are a must. To get a little bit more into that, we have a new Chief Pat up joining us here as a caster. Of course, Galadon, you guys have already met him. Now, what does that mean, guys? What does aerial attacks are a must?
Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be on the desk with you, as well as my dad, Galadon, over here. And aerial attacks have been super strong. Not only has the Lava Hound been seeing an explosion of play recently, but Inferno Dragons, Minion Hordes, Minions. I'm excited to see what's been coming in the air.
And the Mega Minion, too, works well with air decks and with ground decks. Great support unit, takes out a lot of big tanks.
So maybe for the players that are trying to become a pro status like you guys, what is the best counter for that then with the Lava Hound?
It's all about destroying the support units. So whether it's the Mega Minion, the Minions, you need to make sure you have a card that can take care of those, because the Lava Hound by itself really doesn't do that much damage. So take out those backline troops with the Lightning spell, with different types of spells, your own Mega Minion, and you should be able to have success.
All right. Do you agree?
Absolutely. It's definitely
better.
There's a lot of ways to counter the Lava Hound easily, but it is countering the cards that come in behind that really make the key.
Well, we're going to be taking a look at 3 games, everyone, and I believe we have the first game loading up right now. And, of course, your 2 casters right here will be taking that over.
All right, let's go ahead and check out the first battle. Looks like we've got Hobbs the Tiger versus Strix. Now, I've seen Strix towards the top of the tournament leaderboard today, so he must have something good cooked up, and let's go ahead and see what we're going to get into.
Yep, we don't see any key cards yet, just some support units coming out. You know, that opening hand makes a big difference, obviously.
Absolutely.
So we've got just some archers, and lightning spell takes out that musketeer.
All right, that's an aggressive lightning spell.
Yep.
Maybe if he waited, he could have caught that mega minion as well, but this is going to be a pretty dirty push from Hobbs the Tiger. We're going to have to see how Strix will respond, and the guards are actually going to play good defense.
Yep, and right away we see mega minions from both players, like we were talking about, works well with ground and air decks. So much damage coming out of that mega minion.
It's just so strong right now.
It is super strong.
Supercell, please. Keep going. All right.
Broken.
Let's go and continue onward. That was actually a really good defensive push. I know Strix was so far down from Elixir after that lightning spell, but he managed to still make it work. So we haven't seen exactly what Strix's win condition is yet with those 3 cards that are still missing. So I expect a tank to come out sometime soon. Maybe the Royal Giant now that we've seen that Furnace.
Yep, now we see the Bowler in support of the Giant, and then the defensive Tombstone down, and we've got a Furnace strolling out. Fire Spirits down the left-hand lane. There's a log.
Yeah, the log's super cool, especially against the Tombstone. If you can Tombstone the log and kill it, it actually makes it so it kills the skeletons as well from the backdrop. It's super fun to see this meta, by the way. There's so many different types of decks that people are able to play right now. The Giant Bowler, you've got the Royal GG Furnace, Royal Giant, you've got the Lava Hound, the Golem, the Graveyard. There's so many cards right now. It's definitely no P.E.K.K.A. Double Prince ban right now.
It's great to see. It's great to see such a variety, and this is what we were talking about with Hyphonics earlier, seeing more varieties of cards and these combinations like this. You get air and ground units working well together. And here comes a big Giant Bowler push.
I know, it's crazy. You know, the guards are actually so decent at guarding against the Mega Minion just because it takes so many hits. It's 2 per guard, but he's been able to push his way through the Bowlers onto the tower.
Yeah, the Bowler's going to get in a few shots pretty solidly, and a well played, because that's under 1,000 hit points for Strix's left tower.
Well, you do have to realize that Hobbs the Tiger is part of Elite Nation, which I believe is at Clash with Ashes clan.
Yeah,
I do remember the logo there, so he's definitely been keeping up to date with the YouTube guides, so he's doing pretty well so far.
Exactly. Good timing with the Giant there. Just squeezed it in front of the Musketeer.
Nice.
That's going to let that Musketeer do some work, but the guards got to it.
Yeah, that was amazing guard placement right there, right on the river. And again, the guards just showing how valuable they are. It's definitely a key part to Strix's deck, but he's just trying to lightning spell that tower down right now. He doesn't too many other options.
Yeah, once again, the Giant walking over, strolling to the Furnace and not really getting to the tower. He's held on. Fireball, that's going to do some damage and take out the archers as well.
And we still have missing cards. Strix has not
That's
played
true.
that final card, and I would bet my inheritance that would be the Royal Giant. There it is. There it is right there. I knew it had to be the Royal Giant.
Right on time, right on cue, as we're in the final 5 seconds. Royal Giant trying to get work, but you've got Giant Bowler on defense. That Bowler is going to do a lot of damage, and there we go. That's a counter push coming pretty strong.
Yeah.
This could be it.
Luckily for Strix, the Mega Minion was behind, or in front of the Giant, so he was able to take it out with the archers.
There.
Take a look right now. He's so desperate right now.
Last second Furnace right out in front, but it's only going to temporarily prolong the pain.
Man.
Giant's going to pound on that tower. Here it comes.
Giant, even with all of those nerfs, still doing work. The Musketeer's going to get knocked
57.
back. The Fireball, arrows.
And the arrows will do it. That's it, man. Hopes the Tiger.
That was a great game. Fireball, Zap, and arrows. This guy had spells everywhere.
Yeah, that was a lot of direct damage like that. A little bit dirty, like you're saying. Some players don't like to see that, but it got the win. That's what counts. That's what counts.
Absolutely. Well, we've seen Strix all day at the top of the leaderboard, so definitely a good win from a Hobbs the Tiger. And take a look over there. We've got players showing off the iPads. Stunning over there.
So is there anything you guys want to see in these decks that we haven't seen yet? Is there a card that you think has been a little like under the light?
Okay, so underrated cards. Well, one card that I love seeing played is the Graveyard. It's the newest card in Clash Royale. I stole it from you. The Graveyard is just so much fun. Watching your opponent's face when it just starts spawning all over the place, not having a counter. I'd love to see the Graveyard.
Exactly. I mean, there's great ways to counter the Graveyard spell. Minions and the Minion Horde are great, but if you're not ready for it, it's just disastrous.
Well, maybe we'll be seeing. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's great on defense, too.
Well, maybe we'll be seeing a Graveyard in the second game, everyone, which we are going to get into just in a minute. What other cards do you think are really underplayed recently in the meta?
Well, I think some cards that could be able to distract the meta as it is right now would be those bait decks. So decks that involve the Goblin Barrel, the Princess, the Minion Horde, the Graveyard, the Skeleton Army. There's so many cards that require you to use arrows or zap. And if you play against some of these big tanky decks or ones that don't have some of those key counter cards, you can easily turn a match on its head. I know Alvaro did it to me yesterday, and it made me really upset.
You can bait it out on offense or on defense. If you baited out their spells or their cards that are going to counter, then you can drop a Skeleton Army. It's going to annihilate a Royal Giant. It's going to take out a Giant. There's all sorts of way to play that. And again, even with a mirror, which I would like to see some of those mirrored cards come out, and it's just overwhelming.
Well, I think we actually have game 2 ready to go, everyone. It is Clyde versus Tony. Clyde is on the top side red, and Tony is blue on the bottom side.
All right, let's go and check out battle number 2, Clyde against Tony. Now, Clyde could be, I know for the Super Magical Cup, there's someone named Clyde, could be him. I've heard that he's a good player, haven't had a chance to review any of his matches, but again, we see a Furnace right off the bat, and that just smells like a Royal Giant.
Just taken out, just neutralized by the Tombstone. You see a lot of that. Neither one of those defensive cards are really able to make much headway.
Right.
Obviously, the Furnace, ideally, you're going to try to drizzle one Fire Spirit at a time onto that tower. And with the Log taking out the Tombstone again.
Oh, there goes the Golem. Now, keep in mind with the Furnace and the Tombstone dies much quicker than the Furnace. It has much less of a lifespan. So usually the Furnace, even though it seems like it gets countered hard by the Tombstone, it's able to sort of hang in there and outlast. But there goes the mortar
from Tony. We missed a beautiful lightning spell from Tony earlier. Just eradicated that Mega Minion instantly. That was beautiful. Got the well played out of Clyde, but the mortar didn't last long.
Oh man, when that mortar got played, I think I heard Molt in the background. So we'll see. We'll check on him a little bit later when I hop off the desk. But yeah, you're 100% correct about that lightning spell. We talked about how to beat those aerial decks and taking out the support units. That's exactly what he did. He lightning down so much right there and took the Mega Minion out just like that.
Yep, obviously, you're not really focused on lightning a tank like a Golem or a Lava Hound, but when you can grab the tower and a third unit as well.
Exactly.
Lumberjack coming down the left lane.
Wow. That's an interesting one. The Zap spell, he spent 6 elixir on that push, only a 3 elixir skeleton army. That's a positive elixir trade right there.
That sure is, and there is a wasted rage spell, not doing much.
Well, let's see how Tony sets up for this. So, obviously, Galadon and I don't know about you. I'm not a Siege expert. I've never said I was. I've definitely made a little bit of a ripple to the community with my outspokenness about Siege, but as it is right now, it seems fairly balanced. The mortar is going to get one hit off, and I've heard from players that all they're looking for is at least one hit with the mortar, which you got right there.
Right. You get a little bit of value like that. They're not counting on like they used to getting a bunch of shots off because it is so powerful, even with just one shot at a time.
Yep.
It's another way to look at a chip deck.
Right.
You just want a couple hundred at a time, especially when you have 3 minutes of overtime.
Yeah,
You've got plenty of time to grind a tower down, even if it is.
Exactly. Yeah, I was going to mention that we are playing on the friendly battle and tournament format where it's 3 minutes of overtime. So decks that might not normally be able to pick up that win before overtime ends, right here, it's gonna be a-okay. All right, lightning spell's going down, not able to kill that lumberjack. It's gonna go ahead and hang in there. He's got a lot of stuff coming inside of the map. Looks like Tony's gonna have to watch out.
That clutch lightning spell took out the Musketeer. Mega Minion got in there, got a couple shots on the tower. Golem is going to get there.
Oh, man.
Maybe as Golemites, but that tower is in trouble.
That new Golem explosion, he actually missed it, but the Golem now kills minions when it explodes. So luckily the Minion Horde missed, but just like that, the tower's going down, and Clyde is going to pick up a 1 crown to 0 victory.
That was tight. 4 seconds left. That last Golemite got that last shot in. Tower goes down.
Yeah, Tony kept trying to set up that mortar. He was chipping, but you noticed the game flip on its head when it went to double elixir. Such an expensive deck, he was able to finally pull it out.
I actually want to talk about the shift of like the meta of going into that double elixir. How does the game change?
Yeah, it's really good for expensive decks. So, depending on the deck you're playing, I play Lava Hound decks, so the moment I can get that 7 elixir Lava Hound down and then follow up with a lightning spell, with an Inferno Dragon, it really helps those decks, and you could see how that affected Tony.
A lot of players will hold a surprise card like maybe a 3 Musketeers, Golem, Royal Giant, and they'll save it for that final minute because they're able to play it. They're able not to end up too far behind that they won't be at too much of a disadvantage.
Right.
Well, we've already seen a lot of exciting games, and we have the third and final one for this segment, everyone. I believe we're going to have that come up very soon. I mean, why haven't we seen more mortar?
Oh, man. Well, first of all, the last event we had, someone got hit by a party popper when they played the mortar, so we'll keep that in mind with Steroidy. But
good point.
I think it's a risky deck, especially when you run against like a Royal Giant. That's an instant counter. You might as well just close the iPad out and get ready for the next match. There's some distinct counters to the Royal Giant that makes it, or to the mortar, which makes it hard to play. So maybe that's why we haven't seen it as much, or the Expo, but I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of Expo soon.
Well, maybe we'll see Expo in Game 3. It is Agile Poet versus Von Raylan.
All right, let's go ahead and check this out. Let's go ahead and see these players both still holding on to those cards, getting ready to battle. Gallon, you got a horse in the race who you think's going to pick up a W?
That's a tough one. I don't know. We got Agile, obviously very different starting hands. Von Raylan with a bunch of support cards up first. Agile Poet went ahead and dropped that Golem right off the start.
Yeah, and you do have to say, not a great start to Von Raylan, having to drop 1 elixir Ice Spirit and 2 elixir and Fire Spirits for basically nothing. So at this point, 3 Elixir down, but take a look at this defense. It's got the
Inferno Dragon.
I love to see
Interesting
it.
play. Grabs the Hog Rider right away and on the Golem as well. And you've got a defensive Lumberjack in there just pounding away on those Golemites.
Wow. Well, I'm not sure exactly where that Zap spell went, but he gave Von Raylan plenty of time for that Inferno Dragon to lock up. And there's the counter
Look
push.
at the counter, man. The Lumberjack is going to drop.
Oh, that's awesome.
And the Mega Minion's going to do some great work. Lava Hound again, like you said, not a lot of DPS, but with Rage, look at that tower. It's just about gone already. There it goes. Wow,
man,
full-size Lava Hound.
That was a tough one. You could see Agile Poet had like 3 Elixir left with the Lava Hound and a Mega Minion on the tower. So just like that, able to take that tower out. First tower of the game, 1 minute and 40 seconds left.
That did not take long. That did not take long. You got a pair of Mega Minions coming in
That's
on
my
the
nightmare.
King's Tower. That is never a good sign. And the second one, they're going to get a little bit of damage, but right now, Agile Poet just needs to switch off to defense maybe and try to hold them off for another 90 seconds.
Yeah, you've got to imagine that Agile Poet's going to have to go ahead and get that mortar or that golem push going. And there's a bowler right there, a giant bowler deck.
I meant my Von Raylan should switch to defense, obviously with the lead, but we'll see. Agile Poet still with a card to expose and Von Raylan with 2.
Well, one thing that does give Agile Poet hope is when your first tower goes down, what I like to do is sacrifice my HP on my King Tower to build up a big push. But it just looks like right now it's not working out too well. He's not able to crack into Von Raylan's base. Too many defenses.
Yeah, even that left-hand tower finally seeing some damage. The Mega Minion's going to get a few shots in there. Down under 1,000, but he's got 45 seconds to try to put something together.
Oh, man. Look at that Inferno Dragon right in the face.
Oh, just right there. He dropped the Golem pretty far back. He did get zapped, but it's still going to annihilate that Golem in a few seconds.
That Golem walks away from the Inferno Dragon. That's one of the distinct weaknesses of the Inferno Dragon. It will not stay on a target if it runs away, and that let the Golem get all the way to the tower and pop. It's going to take that tower down like 300 HP.
Yeah, the Golems, and you've got a Hog Rider with almost no health, and that's tied up. 20 seconds left. There's the Lumberjack Rage, and again, there's no damage to the other 2 existing towers.
That Inferno Dragon, though, he placed it in the middle of a minion horde. That's just, that is not how it's supposed to be played. Still, things are going okay. Von Raylan probably freaking out after losing that tower right there, and there's a lot of pressure, as you said in the beginning of the broadcast, for these players, especially trying to qualify. And who wouldn't want a $25,000 paycheck?
Exactly. I mean, that has definitely made this intense. And now we've got some movement down the right-hand lane. Neither one of those towers any damage. Finally, now we've got a full-size Golem and the Hog Rider both on that tower. That's big, big trouble.
Oh, yeah. A Golem plus a Hog Rider. You don't see that every day. It powers down to 1,000 HP, and Von Raylan has that Lava Hound, but we haven't even seen it for the longest time. We saw it in the first push, and there it finally is. Minion hordes in the center. Don't always like that placement, but Lumberjack's actually going to die. And now here comes the Rage spell.
Yeah, you got the Rage down there, but only for the Lava Hound. The Mega Minion's going to get there and focus on the other Mega Minion. That Hog Rider could be close to it. Nice fireball, forced it back. Didn't get a single shot on that tower.
Man, he went for it with a Hog Rider right there. Zap spell's going down. Ice Spirit as well.
Fire Spirits did a great job right there, under 600, and this is suddenly super close. Both towers almost the same amount of hit points left.
Golem right in the face. All right, let's see if he's able to pull this out. Inferno Dragon's going down. I don't know. Von Raylan does not have a single defensive unit to guard this Golem. The Golem's going to pop onto the tower. No Zap spell.
Oh, the Fireball as well. And a couple of Golemites. Only one Golemite. He's actually going to stop it.
Look at the Rage spell from the Lumberjack. It's going to help out. Tower's down to 149.
Man.
Agile Poet only has the Zap spell as direct damage. Oh, man. This is where you just start rolling your face on your iPad because you're so nervous. There's a Tombstone on the top right there.
Oh, Desperation Fireball there. The bowler might get distracted, and it looks like he is going to roll. No, he didn't even get a single shot, but the Mega Minion, countered by another Mega Minion. The Archers can't get there either. Here comes the Hog Rider. That should be it.
Hog Rider's got to be it. There it is.
GG.
Hog Rider picks up the second crown.
Oh
Man,
my gosh.
that was, look at the Tombstone on the other side of the map. These players left it all on the field right there.
They did. They absolutely did. Good game. 2-1. That's what we like to see.
Absolutely.
I'm a bit confused. That looked like it was Von Raylan's game.
Yeah.
He got the tower within like 60 seconds. What shifted to make Agile Poet have the lead?
I think Von Raylan might have pulled a Chief Pat, which is when you take the first tower, you get confident, and then you just blow it because you stop caring about it. I remember at one point he left a Mega Minion on the tower to bring it from like 2,000 to 1,000 HP, and just that 1,000 damage right there, he didn't think he would have to worry, but it came back and bit him.
After that first tower went down, it looked like he was focused a little bit on getting more damage on the King's Tower.
Right.
When, like I said earlier, I named the wrong player, but you really want to shift back to defense, especially if you're playing in tight games like this. You don't care about 2-3 crowns. You just need the W. And I think he spent too much elixir rather than just focusing strictly on defense at that point.
Well, that was the 3 games that we're looking at, everyone, and we obviously have more games coming up later. But first, we have a new video coming up. It is how to prepare for a tournament by Mold.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back once again. It is me, Molt. Super stoked to be here with you guys today because we're going to be talking about preparing for tournaments. So first, why don't we talk about preparing for the crowd, preparing for playing against so many people. There's a lot of different factors that go into it. There's the nerves that go into it. There's just kind of dealing with the surroundings and knowing that people could be watching you. There is a lot of stuff around deck building and preparing and trying to figure out who you're going to face and all these sorts of things. So we're going to go ahead and dive into that today and look more specifically at a couple of these things. When it comes to preparing for the pressure of all of these people around you, the best thing for me is just being able to seclude yourself, okay? So whether that means wearing a hat or wearing headphones so that you can kind of shut yourself off and practicing like that at home or wherever it is that you're going to be playing, because if you have your headphones in and you can't hear the sounds around you, a lot of times that can kind of help you put you in the zone, especially if it's something you're familiar with when you play or practice like that at home. Some people may wonder, do I need to research the players that I'm going to be facing, like the big guys? I would dare to say no. I mean, in general, it's just better to know what kind of decks are working right now, how to defend them, and how to play them. So you shouldn't only come in knowing how to play one deck or knowing how to defend one deck. You should come in knowing how to play multiple decks, whether that's a Lava Hound deck or whether it's a Hog deck, Royal Giant deck, Mortar deck, whatever it needs or whatever it is. You either need to know how to play it or you need to know how to defend it. So if you don't enjoy one specific style of gameplay and you don't think that you'll be playing that, you need to be able to expect it and know how to defend it with the type of decks that you enjoy. Just like anything in life, practice makes perfect. I've always said that. I've always understood that. The more that you practice with a specific deck or the more that you practice defending against a specific deck, the better you're going to do. So if you're struggling against a certain type of deck, have your friends play you and you need to get better at defending it and knowing when you can push and when you defend, etc., etc. Practice is going to make all of this so much easier. When it comes to deck building strategies, it is a lot of fun to build your own sometimes, but that also doesn't mean that that deck is going to be very good when there is a meta that's already been sort of discovered. So with the King's Cup coming up, it would be good to look at what other YouTubers like myself, Nick or Pat or Orange Juice, any of them, all the other guys, look at what they're using in friendly battles and see how it works. Also, you can go join tournaments, do challenges, things of that, and see what is winning. That's what you need to do, because what is winning is most likely going to be winning at the King's Cup and other tournaments that you take a place in. I hope you guys learned a lot today about preparing for a tournament. Again, biggest thing is be comfortable. Make sure that you know what you're getting into, and obviously if there's going to be a lot of players around you, then practice with headphones on, or practice with a hat on, practice with a hoodie on, whatever it may be. Practice in a setting that when you are at the King's Cup, you can still feel like you are in that setting yourself. And remember, when it comes to decks, you can have fun and build your own and try and surprise people, but make sure that you know and research what is popular at that time, knowing how to defend it and how to play it yourself as well.
Hey, what's up, guys? Nick here down on the arena floor, and I've got 2 players joining me from Heat 1. We're going to get a little info on them of what was working and what wasn't. So if you guys can both give me your name, player name, and how you've been doing here in Heat 1.
Yep, my name is Demetrius Lumpkin. My player name is Elite Tyrant, and I finished about 66.
My name is Kyle. My player name is Bad News. I finished 63rd in Heat 1.
Demetrius, 66, unfortunately not top 64. I mean, what deck were you using, what was working, and what wasn't working there for you?
The deck I was using was the Mortar, Musketeer, Skeleton Army type deck. It's a very defensive deck. I feel like it's not very good against things like Infernal Towers or other friends, stuff like that, because the Mortar just locks onto that type of stuff. But what was working is whenever I got the Mortar free to go on the tower, it did devastating damage. So if you can get on the tower, for sure, for sure.
That's pretty cool, and we haven't seen many mortars, so props to you for bringing that out here for the tournament. And then Kyle, what deck were you using? And sort of the same question, what did get you into the top 64?
I use a deck that consists of a Dark Prince and a Hog. Basically what I would try to do is I would try to push 2 different lanes, also with my Princess, trying to keep the opponents off balance with really the lane he would want to push. And what really gave me the most trouble was a Golem deck with the Baby Dragon over it, and also the Ice Golem when people use it as a Hog push.
Good stuff, good stuff. So a couple very different decks with a couple very different counters for them here, but that's going to do it from the arena floor. We're going to throw it over to a tips and tricks video from Yarn.
It's orange juice. Orange juice here with some quick tips. Musketeer and Ice Spear can shut down a minion horde minor combo. You can pig push with any single unit. You just need to plant it before the Hog. You can pull a P.E.K.K.A, then send in a log and push it across the river. An Ice Golem can kite many different types of units very effectively. Goblins can kite the baby dragon to its death.
Another fantastic video created by yourself, Yarn. Well done. It's what we expect from you. I've got to ask you, though, and it's across the board a question. Currently, in your opinion, what are some of the best decks that are out there?
Right now, I think the most popular card would be the Golem. It's seeing such an uprising. Just recently, it cost 8 elixir, and it was too much of a commitment. But we're starting to see it's proven in a lot of tournaments. I was actually in Paris a few days ago for one of the tournaments, and the Golem was a prevalent deck. Right now, I think it's going to evolve a little bit more to that, and it's going to advance to be an even stronger deck.
Now, there are so many movements, as you just pointed out there, within the cards as they kind of, tweak and move the game. How do you, as a pro, keep up to date? What's your source to make sure you're ahead of what's going on in the card game?
I think one of the best ways to learn about the new metas and the best tournament decks is just to play in a lot of tournaments, observe the top players, and of course, all the YouTube videos.
Well, we know that we're about to get into a game. Do you have any predictions for cards we might see coming up here in our first matchup?
It's hard to say right now. It's a little bit too early, but I'm going to say that we're going to be seeing a lot of golems.
A lot of golems. It sounds like it. Well, it is time for us to go over to Kelly and Caledon. Please, Yarn, do stick with me because I want to talk more with you later. For right now, let's get this underway. Over to you, Kelly.
Thank you so much, Sean. Joining me, like you said, is Galadon, and the two of us get to enjoy casting a game together.
Hey, I like it. Let's do it.
All right. Well, I believe we have the 2 players ready to go. It is Pong TV versus Camo Row Bro, and we're going to be looking at that in just a minute, everyone. There we go on the screen. Camo Row Bro on the bottom. Up top, we have Pong TV.
That's our buddy Cam Sucks at Gaming, formerly known as Clash with Cam. We got looks like a couple of YouTubers are facing off right here. YouTube Pong TV on the top, dropping a rocket early. It's going to get good value, taking out the Musketeer and damage on the tower.
We got that Hog Rider on the left side. Maybe get no hit onto the tower though.
Exactly what we were looking for. There's the graveyard Pat was talking about. Love to see that. Good counter is the Skeleton Army, but it was zapped away really quickly. So you got the Princess on the right-hand side. A lot of damage from Cam on that left tower, and now here comes the counter with the Hog and the Mega Minion. And
why the preemptive log? Oh.
That was a beautiful log. You see the log drop right as the Skeleton Army went down, and Cam suddenly, just shockingly, loses that tower so fast. And that's the tough thing about trying to counter a Hog Rider with a Skeleton Army. It can so instantaneously be taken out by cards like Zap, Arrows, or the log.
We have a little bit lull in the action right here, and 2 cards not shown, or 1 card for each player not shown yet. And there we go. We got an Ice Golem at the bottom and a Princess up top.
You have another Princess, and Cam hasn't shown his last card, so we'll see what else he has in support. He's got a lot of inexpensive troops down there, and just a tough outcome right there early on. Now the Skeleton Army again countered by, or the graveyard countering the Skeleton Army. The log goes down. This time that Skeleton Army is just going to take care of the graveyard, and the Hog does get through. He's switched to push on the other tower, even though the left tower was down by about 700 hit points, and now both towers are about even. Only a minute left for Cam to try to get something going and get a tower back.
How can he shift it? How can he move the aggression now? All Pong has to do is be a little bit defensive, and then he's going to win the game.
It's tough, yeah. So Cam trying to protect that right tower. That's part of the reason he pushed down the right-hand lane, maybe hoping to catch Pong off guard right there. But with less than a minute left, that Princess is going to probably cross lane. Nope, she's going to get focused on the graveyard spell. Again, countered by the Skeleton Army. Cam trying to come down the left-hand side. That log, and look at the Hog get frozen by the Ice Spirit as well. That is tough.
Now, I keep seeing these preemptive logs, and I've seen it in issues where you go up against a skeleton army, it kills them all, and then on the right side, we saw it go up against 3 heavy units that didn't get killed. Do you think that you have to use the log to prioritize just pushing heavy units back, or to kill all the small units?
It's super versatile. I mean, it can one-shot princesses at this level. It can push units back, like right there. You saw the ice golem and the musketeer get pushed back. You got the princess cross lane trying to defend from the right down to the left. Cam just about to take that tower down, and he's got it. He tied it up with 12 seconds left. So close. But now Pong had the elixir to drop the hog in. There is again the log, and just about wiped out that skeleton army. But the hog didn't really get there.
No.
Time is going to run out. We're going to go into overtime. And it looks like, again, super close. See how this graveyard does.
We still don't have that last card from Cam. What do you think it could be?
There's the Ice Wizard. Ice Wizard is Pong's last card. That Hog Rider trying to get in. Cam, I don't know if he's got a rocket in his pocket or what down there is that last card. A lot of times if you don't see a card that long, it could be something like that. They're waiting for that clutch moment to drop it. And it's the Inferno Tower. So he does pull the Hog Rider off the tower that time. Gets the skeleton army. It doesn't get countered this time, and that protects that tower. And now, suddenly, Cam has got the commanding lead right here, 1,000 hit points further down on that right lane tower.
You know, it's surprising. Pong TV just had such a strong lead and was able to do a lot of preemptive logs that seemed to be advantage to him.
This is a big push right here, though. The psychic attempt at the log didn't get there, but that hog almost got the job done. Cam's got the graveyard down, and the Mega Minion, not the ideal counter. Princess is working hard. You can see the graveyard not really making it to the tower, still stuck at 798. And now we're down to 2 minutes left in overtime.
Ooh, we got that Musketeer in the bot and an Inferno Tower. Hog Rider's going to go straight for that Inferno Tower, though.
That was a brilliant placement. That was great by Cam to get that Inferno down early so that the hog didn't lock onto the tower. And that makes a big difference right there late in the game. When you're able to drop units in that center spot, it is super tough unless you're ready to counter immediately. So the graveyard trying to get the units there, but it looks like Pong has countered that graveyard each and every time during overtime. That log by itself, he was hoping to catch something like the skeleton army, but that log didn't happen that time. Inferno down, there's the skeleton army. And that Hog Rider is going to be tough. If it gets in there, even one shot, it's making a big difference. 376 left on Cam's tower. And here it comes.
The rocket in his pocket.
And that was the rocket in the pocket. It was in the other player, and Pong grabs the win 2-1 with that last second rocket.
Congratulations to Pong. And I think we're actually going to toss it back to Sean and Yarn for some comments about that game.
Well, indeed, we said a very, very interesting matchup there. And you pointed it out to me, Jan, that there was a tower taken down in under a minute. How much do you think that affected the flow of the game?
It was really unfortunate. I mean, with Pong just knowing how to control and count the elixir and the card rotation of everything, he just knew to send in the hog immediately to take it out.
And so, when you see that, what would you give as advice to kind of keep in the game in that moment?
Despite losing the tower, it's never a loss. Just keep playing and don't falter.
Well, there's going to be lots more action, and we have actually heard that one of the players only needed 15 minutes to come top of that first group. So that's Tian Diego, I believe a player that you know or have heard of. So looking forward to hearing more there. But for now, we're going to go up to Kelly and have a look at some top 5 gameplay.
Welcome back, everyone, to the caster's desk. It is myself with Galadon, of course, and we are going to be looking at the top 5 plays where you're going to be casting over them.
Or so I've been told, yeah. So top 5 plays of battles that we've seen so far today.
That's right, and let's just get right into it, everyone. Let's see what amazing plays that have been going on.
All right, so I'm going to try to take a look at these. We've got an earlier battle that Hyphonics and I casted. This would be the Ash versus Brian battle. And you see that Ash's golem goes down the left lane, not countered at all, completely ignored by Brian. And that is going to enable Ash to grab that second tower, even though Brian is coming back. Great counter to the graveyard, and he grabs a tower. But Ash, in the meantime, grabs that second tower, ends up taking this one 2-1, with the golem just kind of serving as a lesson. Any troop like that left by itself, not countered at all, even low DPS is going to take out a tower. Then right here we've got Hobbs versus Strix. We saw this one earlier. You can see that Royal Giant trying to get in there. And the Giant Bowler, he had finally got it in as a pair during overtime. Hobbs right here. And you can see that Giant is going to get to the tower and just takes a couple of shots. Not quite going to finish off the tower, but the arrows did it. And that was that game right there. For the third play, you can see here, there's a Lumberjack trying to sneak in behind the Golem off to the left. Second Furnace trying to distract that Golem, pull it away from the tower. It eventually gets there, and as Golemites under rage, one solo Golemite grabs that tower, and that's the win for Clyde right there. This next replay, we've got the Golem again moving in. You don't see this as often. Hog Rider Golem. The Hog sneaks in behind the Golem, grabs that tower despite the fireball, and that was a tie right there. Agile Poet tying it up 1-1 as that game went into overtime. Eventually, you can see right here, well into overtime on the right-hand side, you've got that Mega Minion countered by another Mega Minion, but the Hog Rider from the middle grabs that tower. That middle deployment is always super hard to stop. And then we've got another one. This was the YouTuber battle right here. Camaro Bro Cam doing his best to try to hold off Pong TV, but the rocket in his pocket, that is a tough way to lose. But Pong grabbed the win right there, well into overtime.
We've seen a lot of plays today, and we've seen a lot of cards. To go more into the cards, let's go to Godson.
Thank you, Kelly. If you guys are like me and you want to get that golden trophy and that cash prize, I have 4 cards that are really good that can help you out. They're my favorite. I have the Giant, my #1 card. He's a meat shield. He can break through defenses, and he can get in there and take out towers really well. So you need the Giants because they're good meat shields. The Hog Rider, he is really fast. He can jump over rivers. He's really good at getting to towers and taking them out really fast. So you need Hog Riders, and he has a partner in crime. The Goblins, they have concealed weapons, and they shank people with it. So what more do you want? Use Goblins to take out troops really fast like Giants if they're coming with you at meat shields. And the Zap, you need Zaps if you have waves of enemies coming at you. It's good to zap them and to take them out really quick with Zap weapons. So, you guys, I have a tip and tricks video for you. If you want to check out more tips to help you out, check it out.
What is up, guys? This is Godson bringing you a quick tip in Clash Royale. So, in the game, there are many types of decks, but knowing which ones are right for you can be difficult. So, as an example, here are 3 deck types that are commonly used inside the game. We have a spawner deck, a cycle deck, and a control deck. Spawner decks are usually decks that comprise of troops that are spawned from barracks or any types of cards that produce troops. They usually flood the enemy and overwhelm them in numbers. Cycle decks are usually low-costing decks that keep the enemy on their toes as you cycle through troops, sometimes faster than your enemy can defend. Control decks are usually powerhouse decks with cards like Golems, Lava Hounds, or Giants, and you will typically see cards placed behind these meat shields so that they can push harder for the tower. There are many types of decks to choose from, so whatever deck you choose, make sure it's right for you and fits your playstyle.
Well, we know that there's always a lot to play for here, and we know that our YouTubers have let's say, a need to show that they are #1. So how best for them to do that, but with some friendly, cheeky, and as you would expect, fun wagers for them. So without further ado, let's head over to Patton Yard, over with the rest of the creators, and see what they're brewing.
All right, well, we are here for the Witch versus Wizard Challenge, and it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a wager on the line, the WWW.
I'm going to be picking the blue team.
You're going for blue?
Yeah,
all right.
yeah.
I'm going to be going for red, and the stakes are that the loser is going to have to wear the Jester hat inside of their bracket picture. That's intense.
Well, I'm glad I picked blue because blue's going to be the winner.
I don't know about that. Well, we're going to get into our match of red versus blue in just a moment. It should be good. Lots of really good gameplay so far. I'm excited to play some of the players later, and it should be a lot of fun, man. What type of deck you think you're going to be bringing out later?
I don't know what I'm going to be playing, but I'm going to be expecting a lot of golems, possibly with a combination of the graveyard, just because at first it just came out recently, so I'm going to maybe build a deck against that.
Yeah, the golem's been ridiculous, but let's go and get to the game right now between red versus blue. Again, Team Red versus Team Blue, and it should be a good time. All right, so there it is on the right-hand side. Looks like we've got Trick Wonders YT versus I Am X. And Yarn, how are you feeling about your teammate?
I'm feeling pretty good. He's got the graveyard going on, and I'm glad I am on blue.
All right, well, blue already taking the tower down to about 1,000. We've got the game in 2 times speed. And it looks like Mega Minion might get a hit off onto the tower right now, but it's about all tied up, except for the tower on the right-hand side is completely gone. I just noticed that.
Yeah, that's very interesting, but the Inferno Dragon did deal a lot of damage on the bottom left side, so.
Yeah, we're gonna need quite the comeback if we're going to have Team Red staying in this, but it looks like things could get pretty ugly for me right now. I feel the Jester hat already on my head, and you must have watched the replay beforehand.
I might have, because he might be going for a 3-crown right now.
This is ridiculous. Towers at 437, a lone Inferno Dragon, a sad tale of Clash Achievery. Giant in the back. I think at this point, Trick Wonders YT knows he's not going to post this one on his YouTube channel.
He could have used Graveyard or Fireball to go for that 3-crown, but he just chose to defend instead.
Well, looks like Trick Wonders YT is going to pick up the W, and I'm going to have a Jester hat on my head. I guess this is going on for the bracket stage. I mean, it can't be any more silly than my performance.
I did cheat a little bit. I did know blue was going to win.
Ridiculous. All right, well, looks like we're going to go ahead and toss it back over to Sean. Bets, wagers, and lots more. You're back at the desk, and I'm joined by the absolutely wonderful Nick and Molt. Guys, heat number 1, it's wrapping up, it's getting intense. Talk me through it. How have you seen things?
I've seen a couple familiar faces bringing out some quite extraordinary decks. We saw a little bit of Golem in a previous tournament that I was watching, but now it seems to be quite dominant. I know a friendly face was using it, and he was just steamrolling his way into the top 5.
And not only the Golem, but a lot of Expo, and a lot of people know how I feel about this card, but I've seen a lot of it, so I know I need to prepare if I'm going to face it. Not really too sure.
Now, when you look out, we are now coming down to the 128 that'll go through to the next heat. Do you see any guys there that you're like, okay, I knew that this person was going to go, or do you see anybody that you think has been a bit of a surprise?
I know we've seen a couple heavy hitters make their way from across the globe here and showing up, which is Elite Crews. They've been training like crazy nonstop while we've been rehearsing and practicing here. They've been making their presence known, but I haven't taken a look and see if we have many like newcomers making the top 8.
There's definitely some recognizable names, but then some also that I've never seen before, never heard of.
I've actually heard a rumor that somebody, and I'm going to try and get this name right, so apologies if I don't do it right, it's Team Diego, who actually played for around 15 minutes and already in that got himself through to the top of that leaderboard. So we might be able to see more on that later. Does that sound crazy to you?
I mean, if he went flawless for 15 minutes, maybe, but it seems like a quite difficult move to pull off advancing with only playing a quarter of the entire heat.
Yeah. Wow.
We'd have to take a look.
Well, guys, let's have a look at the top 8 because that's where we're going to find out. I hope we're going to be able to see them right now, which will mean we will be telling you who's there and who's going through and how they're doing. So I think we can see right there at the top, that was TMD Yeo. I'm trying to do a better job now, who is actually right there at the top. So it isn't a myth. It isn't now going to be legend, but it's happening. What does that make you think?
Wow.
I want to know what tricks he has up his sleeve going forward into Heat 2 because that's really impressive.
And if they were just a lot of 3 crowns or what, because it could go into 6-minute battles. So.
Now, and you can see here, right here, we have the top 8 of Heat 1B. Any names you recognize there? Obviously, YouTube Pong TV, a big favorite. We saw a little bit of him earlier. What are your thoughts?
The guy at the top, Pong TV, I've actually been watching his videos a lot lately. Very skilled player. Definitely recognize him. Dart Jar Jar, recognize that name.
But then there are a few that I just have no idea, so which is really cool to me because I don't know how their play style is going to change from what they've done in Heat 1 to Heat 2. So it's going to be anyone's game.
Absolutely anyone's game, but I will ask you, because you are our absolute champions here, you're 8 of the best, are you beginning to feel a bit of the nerves and the pressure?
It's the one thing was we knew there would be these heavy hitters coming in, and we're like, well, maybe they'll just get drowned out because there's so many people competing here, but it looks like we're going to have to end up facing them if they continue with the success they've shown in Heat 1.
Yeah, but it is really good to see names that we haven't seen before and see underdogs come in with play styles that we're not expecting or that we've never seen before.
Well, guys, I absolutely love talking to you, so I hope you're going to come back and sit with me lots more later. For now, we're just going to wrap that up, and we're going to tell you, don't go anywhere, because there's lots more action happening, and you're going to see it all right here on YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are coming back here live to you with Heat number 2. Yes, indeed, you can see them there in front of you. The players that have feverishly been working their way, hoping, judging, and timing their perfection wins to get themselves up to the 128. You can, of course, never have enough gold and gems and all that good stuff that you need to play Clash Royale. So make sure you head over to Google Play, where you can get yourself involved in that, where there's all sorts of exciting special King's Cup deals that are being activated today for you that are watching at home. I said it before, 128 are now left over, looking for that chance to be going head-to-head with the 8 YouTubers. It's almost time. It's going to get underway, and I can tell you that Kelly has a lot more to say about the day's proceedings. Over to you.
Welcome back, everyone, to a quick hourly update where we're going to be looking at a bit of the information of where we are in Heat 1. I believe 128 players are moving on now to Heat 2. Korea is #1, which in the world of esports isn't too surprising. And make sure that you guys let us know on Twitter with #KingsCup what you think about the tournament that's going on. That's it for the hourly update, everyone. Now let's head back to the Creators Lounge.
Hey, guys. Oh, wait, hang on. No. Thanks, Kelly. So as you guys know, we've just wrapped up Heat #1, and we're going to be bringing you the rules and breakdown for the remaining heats as we advance on to the top 8.
Yeah, and after this heat is done, this is heat #2, Nick. After that, we're going to go ahead and go to heat 3, where it will narrow down to the top 8. Which will move on to the round of 16.
So we've got 3 heats that are 1 hour each. The first one is done. The second one's underway. They're going to follow standard tournament rules. And then what happens to those lucky 8?
Well, Nick, it's funny that you should ask, because the top 8 will move on to the round of 16 and square off against us, the YouTube All-Stars.
Well, you'll be facing yours truly, but that's going to do it for the rest of the format of the tournament. We'll send it back over to Sean.
Ladies and gentlemen, things are absolutely heating up here to a boiling point level. We're getting underway. We're working out how to find out those players that are going to duke it out, take that step closer to taking that $25,000. But on the way, we have to do our Witch versus Wizard Razor. And as you remember, that means it's our great 8, the great 8 of YouTubers that are there. They're doing it. They're coming up with it. So without any further ado, let me go over and pass it over to 2 lovely gentlemen, Nick and Molt.
All right, so Molt, I know we have this Witch versus Wizard wager, and we've got our cards kind of pre-selected who we're gonna pick. I'm gonna go with red.
And I am going with blue.
So red, I'm gonna go ahead and get TMD Yao Yao.
Well, he's blue.
Oh, whoa, I'm Q Ginger?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so we're gonna watch this match here and see how it plays out. All right. Oh, come on,
the
Ginger.
princess.
So princess up top.
All right, what are we thinking they're playing with?
Well, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at this. It looks kind of like a cheap cycle bait
Golem
deck
at the
up
bottom,
top.
probably.
Yeah, the golem with the baby dragon and the lightning spell kind of give that away. Yeah, who's playing Hog Cycle anymore?
I've only seen a couple Hog decks so far.
Okay. We got to assume that golem, if he hasn't deployed it yet, he's going to be waiting for that double elixir period, which is going to be kicking in that last minute of the game.
We already saw his lightning, though. Normally they save that till the end as well.
He must have found some good value, maybe with a Mega Minion or a Hog Rider, or not
I
Hog
think it was
Rider,
on that
something.
left tower over there.
Ooh.
Mega Minion coming in.
Look at
it has
that,
enough
Mega
damage to die, though.
Man, they're
There we
really
go.
cruising. Mega Minions exchanging
There
lanes
it
right
is.
there.
The golem, the kill card in the back.
And then the log, nice cleanup on that princess.
Going
But I
hog
am
other
rooting for
lane.
Ginger because that is what I am relying on here. I don't want to wear that jester hat.
Oh, you might.
No.
You might be wearing this thing.
Here comes
there
the
comes the
golem.
mega. Oh, but look at that. There you go.
Oh,
Inferno Tower in there,
Inferno Tower,
shutting
but
it down.
The lightning spell does shut it down pretty well. But he's got the baby dragon
didn't
going
have-
right on top of that golem
Wow,
right
he
there. And then the
survived
golemites
it.
are on the tower, and the baby dragon's going and chipping it down right there. Can we see?
with the zap.
Oh man, I'm not seeing enough damage coming out of Ginger to feel confident
He's
here.
the hog just doesn't seem like it's working against these big tank plays. He's
Yeah,
gonna have to push that right lane. He didn't have the hog over there.
The Tombstone Log is shutting down Ginger's Hog, which is quite unfortunate. Now he mixes it up and puts the Inferno Tower at the bridge.
And we haven't seen a lightning on the Inferno yet. But look at this dragon over here taking that tower down really, really low.
Baby Dragon,
There
underrated,
it
underappreciated.
goes.
Yao's going to take it with the Golem deck.
That's all right. It's all right. But you know what that means.
That means that going into the
This thing right
final
here.
16, I'm going to be rocking this hat right here.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, guys. We are looking forward to seeing Nick in this hat. And we're going to go ahead and throw it back down to the floor.
Thanks, guys. So I'm here on the floor, and the energy is really good. There's lots of people out here. It's really hot, and the competition is heavy. So I'm kind of nervous fighting these guys right now. Hopefully, I'll do good, and hopefully, you guys are enjoying the stream, the live stream. So back to you guys.
All right, well, welcome back to the Creators Lounge, guys. My name is Chief Pat, bringing you guys the top 5 plays we've seen so far in the tournament. Now, we've seen a lot of action. Things have been getting pretty insane. Lots of Golem decks, Graveyard decks, which is my personal favorite card right now. After opening up a couple chests to get those done, let's go ahead and check out those plays right now. And starting off, we're going to go ahead and check out this battle. It looks like Taro and Ban Mi. Now, one tower was already down on the bottom left. We've got a Giant Guard and Mega Minion combo. You don't see too much Giant Poison anymore, so lots of other supplemental cards to be able to help it out. That Giant's making its way towards the tower. But as you can see, it looks like Taro was pretty desperate because there is a Golem hanging out all by itself. And as the time runs out, that should be pretty much it for the battle. 2 Golems beating down on that Furnace, but yeah, that's going to wrap this one up for a pretty solid win for Ban Mi. Now, all these players are trying to qualify for the top 16, which only 8 of them will be able to play against, which obviously is the 8 other YouTubers who they will be competing against. And let's go ahead and check out that second top play. We've got another battle right here. The Giant 3 Musketeer deck, and look at that Lightning Spell. That Lightning Spell was amazing onto those 3 Musketeers, but Beto's running that Giant and 4 Musketeer deck. That deck has been so strong, and this battle came all the way down to the wire. We've got a Giant Mega Minion and Ice Golem push down the right-hand lane, and as that Giant reaches the tower, it's going to smack it all the way down and bring it to 0 for Beto's 1 crown. Now for play number 3, we've got Levi G versus Dot Bash. Levi G has been near the top of the leaderboard for this entire tournament. He's been playing extremely well, and he's running the Golem and Inferno Dragon deck. Now, such a strong deck, especially with the buff to the Golem as far as its death damage goes, and he takes that tower down. And as Dot Bash goes for that last second crown on the bottom left, he didn't have enough to pull it out, and that was yet another 1 crown to 0 victory, staving off that Lightning Spell. Now, later on in the tournament, we saw a couple of notable clans, including Crucible Wrath right here, and as the game went into sudden death, the game was almost completely tied. Now, the Lava Hound push, which is one of my personal favorites, made its way towards the top or the bottom right, but with the lack of Elixir right there, that tower is going to go all the way down to 163, making that Lava Hound play just be a little bit too greedy for his liking. Now, for play number 5, this should be the final one. We've got Furvox versus Ignacio. And with full health on his towers, Furvox was going ahead and trying to defend against his push. But take a look as the Golem and Graveyard combo does work on that bottom right-hand tower. One of my favorite plays inside of the entire game, but it did leave him open to a counter push, which you're going to see right now. Double Ice Wizard, Lightning Spell, 2 Ice, or plenty of stuff hitting that side of the map. That tower is going to go so close down to 0 as they're still in overtime. And this match proved to be epic, an important one when it came to qualification. Now, finally, another Golem, or another Ice Golem and Graveyard push. He was able to hold that off with an Ice Wizard and his own Ice Golem in the bottom right. And with 1 minute and 45 seconds left on this 3-minute overtime tournament standard, things came down to the wire. The tower's all the way down to the 200s. He's rolling the log down the lane. Another Graveyard push is going down, though, when the Graveyard stole the victory with a couple of seconds left with his life on the line for that tower. So awesome stuff for these plays, and it's been an exciting time inside this tournament. I've been having a lot of fun. It's been great being casting. I can't wait to play inside of the top 16. And for more action, let's go ahead and hand it over to Kelly and Ash.
Thank you so much, Pat, and welcome back to the caster's desk, everyone. We have a new guest, the King. No, it's Clash with Ash, everyone, and Hyphonics up here, where we're going to be checking out a few games coming up very soon. Now, Ash, we've seen a lot of players today, but I want to know, is there someone that you haven't seen that you want to see today?
Well, Kelly, I have my eyes on quite a few players out there today. I mean, a lot of them have actually been on my channel. Shout out my channel. But no, there's a really lot of skilled players. I mean, one of the guys from Elite Nation who's a really, really good player is HBG, and he's a good cycle player. And I'd like to see what he was doing. I know that he was in the top 3 for a while there. Then he took a little fall. Kind of see what's going on with him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I see a lot of very competitive people coming out here today.
Yeah.
Going such a distance, so
I
can't
know.
wait to see them play.
So many familiar names. Like, seriously, I recognize probably a quarter at least of the names in the top.
That's crazy.
Top 50, yeah.
All right, well, let's take a look actually at a game that HBG was in coming up very soon, everyone.
And here we have it.
Let's see what they're going to start off
with. Oh, he's
with.
playing Clyde. Clyde is another really, really, really good player. And HBG, like I said, he's playing with the with that bait cycle deck, so the Princess Goblin Barrel right off the bat.
Yeah, going right away into an aggressive push with the Barrel of Goblins, but automatically being stopped there.
Yep, and the Ice Golem is so great in this deck too because it really has great synergy. I believe he has the Zap spell too, so Ice Golem Zap, really great combination. Take out a minion horde for 4 elixir, not bad in a pinch.
I feel like he's going to be using it to his advantage to go and compensate with, but going right away with an aggressive hog with his skeleton army here. Let's see if we can get any contact.
Oh, pretty decent defense there by Clyde, considering, right? Oh, that was actually really good defense.
Yeah, he had a very good successful push there. A lot coming on to the side there.
Now, like I was saying, Clyde, a very, very good player, too. So he finishes very, very high in tournaments and definitely a very well-known name in the community. So this is going to be a good match, I anticipate.
Yeah, he's doing very well in protecting himself so he doesn't get any hits, but he keeps on driving to push the Barrel Goblins, and he does get somewhat of a success rate onto it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Clyde is playing for his other 2 cards here.
Let's see, we have a Lumberjack come over here, and it does make contact with the Rage next to it, but I don't think that's going to do much for him.
Yeah, and there comes the Hog again, but he's ready again with that Tombstone. Gonna call it a Graveyard.
The log came into handy.
It did.
Very good play right there. Probably going to keep the Mega Minion busy.
Yeah, the thing about HBG is that he has like a 6th sense. And some of these guys, I'm jealous of that because I just don't have it. But some of these guys have an incredible knack for when the opponent has just few enough elixir to play that Hog Rider to catch him off guard, you know?
Yeah, they're definitely understanding their cycles through here and obviously not allowing the Golem to make too much of a success at all here.
Yeah.
They're definitely on top of their game, especially when it comes to any pushes. Once again, a Hog coming through with a log, but
And
still
another good defense.
Stopping it.
Absolutely. Clyde is just, you know, it's smart what Clyde is doing right here. He knows it's a super aggressive deck, so he's not overplaying the Golem. He's only played 1 Golem so far. So.
Yeah. I mean, what I'm getting at, we're getting a little bit of chip damage here. So this could be the reason why he might be able to pull the win out here with Barrel of Goblins.
And now in double elixir overtime, I would expect to see that Golem after maybe this defense. We'll have to wait and see, but, well, that's the thing about HBG, John. He really keeps the pressure on. You know?
No, he's definitely getting himself a very good chip right here.
Yeah, here's
slowly
the Golem.
but surely.
Golem at the river.
Oh,
and the lightning.
That lightning right there is going to help him.
He sat on that lightning all the way till overtime. Smart play.
That was the first time he used it throughout the entire game here, just so he can get himself some contact here.
And this is wow.
That log coming in good.
Yeah. And another good use of that Tombstone there. The only problem is now it's wasted in the cycle. If he wants to play the Hog right now, it'd probably be a good time.
No, HBG would have a good opportunity if he does go with the Hog right now. I wouldn't be surprised if he does.
Looks like he's holding back. Surprised. Oh, he's going opposite
going
lane. Interesting.
I think he's trying to catch him off guard, but he has that Tombstone.
He had it. Yeah. I think he got the cycle complete with that Mega Minion. Got the Tombstone back up again. So
what maybe he could have done differently was to push it quicker.
Yeah.
But let's see here, going with once again the Barrel of Goblins, but automatically being stomped out.
Absolutely.
But that Hog gets through.
Finally got the Hog to the tower. The only thing is the other tower. You know, it's dangerous against a real big beatdown deck like that to really concentrate on both towers. You know, you're just kind of.
No, absolutely. He's going to have a little bit of a problem here. If this Golem gets enough hits, this might be it for him here.
It's going to defend that. There's a zap. And that's going to be it. Log ends it. So
it looks like that's going to be it right there.
And that was 2 really skilled players, you know, at the top of their game. You know, both of them really trying to learn, taking the first 2 minutes definitely to really nail the opponent's cycle and make sure they had their timing proper. And at the end, it just kind of, I think maybe switching lanes was a good move, but then he stuck with the right lane. And I think maybe if he had just focused on one lane or just, you know, mixed it up a little bit, but not gone so heavy, HBG,
no, absolutely.
that is. You know?
I agree. I mean, he went very aggressive on both ends every time they would have the answer to stomp them out. However, though, if he did push the opposite end, I think he could have pulled it through for the win there.
I think so, too. It's smart. It's smart when they're playing a strong beatdown deck. It's smart to switch lanes, but you kind of have to pick and choose, you know?
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
Either way, great game. The next game up, you want to...
I do, indeed. Well, I actually have a few questions.
Over the coast.
I mean, you're doing a great job.
Get out of here.
I actually have a question about the game that we saw in all the games that we've been seeing up here on the caster's desk, is that there definitely doesn't seem to be much variety in the projectiles and the buildings. Why is that?
Well,
it's like the log and Inferno Tower. It's what I see.
From what I'm getting at, they're trying to cycle each other out and seeing what they can get that kind of opportunity. But in this game, it seems like they were not able to let up. I mean, they were saving their cards for the last second, like the lightning that was saved up until the last second. But for the most part, they are expecting a Barrel of Goblins, a zap right on top of it. He's trying to break the cycle out.
Yeah, just to piggyback on that, too, I think that, you know, it's funny. You feel for the people who played the Bomb Tower and the Tesla. They're almost dead as far as structures go. And really, it's all about counters. And the best counter to beat down deck is obviously the Inferno Tower. So that's why it's so popular in the game. And then the Skeleton, excuse me, how many times am I going to call the Tombstone the Skeleton Army of the Graveyard? Get it right, Ash! So the Tombstone is so important, too, because it's so cheap. Great for Hog Riders, also great for distracting tanks. So.
Now we're going to be taking a look at another game, but I want to know, what other player do you want to see?
Well, there was a guy, and this is a guy who I actually had not heard of, but he was flirting at the top of the leaderboard both heats, and his name was Taro. So want to take a look at him? I'm not sure if you have it available, but
I believe we do, actually. Let's take a look at a game with Taro, and in just a second, everyone.
Here we are starting off. Let's see what their first combination is, with right off the tombstone going off there for the distraction with the princess.
Yeah, I actually had no. I have no idea what either of these players are playing. Well, up until now, obviously, but we're going in double speed here. You can see that the red player, Bon-Mi, is going with that air affected deck, with the Lava Hound with the Inferno Dragon. Very difficult to counter for Taro playing the beatdown with the giant deck. No,
I agree, and it's unusual to see a Inferno Dragon coming into these combos.
The Golem.
Yeah. No.
Unbelievable. I thought it was. I could have sworn it was going to be a Lava Hound coming out next.
Absolutely. This is something you'd pair up with the Mega Minion and Inferno. So with the graveyard coming in right there.
Wow. So it's basically very similar to the deck I'm running right now, and it's but with the Inferno Dragon. Interesting.
Yeah, this is a very competitional kind of standard here. That is going to get him so much damage to start it off right there.
And right out the gate. Bon-Mi comes in really, really strong there.
No, absolutely. Very aggressive on his end. He's knowing what's going to be expecting now with that graveyard coming in next time.
Taro really playing a classic deck. I mean, aside from the log, all the cards have been in the game for about 8 months, Princess being the first legendary. So it's, it's pretty classic with the Furnace added to the giant beatdown deck. But the Golem is going to be trouble over here. Graveyard probably, defense instead.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think he has the cards what it would take to be able to counter the Golem correctly without it getting something on him. As you can see.
And I incorrectly called the Graveyard coming, and that was actually foolish on my part, because the thing about the Graveyard is you don't want to overplay it. You didn't need a Graveyard there, so why would he play it? So smart move there on...
Once again, coming in, this is a little bit, I'd say an unorthodox way of defending, but he's got no choice, it seems.
It's really tough. You get a feel for Taro. Of course, both of the players that I called out really, meeting their matches as far as the counters go, and that's game over there. But
yeah,
well
Ash,
played for
both
sure.
players that you called out both lost.
Right? I don't know, guys. I wouldn't go to Vegas with my advice here, but what can you do?
No,
skilled players for sure, though. Both of those guys. I would expect to see both of those guys in the third heat for sure.
No, I wouldn't be surprised.
As someone that is going to be facing the top 8 players, what are you most nervous about?
Don't remind me, Kelly, please.
Too bad. I already
I'm
did.
nervous about everything, to be honest with you. No, it's just a game. I don't. I'm probably not supposed to say
game.
this.
It's also a lot of money. And
but
a cool
the thing
trophy.
is, I'm happy to be here, happy to have fun, happy to kind of rep the Elite Gaming and my subscribers and all my, I feel like they're family. So I'm just happy to be on the main stage. I'm definitely the smallest YouTuber here by far. So I'm just kind of honored to be here, to be honest with you. Not to give the cliche good guy answer, but it's true.
I mean, technically, Hyphonics doesn't even have a YouTube, so maybe.
Yeah, but he's huge. But he's
How did
huge.
I get in here?
He's huge in the streaming game. So
Twitch, right?
Yeah.
But no, absolutely. I'm excited to see these plays. We have a lot of competitive players here. They know exactly what to be expecting against each other. So I want to see what's going to be that change up, to see who's going to be able to break through to get in the top 8.
What are you saying as far as the most popular decks at the top of these two first heats?
Honestly, what I've noticed is the Golem is almost in every combination lately.
And the log.
And the log as well for the defensive end there. And I mean, I don't blame them, because everyone's using like a tombstone just to keep themselves always busy while they're pushing it through.
That's the thing. The Golem is so popular. I'm going to run Golem as well, but I'm really...
You might not want to say that.
Well, I don't care. I tweeted out my deck. I could care less.
Okay.
I mean, whatever. But the thing is with the Golem, I think that it's really, really important that if you're going to play the Tombstone as your only defensive structure, I think it's super important to cycle to the Tombstone twice when they drop that tank. So basically trying to lure the tank into the opposite lane. So that's what I'm going to be trying on the main stage if I go up against a Golem. I want to make sure I put down my Graveyard, I see their Golem, and then I'm going to cycle in back of my tower, and then I'm going to put the other Graveyard a little bit to the right there if they're coming to the left. Divert the tank, and that's the best thing you can do. I just hope I don't run into a Lava Hound deck. That's my nemesis, but we'll have to wait and see.
So for those of you that are going to make it a top 8, build Lava Hound. Thank you so much, Ash. And we got more games coming up. But first, let's head back to Sean at the host desk.
Well, we knew it from the absolute start that today would be a day with highs, lows, and some unexpected plays. We talked about it a little bit, and nobody really saw this one coming. I can tell you now, and we did touch on it a little bit before, Yao Yao, one of the players, TMD Yao Yao, has actually done something that nobody has seen before. He went ahead and played for literally 15 minutes, top of the leaderboard, and just said, that's it. I've done enough to make sure I get through to the next round. This guy is out for blood. He wants to prove himself, and I can guarantee the YouTubers are probably quaking in their boots, and rightfully they should. There's so many good players out here. Of course, you guys playing at home, tuning in at home via YouTube, we want to hear from you. Reach out to us, let us know what's going on. But as always, from the very top of the table, there's also the bottom of the table. And for the guys that are still here, still hanging out with lots to play for, Malt's down with 2 of them right now.
Hey guys, I am here with a brown bag, as you can see, on his head, and Tyler. These 2 guys were the first and second place players in the satellite tournament. Did you have a good time?
Heck yeah, I had a great time competing in the satellite tournament.
All right, Tyler, what about you?
One of the most fun things I've done in a while.
Cool. So they definitely had a blast down there. Now I'm going to ask y'all a couple questions. All right, so a brown bag.
All right.
First of all, why is there a bag on your head?
You mean my face?
Okay, so that's your face.
Yeah.
What deck did you use that got you the victory?
Graveyard Cycle. So a 3.0 graveyard deck where you just spam graveyard for game.
All right, so Graveyard Cycle, it is a very strong card right now. Tyler, what about you?
I used a Lava Hound arrow bait with like minions and a minion horde. It's been working pretty well for me with the Tombstone. I've gotten pretty far, so
awesome.
It's worked pretty well.
Cool, so you guys going to be sticking around for the rest to see what's going to happen?
Oh, heck yeah, I wouldn't miss any of the cool side events.
All right, sounds good. We're going to go ahead and throw it back over to Sean. Thanks, guys.
Back here at the desk, we are joined by Alvaro. Thank you so much for taking the time to sit with me all the way from Madrid, Real Madrid. How are you enjoying today so far, sir?
Okay, it's been amazing, this tournament, so thank you very much, Sin, for having me here. And yep, the trip was pretty long, but today it's going to be so much fun. Yep.
Now, we have got literally hundreds and hundreds of players out here. Are there any recognizable faces for you, people that you know from the community or perhaps even from back in Europe?
Well, I was surprised because I met some fans from the Hispanic community from here, the LA. So I'm really surprised to meet fans here.
Now, for you, what does it mean when you have, gaming and a game as much fun as Clash Royale that brings everybody together in such, this really is a great vibe here. The energy is good. Everybody's playing for keeps. What does that do to you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for me, apart from a great game, Clash Royale is about people, about clans, about clanmates. So those moments, those kind of meetups or tournaments are the best moments of the game.
Well, one of the best moments is definitely whenever you get lyrical and wax on knowledgeable about what's going on. So let's take a look. You've actually made a video for us with tips and tricks on Miner. Do you want to tee it up?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Si tiras el minero en cualquiera de los lados interiores de las torres, lo único que vas a conseguir es que te disparen las 2 torres simultáneamente. Es mucho mejor que tires el minero en las caras exteriores de las torres, porque ahí solo le puede disparar una torre a la vez.
Love to hear the insight that you guys have on playing the game. Much respect for it. Somebody who's got lots of insight and lots to say about the game is Kelly. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Sean, and thank you for Alvaro for that tips and tricks right there for the Miner.
Alvaro's a great guy. No, he's definitely,
awesome.
he knows his stuff.
He's so cool.
What do you guys think about the Miner?
Personally?
Go ahead first.
I always come across it as a counter where it's just hard to mess around because it always chips me out and takes me out of the game.
Yeah, I think that Miner, I used to love control decks with Miner, and in that last update, you kind of see a little bit less Miner play. At least in the control aspect, it's now more associated with like those bait decks, those fast cycle decks. So I like the Miner a lot. Yeah. It's one of my favorite legendary cards.
Well, maybe we'll be seeing the Miner in this game coming up, everyone. We have more games for you. I'm really excited to see this is the end of Heat 2, guys. I think only 64 players are moving on to the 3rd and final Heat where they'll be facing up against the top 8 players. And we got the game actually coming up right now, everyone. It is D. Zunez versus Viper Slug.
This should be a good one. Viper Slug from Crucible Wrath, a very well-known clan, obviously, in the community. And
automatically starting off with a hog right away with a log in anticipation for probably a skeleton army, I was assuming.
Absolutely, and it's tricky when they start out with a hog like that sometimes. Even if you have the counter, sometimes they catch you off guard.
Yeah, because you have not been able to go ahead and cycle through the cards just yet. So
I'm always dumbfounded when you start a match and then somebody has 8 cards on the board and you're like, whoa, whoa, what happened? But
we have a Lava Hound coming in here, but going to be inverted right off to the side here to the furnace, but still might be able to make some progress.
Lava Hound down. See. You got to figure this Viper is running the Miner, but it probably ran out of elixir there. I don't know.
Yeah, and honestly, the Lava Hound wasn't able to make much of a progress. That Fireball also came in just to stop it. And
There's the Miner, and it's just going to chip away at this point.
Yeah, yeah. He's very fast.
You got to figure he wants to keep the cycle going at this point. Save the Miner for later.
I mean, it was a strategic push on that Valk right there to stop it right off the bat. Once again, log coming in.
Lightning down.
You might want to reconsider on the log right there. Let's
Yeah,
see
it
here.
seems like Viper is ready for something else, and it's just not coming at this point. But
I feel like
I'm sure by now he probably knows.
No, absolutely. I feel like it's more of like an anticipation of something expected. But we still don't know what Viper's last 2 cards are right now. I feel like he's saving it right now for something very important.
Very interesting. What do you think? Any guesses?
Honestly, I feel like he's going to be using it for the right opportunity when he gets to the tower. I'm not too sure exactly what it can be, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was some type of sort of spell. Maybe arrows.
Yeah, maybe like
Zap.
arrows and minion horde, perhaps. Zap. Maybe.
That's true. I would not be surprised.
Let's see. Inferno Dragon. We'll have to wait and see.
There it
There's
was. The arrows. Guess I was right.
Again, the Lava Hound does DZ does a great job of diverting that Lava Hound. And here comes the Hog Rider. Ooh, good tombstone placement, but this time maybe the log would have helped a little bit.
I'd say. But he still makes the progress of getting a push here.
And this could be it. This is what he's waiting for right here.
No. Oh, there it is. The lightning coming in right there. That's going to give him a little bit of an advantage to just get some more hits.
We still don't know what that last card is, and we might not find out.
Yeah, he might not find the right opportunity to cycle through with it correctly, or just might not find a need for it just yet.
Yeah, I mean, he's not playing a tank. It could be Inferno Dragon.
Going right now into overtime here. Looks like he's going for an aggressive build-up right now with the Lava Hound and a Mega Minion. But that
need to stop this hog. Oh, no, just...
And a log coming in. That hog takes it down. Almost. Fireball coming in to conclude it.
Oh, and D2 gives a laugh. What a punk. What a punk. Get out of here.
Is that some bad manner right there?
Do you not care for the BM?
Not really.
No.
Not in a
You always
tournament.
say good game at the end?
Well, you know, if I was Viper Select, I would walk over to him and, give him a stern talking to right in the face.
Is that what it is? I always like to give a good thanks.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to be taking a look at another game, guys. But first, we have another tips and tricks from Alvaro. It is of the bowler.
El lanzarrocas no puede empujar hacia atrás a las unidades grandes como los príncipes o los P.K.A. Sin embargo, el tronco sí que empuja hacia atrás a cualquier unidad terrestre, aunque sea grande, aunque sea el golem.
That was crazy.
All right, guys. What do you think of the bowler?
Bowler? I've actually went ahead and used it sometimes. Before it was actually cool now. Everyone uses it in their meta all the time with their giants.
The bowler is so frustrating to play against. I think it's one of the most frustrating cards in the game to play against. It's just so useful defensively, and it stops a lot of pushes no matter what type of deck you're playing, it seems like. Aside from an air deck, the bowler is definitely a thorn in your side. It's relatively easy to counter. You can redirect it with a miner going behind it. You can obviously use an air unit, a Mega Minion on top of it. But when played in the correct situation, the bowler can be very difficult to stop, especially if he's behind that push, behind a giant in most cases.
Yeah.
Well, we saw a miner in the first game. Maybe we'll see a bowler in the second game right now. Let's get into it.
Let's see here. We got Ghost Joke coming here.
Ghost Joke.
Matthew, 42.
Matthew. All right. So let's see what these guys have.
We have a furnace to place down right off the bat. Not bad of an idea. I see a lot of people have been using that today for their advantage.
Starting with the archer split behind the tower, I'm just going to make an educated guess. Okay. I was going to say he's going to play a golem deck, but I would have been wrong.
It seems like Matthew's going to be going here for... I wouldn't be surprised if his whole entire compensation might just be air here. We got Lava Hound building up here, Mega Minion on Ghost side here.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting.
Let's see what he's going to go ahead and compensate with it.
At this point, Ghost Joe, ooh, there's the lightning.
Yeah, that
Ghost
could be beneficial there.
Staying smart, not doing anything too aggressive in the right lane, Ghost, that is, until he knows what's coming,
Yeah, it seems like this furnace here could be the problem for him, but he still gets a significant amount of hits with the pups.
That's a lot of damage down.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage. See, I'm not so sure about that miner. I mean, he did get a decent amount of chip damage there, but again...
he is getting so much damage.
Early on in the game, I don't know if you're the same as me, but early on in the game, I don't like to push the opposite lane on the first play. I like to play it real safe and then play from there,
I typically don't go as an aggressive push as he went here, but it looks like it came out very well for him here. He's already got him down to 641 HP. He's got himself, I'd say, in a good advantage.
Absolutely.
To play it safe.
Yeah.
And here comes the bowler here. Very beneficial stop.
So the bowler in the Lava Hound deck, interesting here.
Yeah. A little bit unorthodox, but still, I've seen this played quite often.
And that was a good little mini push there, and still able to save a decent amount of elixir to defend on the left lane there for Ghost.
Arrows. Did you see those arrows just got dropped at the very back of the base just now on Matthew's side? I don't know if that was like a mistake on his side.
It could have been a misplay. He could have wanted the Lava Hound or something. Well, maybe it doesn't make sense for the Lava Hound.
I don't see why he would cycle it through like that.
And there's the Mega Minion doing his thing. I don't know about you, but I think the Mega Minion is like the most OP card in the game.
No, it's a very valuable card when it comes down to just taking everything out quickly, but the HP on his end is not that much.
Not really, but he does so much damage for a flying unit too, just so versatile. You can see him in almost every type of deck.
Here's the setup right here. We have the miner coming in with a Lava Hound, and I feel like this could be honestly...
That's going to be tower down.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to stop it here.
You
he
can't
is
stop
struggling to take out the other side here.
he's doing the smart thing. Ghost and, you know, at this point kind of conceding that left tower, obviously, and going on the right, and they're going to trade towers, it looks like.
No,
here.
they're definitely going to be trading towers. There's only 6 HP left on Matthew's side here.
Yep,
I don't
there's
see
the log, tower
it
down.
not being taken out. There it is, the log coming out.
And there is the
Now it's going to be coming down to seeing who's going to be able to
Lava
push
Hound
out.
on his side. So this is going to be a big little push here. A big little push. There you go.
I want to see how he's going to be able to stop this here, because he's got so much built up on his end right now.
Yeah.
And he's going to definitely be taking a lot of damage here. That miner is benefiting him quite a bit on just distracting.
Absolutely. Ghost Joe trying his best to use that, the Furnace and the Tombstone defensively, or excuse me, the Furnace defensively, while Matthew's using the Tombstone offensively. It's kind of negating each other. They do a great job. That's why the Tombstone is so widely used right now, especially with the resurgence of Furnace.
Ghost did pretty well right there on using his lightning. He did much damage on everything around there. It was very beneficial on his end. But
Right,
this
who
could
you
still be
got
anyone's
here?
game.
Who you got?
You know, honestly, I'm going to go ahead and root for Matthew here. I don't know about you, but I feel like he's got this one in the bag with cycling through fast enough.
I don't know. Ghost is chipping away.
He might be, but this Lava Hound could be the push he's looking for.
You know that Ghost is thinking, I need to just chip for that lightning. I want to use the lightning, and they both got to be thinking that at this point.
Because that's all he's got to do at this point. So once we see the miner come in here, it's just all about seeing if he can just put in the lightning.
Ghost needs arrow logs lightning real quick. There's miner or miner
I think
lightning.
this is going to be on Matthew's side here, being able to take it out, and it is.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Yep. Well played by both guys there.
No, absolutely. He didn't have enough time to cycle it through, but if he did, it would be coming down to who could go ahead and get the 3 crown first.
So many times at the end of the match, it's just who can cycle to their win condition faster, you know?
Yeah, and it's a struggle. It's stressful because there's only so much time they have, and they have to cycle it through.
Yeah. Definitely well played by both players there, for sure, though.
Ash, during that game, you said that the Mega Man was the most OP character in the game. Do you agree? And why is that? And
I do
obviously
agree
you
with
agree
myself.
with yourself.
But
why is that?
Ash is such a smart guy. I don't know. I tell you, I agree with him often. But the Mega Minion is just so versatile. To have a flying P.E.K.K.A., you know, not quite the DPS of a P.E.K.K.A., but have a flying unit that does such a heavy amount of point damage for only 3 elixir. I think it's, you know, not only is it a great in an air deck, but it's great in a ground deck. I played my Golem deck. It's just, you know, it's in a lot of ways, it's replaced the Mini P.E.K.K.A. in a lot of decks. Mini P.E.K.K.A. used to be a really super popular card.
I feel like this is definitely the valuable card that goes ahead and takes it over.
A little bit,
Not much elixir, and it's very useful when you play it correctly.
I'll tell you what, I'm okay with it, though. I think some cards should be really useful and powerful. So, I don't know. Maybe a little controversial, but I don't know. I'm happy with it.
Hyphonics, do you think it's the most OP card in the game?
Personally, no. But I do agree to an extent with you here. If you play it correctly with just cycling through, let's say, a miner to keep things distracted, if that Mega Minion gets through, it's pretty much over. You're going to take the tower out. So, to an extent, yes. For me, I'm going to have to go with the miner.
The miner?
Yeah.
Why?
Interesting.
Because when you can play it right, you can run with so many combos with it, and it's essential to use it when you're playing it, you know, cycling through correctly, no matter what kind of pushes you're running with.
That's, I mean,
It's
thank
a
you
good
very
point.
much.
It's a good point, yeah.
All right, and we did see a lot of miners in those last 2 games. We saw miners on both games, and now we're actually going to be looking at the top 8 of this round.
This is going to be a very aggressive game, I'm assuming.
Yes, this should be a good one. So it's a YN5 versus H2O, 2 very well.
We're actually not looking at a game right
Oh,
now.
we're looking at
just
the top
talking
8 players.
Yes, of
Gotcha.
Heat 2. Inferno, Audacia, Dewey, Mighty Tyrone, Darth Jar Jar, who I've heard about,
Love
TMD
Darth Jar
Yao
Jar.
Yao, who we saw earlier, Ash, and Killer Q. Now, Yao Yao, we heard earlier from Sean, I believe, who said that he played for the first 15 minutes, made it to the top of his leaderboard, and has stopped playing. Now, what benefits does that give him?
I think the biggest benefit, honestly, in a tournament like this, where people can spectate and see your deck, is you don't want to show too much of your hand. You know, you want to lock up that position that you need and then kind of play it safe. So I think it's smart to, even if you could go on to be #1, who cares about the cards? It's all about the money and the big stage at this point, I think.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean, he does know what he's doing. With such a little amount of time to be able to carve it out right there, he's very confident.
I think Yao Yao might be the favorite at this point. I don't know.
Really? Out of those top 8 that you saw, there's no one else that you think is on
I think Ash, other Ash is
Yeah,
really
I'd
good
say
as
the
well.
other Ash
I
as
hope there's
well.
not a battle of the Ashes. I'll probably pee my pants.
No, I'm
He's very
definitely going to
good.
be rooting for Ash as well here. I mean, I've seen his plays very, very well, known in the community especially. He's very well done when it comes to anything he plays.
Absolutely, he's a beast. So yeah, and who knows what type of deck he's playing. He's kind of known for choosing non-meta decks. So I think it might be, you know, a few other guys from Clout Gaming family. Are probably going to make it too. There are a lot
very
of
unorthodox combos and makes them work. That's the thing.
so many good players. Last but not least, Darth Jar Jar, Dark Horse, 3 Musketeer
The
player.
Dark Horse.
3 Musketeer player. really, really good at it. Really good Three Musketeer player. Even with everybody playing Lightning right now, Darth Jar Jar still rocks Three Musketeers and does super well with it.
And it's surprising to see someone use something that's always so easily countered at this point right now in the meta.
Would you say that he's the Darth horse?
Ooh, well
All
played.
right, everyone.
Well played.
Thank you guys for joining us. We got more games coming up next, but we'll be right back after this.
Hey guys, Ash here with a 30-second deck archetype spotlight. Today we'll talk about what is a siege deck. A siege deck is not to be confused with a control deck relying on an expo as proxy, but rather a deck that's all built around establishing a really nice defense to support buildings that will be aggressively attacking one of your opponent's towers, usually resulting in a 1-0 victory for you, the siege player. Now also, swarm decks do qualify as siege decks relying on goblin and barbarian huts. Good luck guys, and dominate with siege.
So that right there is a siege deck, and we're seeing a lot of that in the tournament right now. I'm expecting to see a lot of siege style plays in the top 8. It's going to be very exciting, and we just finished off of Heat 2. We're going to be jumping into Heat 3 now.
Thank you, as always, Jan. Always the useful information, the stuff that you are looking for. The stuff that you're also looking for is the status of where we are right now. Heat 3 is getting underway. It's all to play for here. Everybody knows what's on the line. It's getting into that final 8 so that you can prove your worth against those YouTubers. They are waiting there right now. You can see everybody out there in the audience keeping it together, pure concentration, huddled away. Of course, you guys at home, we want you to be involved, so get involved with the King's Cup right now into the challenge. Head over to the Google Play Store where you can do all that good stuff, prizes, fun, and of course enjoying the action. Somebody who I know is enjoying the action because I can see her from here. That's the lovely Kelly Link.
Thank you so much, Sean. Guys, we are here for our third hourly update. Like Sean said, we are moving on to Heat 3. That means that there are 64 players left, and we're going to whittle those down to 8. Now, let's talk a little bit about the information here. Heat 3 leaderboard, Darth Jar Jar leading it, King DDD in second place, Colton W83 in third, Backstab X in fourth, and, of course, TMD Yao Yao in fifth. Interesting seeing that Yao Yao decided to not play anymore. I wonder if he's fine being in fifth. I guess there isn't really much seeding going into the third and final heat. So I guess being fifth doesn't make too much of a difference of being first, second, third, or fourth. All right, let's head back to Sean with more Clash Royale action.
Thank you ever so much, Kelly. Yes, indeed. It is heating up here at my desk. I can feel the energy. It's palatable out there. Everybody's having a good time. It's truly a coming together of friends, fans, and of course teammates ready to prove what they are. But what are they actually doing here? What is the Clash tournament all around? So the King's Cup is taking over 300 players that are going through 3 heats. They're basically trying to get each hour the highest ranking. We heard about Yao Yao, who after 15 minutes got to the top and then called it quits to keep some secrets. That's what the YouTubers think. We're using standard tournament rules, and we're trying to whittle out the top 8 players, because those top 8 will go head-to-head against our YouTubers, those content creators, and they will be here to do one thing, and that's get their little hands on the prizes. And what a barrel of goodies we've got here. We've got a trophy that is utterly epic. People have been taking pictures with it all morning, and rightfully they should. Of course, there's also $100,000 in prize money that's out there, and $25,000 of that, yes indeed, the utter giant share is going to that first place. So everything to play for. But even as you see there on the graphic, the guys all the way down to the 56th place are going to get something too. But the YouTubers are standing by, because what they're going to be doing is more of their great action, where they like to duke it out, see who has the talent, who can actually prove that they're better than one another in their little cheeky wagers. So without further ado, I'm going to send it over to my good friends over in the Creator Lounge, and that means it's time for the Witch versus Wizard wager.
All right, guys, so we are here with the Witch vs. Wizard wager. So, Alvaro, let's make a wager and then pick our opponent. I'm going to take blue if that's cool with you.
Okay, I'll be red. I'll be red.
Yeah. All right, so what's our wager? Wear this hat?
Yes, during the tournament.
I want to let's up the stakes. These other YouTubers,
They're talking about wearing the hat for a pitcher. Ooh.
Yeah, no.
Wear it for the whole live stream.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Done
yeah.
and done, my friend.
Let's go. Red is my guy.
So let's go top notch.
Yeah.
And my guy's from Red Alpha, so it's an automatic win. Sorry, buddy.
No, I don't think so. Hold on. Yeah, bowler. So you will see. Oh, Expo. So you are the dirty player.
Not dirty, smart.
No.
Okay, it'll be interesting to see who wins this one. So,
Yeah.
Expo was not very well countered on your guys.
No,
Sorry,
you have to place some ground units, but now he has to counter the bowler. Great.
Decent chip damage there for me.
Yeah, decent damage, but match isn't over, so we'll see.
I know. Early on.
Yeah, that Mega Minion.
You're gonna look so
over.
cute in this, man.
Yeah. Match isn't over.
All right.
So let's wait.
So let's concentrate here. So
okay, the
your
low.
guy, you got to figure he's playing a giant or golem, right?
Yeah. I think giant. Yeah, here you go.
There it is.
Okay. Where's your Expo?
It's not gonna come now.
No, I don't think so.
It's gonna be all about defense right now for top notch.
Yes. Yeah. Blue player probably hears the Inferno.
Oh, there's the Inferno. That's going to be tough. That's going to be really tough for your guy.
Yeah, and its place, can you see, he can use the Lightning spell because it's too far away, so yeah. Well played.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the Inferno Tower, like such a defensive deck by Top Notch with the Expo, just really difficult to counter, especially with a beatdown deck.
Yes. Here is the bowler taking all the damage from the Expo. Mega Minion trying to get into the Expo, but it's impossible.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah,
more chip damage. We got another Expo on the tower here, so it's looking pretty good for Top Notch at this point.
Yeah, we'll see in the last minute because with double elixir, probably giant deck, it's gonna be
your
quicker.
guy. Yeah, Pistol's definitely not out of this. You know.
Yeah, I mean you never know if a push
Yes.
can get into a tower.
Get down the tombstone. There it is.
Okay.
Get down the giant. Here it comes.
Okay.
Fireball. More chip
Arrows,
damage.
yeah.
More chip damage. And he has the Inferno Tower ready.
They are cycling. Okay.
Yep.
Giant.
There's the Inferno Tower. Great placement, taking him all the way across the river. He might even switch lanes. No.
Okay.
Still great though. Giant down again. And here comes. Oh. There's the Expo. Bad bowler.
Yeah. Maybe that.
Oh, no Expo.
No, it's the Mega Minion. Okay, now
There
it's
it is.
the Expo.
Good patience though by Top Notch there.
Yeah. The giant.
Because once the giant went down, it would have been tempting, I think, to get
Yes.
the Expo immediately down.
Yeah, and now. Okay, giant is dead, so it's time for the Ice Golem. And the Expo
How you feeling
again
here? How you
hitting the.
feeling?
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
guys.
No, hold on. No.
Oh. We can glue this right to your head, my friend.
No glue.
3, 2, 1, and that's it. I take it. Well, Top Notch takes it, not me.
We said one round.
No, that's it. You're right. That's it. You're going to look good, man. But you know what? We're going to have to toss it to the tips and tricks video. So what do you say we take a look?
Okay, let's go.
Let's do it. It's been fun.
What is up, guys? This is Godson bringing you a quick tip in Clash Royale. Many cards in the game can work well together and be synchronized into a combo. Here are some of the cards that work really well that you'll see players typically using as a combo. The Lava Hound Tombstone, Giant Witch, Hog Rider Valkyrie, and both Huts will be typically used by players as a combo. So here's an example of a Miner Goblin combo where the Miner will take all of the damage and the Goblins will work their way to the tower. With the Miner doing very little damage but having high HP and the Goblins having low HP but high damage, you can see that these two work very well as a combo. The Lava Hound Tombstone is another example of a combo where the Lava Hound will soak up all of the damage and the Tombstone will produce troops that will do damage if left unchecked that can multiply and add up over time. There are many variations and different types of cards that players are experimenting with, but typically it will be two cards that work very well in a synchronized attack. So whatever deck you choose, make sure it's right for your playstyle and they work well together in a combo.
Another great video from Godson. That guy always impresses me with what he does. Something else that's really, really impressive, and I am joined again by the always wonderful Jan, is these actual physical cards that are out there at the moment. YouTube Gaming has put together these, and I've got 3 of these legendaries here for you, Jan, which we had a look at before. Lava Hound, Hellhound, and Princess.
They're very strong cards. They're very prevalent in tournament play. We see a lot of Princess. She's just so versatile with her range. Takes out all the swarm units, can siege a tower. We've been seeing a lot of siege play in the tournament today. The Ice Wizard can just defend against everything. It's so versatile. It's the strongest defensive card in the game. And then with the Lava Hound, it just can tank everything. It's been serving such a huge function, just tanking for all of these decks right now.
And now I have to put you under a little bit of pressure, Jan, and I'm sorry to do that. When you look at these, do you have a favorite? Do you have one that you say, that's my card?
I like the Ice Wizard right now.
The Ice Wizard, is that because I put it up? It's okay, if you're just eyeing up that little trophy, that's fine as well. But the Ice Wizard is your favorite. Can you tell for the people at home, why is the Ice Wizard the one that you really, really lean towards?
To be honest, I use the Princess more, but I just like the function of the Ice Wizard. He slows everything by 35%. He's so defensive, he can shut down everything, and he can even shut down a Golem coming towards an Inferno Tower just with the slow that he offers.
Now, how important do you think being able to use those legendary cards well? Everybody wants to get them. You're happy when you get them. But how important is being able to use them at the right moment in tournament play like this?
It's very stressful for all these players right now. I mean, they're not used to being in such a loud environment, and it's very, very important to play it at an optimal time. When you first get the Ice Wizard, you kind of get the impression that it's not that good. But after you play it for a few weeks, then you start realizing how strong it really is, and you can't live without it.
Well, we also, of course, want to know what you guys think. We want to hear about the cards that you guys are into. And, of course, as always, reach out. Let us know using the social media hashtags that you know you can use. Tweet at us. Let us know what you're thinking about these legendary cards. We want to hear about it. Hashtag Kings Cup. Say, do you agree? Do you agree with that strategy? I think Jan's pretty on the money, but of course we'd love to hear what you guys have to say. So for now, we're going to go actually, and our good friend Nick at Night has made a pretty awesome video, because that's what he does, on legendary cards. So let's take a quick look at that. Thanks again, Jan.
Yeah, no problem.
Today I wanted to do the first real all legendary deck. So it's bad. It's not a good deck. It just has cards with really unique attributes. Let's see if he figures it out. I wonder like if in his head he's already like, okay, we've seen a princess, a miner. Oh gosh. Ice Wizard will be good on defense for the minions. The Lava Hound is gonna just be for later on. That's good he put Fire Spirits down, because they'll literally do nothing to my Hound. Oh, you dirty rat. You dirty rat. Get this Royal Giant out of my face. Inferno Dragon, you need a lesson in usability. Look, okay, I need them to make him less wonky. He's like, I don't like the word cringe, but he makes me want to, I want him to be smoother looking. He's like a little too jerky, the animation. He needs to be smoother. Alright, let's put down Sparky. Maybe he doesn't have a good counter for Sparky. We'll leave that right tower alone, because placing legendaries like a princess or stuff like that on the right side, it doesn't really make too much sense right now, because they can just get right behind him. Okay, so watch this. Lumberjack, Ice Wizard. That's a good counter. Lumberjack rips skulls. Princess, help out with the minions. Oh, that Ice Wizard shot. It was like no big deal. Okay, so maybe I should have done a regular challenge, because people are going to be sort of good in the grand challenge. So, disclaimer, I guess I'll put warning ugly in the title or something if we can't get anything going. Lava Hound. Lumberjack. I kind of like that, because he's going to go for the goblins first. Ice Wizard. Princess. Oh, we're building it up, boys. We're building it up and breaking it down. Miner's too early. That's great. No way. He's perfect. He's not too early. Inferno Dragon. Let's scare him. Let's scare him. No, he's going to walk. Nice. Holy cow. How is he defending this? This man is a freak. Somebody call the freak show, because they need their freak back. Elite Nation trains their people with... Are we going to get this? He's going to 3-crown us. Oh, we got a crown. If we just get 1 crown.
Thanks again, Nick at Night, for that video. And joining me here is Galadon, and we have 3 games that we're going to be looking at.
Excellent. All right, so we got some slow motion replays, more top plays. Is that what it is?
I actually don't know if we're going to be looking at some top plays right now. I think we're just going to be looking at 3 games from the third heat.
Oh, third round.
That's
Excellent.
right. So the top 64 players, they whittled it down to 256. And here is the first game, everyone. It is Backstab X at the bottom and Drezizzle on top in red.
Drezizzle, a Hammer Esports member here with Backstab X. And Ice Golem from the middle, right out in front. Oh, look at the Hog Rider down the right-hand lane, kind of a sneak attack.
A Mini P.E.K.K.A. You guys were talking about how we don't see any Mini P.E.K.K.A.s anymore.
Yeah, there's some cards you haven't seen a lot of today. That was definitely one of them. Giant down the left lane, Tombstone's going to try to defend. Mini P.E.K.K.A. stopped by the Ice Spirit right there. Giant redirecting after the Tombstone. Another Ice Golem is down already. Gotta love the Ice Golem. That is one of my newly favorite cards right there, is that Ice Golem.
We see the giant minion and the skeletons with an archer to the left being pulled by the goblins to the center to go away from that tower.
Yep.
Looks pretty even right now. I think Drezizzle is having a little bit of issue, but not really. It seems like a pretty close game.
Not a lot of damage from either player right now. They're both pretty safe. In fact, Backstab hasn't suffered a single hit point in damage with that Hog Rider. Down the right lane, countered again by the Mini P.E.K.K.A. And 2 shots, that Hog Rider is down. And so that is a pretty solid counter to the Mini P.E.K.K.A., to the Hog Rider, but as you can see, the tower's just getting chipped away, and that's all Backstab needs. As we count down the time here, Backstab just trying to chip away 1 shot or 2 at a time, and he's going to take this.
That's right. With it being a tournament format, they do have those 3 minutes of extra time, so you can be able to chip a bit more, not worry about getting a tower down right away.
Exactly. So you can see that Drezizzle trying the same strategy again, dropping that giant down the left, using the support units like we talked about earlier, and there they are getting taken out, pushed back by the log, but the giant has gotten to the tower this time because the Tombstone was too far to the right. That allowed that giant to go straight to the tower, get a couple of quick shots off, but again, that was a big elixir push from Drezizzle and not a lot of damage. Again, this is going to be Backstab's chance. You know he's rotated back around to the Hog. He's got the Ice Golem in there first, got some skeletons in behind, and there's the Hog Rider. Trying to get it on the far right so we'll get to the tower, and once again, even with a Musketeer there, the Hog Rider gets in 2, maybe 3 clean shots before it finally goes down.
We got the giant going towards the center, towards that. Oh no, I'm going to say the same thing too. I want to call it a graveyard.
No, not the Tombstone. It looks like it now. The skeletons go down quickly to the Zap spell though, and you've got that Mega Minion in there. I get that one wrong myself all the time.
And the Mega Minion.
It's a Mega Minion. And the Musketeers from Drezizzle coming out one after the other from the back. But again, Backstab doing a great job of just sneaking in the Hog Rider. There he goes again. Mini P.E.K.K.A. counters, but the Ice Spirit. Ice Spirit stalled the Mini P.E.K.K.A. that time. The Hog Rider gets in 357 on that tower. And you can kind of see the writing on the wall at this point. He's dropped another Tombstone in. That giant gets nowhere near the tower. And it's really just a matter of 1 more Hog cycle. He gets to the Hog again with any sort of support down the right lane. Here it comes, Hog Rider with the Ice Spirit.
I like that Ice Spirit.
That's it. Froze the Goblins, Hog Rider gets in, the Fireball finishes it off. Time runs out.
Just in case.
Backstab with a win. Just an insurance Fireball.
You need that Fireball. Or the rocket in your pocket, as you like to say.
The rocket in your pocket.
I think we're actually just going to be going up into oh no, I'm sorry. I have a few questions for you actually.
Hey, sure.
Looking into that game, you guys were talking about the Mecha Minions before, but they didn't really seem to do too much there in that game. Why is that?
Well, they do a surprising amount of damage. They're just kind of quiet about it. They're not as loud and as like say a giant or something like that. The Mega Minion and attacking ground and air units makes a big difference in a match. You can grind down a tank with it. You can one-shot smaller units, but ideally you're going after a larger, a higher hit point unit, so it may take a few shots for the Mega Minions to get the job done, but it does, and it's a really card that's added a lot of diversity to the game itself, I think.
What card that we've seen a lot do you hate? Like you just want to see it out of the game?
Well, I mean, personally, I really dislike the Royal Giant.
Yeah?
That's probably one of my least favorite cards in the game.
We haven't seen him too much.
So, no, we haven't seen that much of the Royal Giant. I also dislike the Lava Hound, but I think it's one of those things where I have difficulty with it in some of the decks that I like to run. So I just don't like the Lava Hound because it usually means I'm going to lose.
Well, maybe we'll see a Lava Hound in this game coming up right now, guys. Game 2 that we're going to be looking at, it is TMD Yao Yao versus Papa Dog.
I hear TMD has been tearing it up today, another HK Esports member, and you've got Papa Dog from Y and Phi, so you can see both guys started out just with some support units off the bat, so maybe not the ideal starting hand that either one of them wanted. You can see the smaller, cheaper elixir cards are coming out first. The Ice Golem, the Tombstone is down. There's the log. Doesn't quite finish the Tombstone. Tombstone Dragon from TMD. So we're going to see a bit of a different deck coming from TMD. You know that with that Dragon that maybe we're going to see some other unusual cards. Lightning Spell, and here comes a Hog Rider from Papa Dog. And the Hog Rider is going to try to get there. And there again, we're talking about that Mega Minion doing a great job. The Hog never touched the tower. The Log keeping it back, and then the Mega Minion just wiping it out.
There's 2 archers that are going to take that Mega Minion down before it hits the tower. Papa Dog has a tower that's taking about 500 damage, and Yao Yao just sitting pretty with those 2 towers. No damage whatsoever.
Still untouched, but this Ice Golem trying to help out. Look at that Tombstone. Turned everybody around. It stalled the Ice Golem, stopped the archers from targeting the tower. And it did take some damage, but it was a pretty effective stop of what could have been a dangerous push right there.
Was he? Well, yeah, he was just concerned about that push, and that's why he didn't put it in the center and rather just right in the middle of them.
Just to try to turn that Ice Golem around. You don't want that Ice Golem to freeze up the tower and freeze up any other units in the area. Now this Hog does get through, and now you can see
2 hits
that,
as well.
Yep, Papa Dog's taking a bit of a lead right here, about 100 more hit points off of TMD's tower. But you know, TMD's definitely got some stuff waiting in his pocket here, and we'll see what it is. It might not be a rocket, but he's prepared, that's for sure.
Ice Golem coming down the left side from Papa Dog. Gonna counter with a Log and 2 archers, and a fireball to the archers, and of course to the tower as well.
Yeah, pretty good value. Prevented the archers from making any ground, and you've got that tower down to just over 1,200 now. Now we're in a double elixir, and this is when you're gonna see those last cards probably. Here comes a Hog Rider, supported with a Log, and the Tombstone kind of stalled him. You can see the Hog Rider didn't really get there, and the Mega Minion probably going to get handled. Not ideally a great card on offense. The Mega Minion is great on defense, but it's rare that you will see a Mega Minion get into a tower and really do a lot of damage unless the defending player has made a big mistake. And here comes the Golem, so that was the last card that Yao Yao had saved, again like we talked about earlier for double elixir when those costly cards come out. And Papa Dog had saved the ultimate counter to the Golem. He's got the Inferno Tower.
They were waiting.
And, yep. It was like they both kind of had analyzed the other player's deck. They knew what to expect, and they had the counters ready for it. So that Inferno Tower does keep the full-size Golem from getting there, and the Golemites are going to arrive in that tower under 1,000. So now it is TMD, and sure enough, the Dragon and the Golemites get the tower down. Final 5 seconds, no chance for Papa Dog. And there it is, the Golem in the final minute made all of the difference in that match.
That was it, the Golem. If there was any other unit, what do you think would have happened?
Well, I mean, there's other units he could have used there, but I think that Papa Dog probably knew that there was a Golem coming. That's why you saw Papa Dog holding off on his Inferno Tower for that long, because he was trying to keep it out of the cycle. Because had TMD known that Papa Dog had the Inferno Tower, he's going to wait until it's out of the cycle and then drop the Golem. And so that was great defensive play, but it couldn't pay off.
And Baby Dragon, I don't think we've seen Baby Dragon at all during this time. So yeah, he's definitely fallen out of the meta. Why did we see Yao pick Baby Dragon there?
I think it's a good card. It's got, the splash damage helps with those support units. Depending upon what you're seeing from your opponent, it can take down small groups of skeletons, goblins. And if it gets to the tower, I mean, it's a good tanky card. It's not high DPS, but it's also a card that can absorb damage while other units get in and support it.
Well, let's take a look of our third game that we got coming up, everyone. It is Serial Killer versus Mighty Tyrone. I like that name, Serial Killer.
Yep, Serial Killer from Warner Brothers and Mighty Tyrone from Orange Pulp. And they're going to both run full, and see here.
Is that like the nemesis to Orange Juice?
Look at this. I love this one. Neither one of them real happy with their starting hand, so both players are holding off.
Look at that.
And neither one wants to be the first to spend any elixir. The other player waiting. And I've seen this go down to the final minute before.
How is this beneficial, though? I mean, I know you want to counter, right?
Right. Well, one player is going to be a slight disadvantage because now Mighty Tyrone dropped the first unit. Now, that's curious. That Serial Killer just dropped a lightning spell.
And even says, wow.
Well, yeah, because the lightning spell just woke the King's Tower. And that is normally considered a huge strategic mistake. So why Serial Killer chose to do that, I'm not quite sure. And that's going to allow the Mighty Tyrone to have that King's Tower defend him. And now he's got Giant Boulder combination coming in right on top of the tower. The Inferno Dragon's going to be too little too late. You're going to see about 1,000 hit points come off this tower before the Inferno Dragon can do his job. Even more than 1,000. That's over half of that tower down right now. And no counter really right now from Serial Killer. That Inferno Dragon is going to be easily stopped by the Musketeer, by the tower. There it is. So, wow, just a huge advantage for Mighty Tyrone, and maybe a mistake with that lightning spell waking up the King's Tower.
Definitely, and a great start for him as well. We see the Wizard up top slowing down the Giant, but not enough. The Musketeer takes her down. Another Musketeer coming out of
So
Killer.
dangerous. That Musketeer is going to annihilate that tower right there. Giant in support as well, but the Musketeer putting out so much damage. This may be, I don't know if this might be one of Orange Juice's family of clans, Orange Pulp. It certainly sounds like it, and he is turning Serial Killer's tower into pulp right now. It doesn't look good with a minute left. There's not a lot that Mighty Tyrone has to do other than just hold off any sort of surprise. Now, Serial Killer has a couple of cards we haven't seen yet. Maybe there's a Lava Hound in there that's going to support that Inferno Dragon. But with less than a minute left and over 2,000 hit points on both towers, it's a huge order. Here comes the Giant, and there's just one last card that we haven't seen yet from Serial Killer.
That's right, but we have entered the double elixir portion of the game, so who really knows? The game completely changes at this point.
It does, and Serial Killer trying to put down a push, but this Bowler and the Giant down the left-hand side are going to do a good job at trying to stop this push, to stall it out. There's the Inferno Dragon. That Tombstone is still up as well, so the Giant isn't going to head towards the tower yet. And the Inferno Dragon just about down. That Musketeer and the arrows wiped out all of the skeletons and the Inferno Dragon at the same time. We still haven't seen Serial Killer's last card, and we may never see it. It's not going to be a factor. Time is going to run out, and there's no way he can get to this tower. Was it maybe a rocket? I don't know, or just maybe another support unit, but Serial Killer throwing up the well played. Mighty Tyrone with a show of skill right here really just controlled this match the whole way.
Yeah, Mighty Tyrone, what did he just do that completely beat out Serial Killer? Because usually we see a very balanced game, and even when they do take a tower early on, sometimes it seems to be able to come back and forth, but that was just one-sided.
The very start of that match was curious. The lightning spell that woke the King's Tower was kind of strange, and just allowing that Giant Bowler combination to get there. Players who run Giant Bowler decks usually don't expect to get a Giant Bowler combo on top of the tower in the beginning of a match. So that was surprising to see. Maybe some mental mistakes, maybe he wasn't quite prepared at the moment, and that right there just set the pace for the whole match.
Well, Heat 3, everyone, ending up soon. We're going to be whittling it down to 8 players. But before we get to that, let's head down to the stage with Chief Pat.
All right, thank you very much, Kelly. I am Chief Pat alongside Godson. It's been a crazy day, man. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. I'm excited. All these guys are working really hard and fighting their hearts out.
Yeah, we're about to get into the final qualifiers for the top 8 players who are going to be playing against us, and we actually do have a replay of one of the battles that came down to the wire for positioning. So the players that are going to be playing, we've got Naruto versus Darth Jar Jar. Godson, what are we seeing so far? An Elixir Collector.
Yeah, I'm kind of iffy about the Elixir Collectors. I mean, a lot of people are zapping them, but these guys seem confident to be using them.
Yeah, it's definitely crazy playing the Elixir Collector after the nerf to where it's 6 Elixir. But, you know, he's been playing it so far so well, and he's been playing a crazy 4 Musketeer deck, but right now he's got a Bowler in his face.
Yeah, you know, it's funny with the Musketeers. I think they're coming back strong. A lot of players in this tournament have been showing us that, and I think I might even use them myself against these players because they're just really a good card.
Yep, these guys are super good, and right now Darth Jar Jar is loading up with 2 Elixir Collectors. It feels so great to get those down on the field, and he's just building up that advantage. He's trying to make sure, even if he loses a little bit of tower HP on that right-hand side, he wants to see what he can do, and there's the 3 Musketeers.
Wow, you know, and it's funny because he has 2 Elixir Collectors, and I think he already has the advantage. They haven't been damaged or they haven't been taken out, so the Musketeers are already coming in, and they have the Ice Golem right behind them, backing them up.
Yeah, Naruto didn't have the lightning spell to kill the Musketeers on time when they respawned and maybe get an Elixir Collector, so now he's dealing with a crazy push on both sides. He's got a giant Mega Minion and a Musketeer on his weaker 3 Musketeer side, but with a little bit of a counter push, it doesn't look too much like too much is going to get done against that right-hand tower.
He does have to watch out for that single Musketeer doing damage. If you don't take those out, they will take out towers, and you have to be mindful of those. That's the trick behind these 3 Musketeers. 1 will do the damage, the other 2 are just expendable.
Yeah, one Musketeer will do about 1,000 damage to a tower by itself, so it's pretty good when you split them. And let's go ahead and keep going as the Ice Golem's going to headbutt that tower a few times. And taking a look at our Elixir, again, Darth Jar Jar still making massive bank with those 2 Collectors.
You know, and he has 60 seconds left. The 2 Elixir has came into play. The Giant is coming down the side. There goes the lightning spell, so he did have that, and he's finally using it on the Elixirs.
But now look at that. He made another 3 Musketeer with the 3 Musketeers plus another Musketeer that didn't get destroyed, so he's got a crazy combination right now.
Look at this wave coming. Wow, and the bowler's trying to back off that giant. He's just right hooking and left hooking that tower.
Man, that was a really nice tombstone from Naruto to make sure the Musketeers didn't destroy that tower completely. Meanwhile, in the right-hand lane, it's down to 1100 HP. This match is ridiculously close.
Yes, and here we go, the three Musketeers. Now watch the one on the right. That is the one you have to watch because that's going to be the damage dealer.
Yep, it looks like the two Musketeers just took out that bowler. He's got 4 Musketeers on the map right now. This is not a troll YouTube video. This is real life. The Giant's beating the tower, though.
Look at that. He switched over to the 2 Musketeers, and the Giant is going in.
It's coming to the wire. Naruto gets a crown. This one's going to go all the way. Oh, no way. It has less than 100 HP on that top left-hand tower. Wow, Naruto barely pulled that out.
Insane. He pulled it off. Wow, I'm amazed. I didn't think he was going to do it, but it looked like he did it.
Man, that was a ridiculously crazy battle, and every battle counts as we work towards qualification, and I feel like you got to feel pretty rough for Darth Jar Jar if you missed that one out. Well, yeah. I think that's going to do it for us. We had a lot of fun casting this. Let's go ahead and throw it to Sean on the desk.
Well, guys, I can tell you that the excitement that we've all been feeling throughout the day has reached that pinnacle, that absolute crescendo we've been looking for, because I can now announce that we know our top 8. And I have them here right in front of you. So I'm going to be going through. They are, of course, the Mighty Tyrone, TMD Yao Yao, that guy that everybody's been talking about, Mango, Top Notch, Inferno, Colton W83, Gray, and rounding it out is Clyde. Those are the guys. We know our top 16. They are all so much closer to getting their hands on that $25,000, ladies and gentlemen, and making sure that they, of course, get what money can't buy, and only one person can, and that's the cup, what it's all about here at the King's Cup. But, of course, we've also got Chief Pat, who's in the house, who everybody's been loving. He's doing a fantastic job today, and we're going to take a look at one of his videos, which actually covers the deck conquest format. So, without further ado, Pat, take it away.
Hey guys, what's up? Chief Pat here, and today I'm going to be breaking down the deck conquest format for the King's Cup. Now, for the King's Cup, we're going to be playing a 2-deck and 3-deck deck conquest format, and it should be a pretty fun way to determine who's the best of the final 16, and it should be a pretty awesome time. Now, for deck conquest, you're actually going to have to win using 2 different decks during the round of 16, the round of 8, and the round of 4, and then for the finals, that's where we're going to play a 3-deck format where you're actually going to have to win with 3 decks. So for deck conquest, this means you can have no more than 5 similar cards inside of a single deck. So let's say I'm playing a Lava Lightning deck and I want to use it for my second battle after winning my first one. There must be at least 3 cards that are different inside of that second battle, or else it will not count, and that match will count as a loss for me. So it's really important to pay attention to your cards. Make sure you're not playing similar ones, and this way it should make it so people have to use different variety. We don't see the same decks over and over again, and it shows off a true test of skill. Should be a fun way to determine who the best players are. This will be played under the regular friendly batter format, level 9 commons, level 7 rares, level 3 epics, or level 4 epics, and level 1 legendaries, and it will be 3 minutes of overtime to determine who is the best Clash player of them all. That's gonna do it. See you guys later. Peace out.
All right, that was Chief Pat. Welcome back to the caster's desk, everyone. Galadon and myself to cast a bit more games. The final games of the third heat, 64 going down to the top 8. So these are going to be the very best of the best players going up against the YouTubers.
Exactly. We've seen this get whittled down, so these are some seriously skilled players right here, and I can recognize most of these names now at this point. So
well, what are the first 2 players we're looking at?
Papa Dog from YNFi and Darth Jar Jar from Reddit Bravo, a very well-known Reddit clan, and an unusual card that we haven't seen a lot of at all today, the Elixir Collector, and immediately that's why you don't see it. Papa Dog counters it with the 4 Elixir Fireball, and right there, that's not going to be a big profit for Darth Jar Jar.
So how's his deck going to change?
The thing about the Elixir Collector is, even though it's not going to make him a profit at this point, there is going to be a period of time where he's gathering more Elixir. He's gathering Elixir more quickly than Papa Dog. And as you can see, he's gaining Elixir a little bit faster now. He's split the 3 Musketeers, so this is exciting. It's another fun deck to watch. The 3 Musketeer deck along with the Elixir Collector that gives you that opportunity to spend 9 Elixir at once. But if you've got the Zap, you've got the Fireball, you've got the Log, there's a lot of ways to counter the 3 Musketeers.
Looks like the Giant's going to take down that Inferno Tower, but I doubt it's going to reach Papa Dog's tower before
Nope,
it dies.
and the Mega Minion wiped out that last Musketeer before they could get to that right tower. So you can see Papa Dog taking just a little bit of damage on the left tower, and both players just barely chipping into the other player's tower in the first minute. You could see the spectators start to pour in. Another Elixir Collector goes down. So the Hog Rider coming off the right-hand side and the Ice Spirit trying to do work to help preserve that Hog Rider a little bit longer, but the Mega Minion is there. Now about 500 off that tower. You can see that Papa Dog hasn't had the opportunity to counter that Elixir Pump that's in the back corner right now of Darth Jar Jar, and that's what Elixir Collector players count on, is applying enough pressure, keeping the opponent busy enough that they don't have the opportunity to counter it with a direct damage or a minor spell to prevent that Elixir profit to happen.
But Darth Jar Jar is also lacking in more offensive or defensive characters by having that Elixir Pump.
Right, I mean, it can be played as a defensive structure occasionally, especially in a clutch moment, but right here, this is where Darth Jar Jar's Elixir Collector is starting to give him big profits. Now the Fireball has to be used on the two Musketeers on the left-hand side, and he's going to focus on the right and try to support that Musketeer with the Ice Spirit, with the Mega Minion, but you can see good placement of the Mega Minion stopping temporarily, but here's the dangerous part. That Musketeer badly damaged, even a badly damaged Musketeer, does just as much damage as a full health one, and that tower down to about 1,000 hit points.
Yeah, no, I mean, she honestly wasn't barely damaged at all, and the Arch only took a hit or two off of her, and they have another Musketeer and a Giant pushing down the right side.
Yep, so Darth Jar Jar's got that 4 Musketeer deck, and you can see it's the Musketeers that have done most of the damage, making a lot of inroads on that right tower. Now the Giant's going to get there, and that's just about it. There's so much pressure on this right tower. 38 hit points is all that's left. That's one Musketeer ball getting in there, and here it comes. That's going to be tower down, and 15 seconds left. No chance for Papa Dog to make a comeback.
When you first saw that Elixir Pump, did you think Darth Jar Jar wasn't going to have it?
Well, it's funny. It's an advanced strategy. It's difficult to play the Elixir Collector correctly. I'm not a big pro at it anymore. I've given it up ever since they did the balancing of it. And but they're right there. If you can apply enough pressure, you can definitely get it done.
So, Darth Jar Jar and Papa Dog. Do you think you know these players? You've seen these players not just in the King's Cup.
I've seen them, and online some, but I'm usually not good enough to be up with these guys and have to compete with those guys.
Is there any names that you recognize that you're surprised isn't in the top 8?
Not yet. I think we'll have to wait and see who actually makes the top 8 and see what the face-offs are against those YouTubers.
Well, I'm really excited, guys, to get into the top 16. It is 8 players versus 8 YouTubers, everyone. But first, let's head to Sean.
Where we are just moments away from getting to what it's all come down to, and that is the finals. And one of the people who has duked it out through that plus 300 pool of all the people there is joining me, Colton W83. How are you doing, sir, knowing you are one step closer to that big cash prize?
I'm doing great. I never really expected to get this far. There are plenty of players that have beaten me before and will beat me again, but I had enough luck and enough good playing to get me through.
So talk me through it. What did work for you today? What worked on the day?
As far as like the cards go, I actually started off running Giant and then switched to Golem after it beat me in one of the matches, and Golem Tombstone is pretty much what I did the entire rest of the tournament, and I only lost once after that in the final round.
Now, I don't want to put you on the spot, but your Golem Tombstone, is that something you'll take into the finals? Can we expect to see that, or are you keeping something secret back?
I can't say. I gotta wait until I play.
So I've got to ask you now, what do you think of the Inferno Dragon?
I think it's a really strong card that won't be used very much right now because there are stronger alternatives to killing tanks, like Tombstone and Barbarians, for example.
So could we see you using a Tombstone and Barbarian in the final?
Possibly.
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 You're keeping your cards very close to your chest. Well,
yeah.
Absolutely wonderful. Where are you traveling in from today, by the way, Colin?
I go to college in San Diego, and that's where I drove in from.
Absolutely wonderful. It's an absolute pleasure to have you, and I'm super, super stoked that you made it all this way. 300 down to here. You're in the final 16. We look forward to seeing lots of you. For now, we're going to have a look at a video that our good friend Yarn made, where he is actually going to tell us everything we need to know about Inferno Dragon. Colton, we'll see you in a second, mate.
Yeah, thanks.
It's an orange juice.
What's up, everyone? This is Yarn from Orange Juice. The Inferno Dragon has the same attack mechanic like an Inferno Tower. It'll ramp up in damage and reach max DPS just like an Inferno Tower. The first 2 seconds will deal 75 DPS. The next 2 seconds will deal 250 DPS. At 4 seconds, it reaches its maximum DPS of 875. Knowing this, the optimal time to stun the Inferno Dragon is at 4 seconds, right before it reaches max DPS. It's easily distracted by small units. It takes a full 8 seconds to kill just 3 goblins. Its attack range is 2 tiles shorter than an Inferno Tower. It's very slow, so it'll have a hard time getting through a Tesla. An Inferno Tower pulls all ground units. An Inferno Dragon does not pull ground units. These cards may have the same attack mechanic, but the Dragon has half the health and damage. The Dragon is not a direct replacement for the Inferno Tower. It's a fragile flying unit with less range. It has relatively low health and moves very slowly. Even an Ice Spirit can stop it. In a large brawl, the Ice Spirit is one of the best counters against the Inferno Dragon. Once locked on, it won't chase units. So once a unit runs out of range, the Inferno charge is disrupted and it has to re-engage. Against units that don't target air, you'll want to place the Dragon between the target and its destination since it has a 4-tile attack range. Planting it too high will allow the units to run out of range. Knowing this, in a real situation you can easily counter the Inferno Dragon with fast units since the first 2 seconds are only its tier 1 damage. Since it's a delicate beast, it needs a tank in front to distract the support units. I used the Lava Hound to absorb everything while the Inferno Dragon took care of the giant. With the momentum I built up, I sent in a miner as a secondary tank. This helped keep the Inferno Dragon alive long enough that it could lock onto the tower for a few seconds, dealing thousands of damage, taking it out. It may be hard to kill with a tank, but it can be sniped with lightning. Zap can finish it off if you have the elixir to spare. Its weakness is that it retargets very slowly, so a splash unit complements it very well. The baby dragon is a great synergy. On top of it being a splank, it's also a faster air unit, so you can accelerate the Inferno Dragon. The Inferno Dragon works well as a defensive card against tanks, then turns into a counterattack for a large snowball push. Traditionally, a giant deck uses it to absorb hits, then turn into a counterattack. The Inferno Dragon can take out the giant on the enemy side. It's a weaker Inferno Tower that can counterattack. It works well with units or spells that can slow tanks, as well as with units in front to tank for it. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned for more quality OJ.
Attention, attention. Group play is here and done. Now it's officially time to get serious. Round up the goblins, make sure you feed the lava hounds, and prepare your cards. The decisive battles begin now. This will be appropriately epic.
Clash Royale! Bigger fights with everyone! Clash Royale! It's not lightning and skeletons. Duel players in real time. Destroy towers in real time. Warrior troops take a stand. Now you've got the upper hand. Destroy the king and win the crown and Clash Royale!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. How are you doing? As if it doesn't need to be said and you have not been paying attention, I can guarantee that you guys all and you guys watching at home are ready to see us crown a champion. And of course, hear that special announcement from the good folk over at Supercell. More for that later. But if you're just joining YouTube, that's great. Allow me to do a quick catch-up for you. We're down to the final 16. The 16 players who actually have a shot at taking home our $25,000 first place, ladies and gentlemen, and that epic King's Cup. Take a look around. It started here with over 300 clashers, and a couple of hours ago, it's been culled down to these guys. 8 players have fought their way through the group play using cunning, strategy, hard-won experience, plus these 8 dudes right over there. Yes, indeed, it's the YouTubers. Now, we know these guys talk a good game on their channels on YouTube. You guys all watch them. But what we're about to find out is how good it is when they're not handing out tips and tricks, but getting into the nitty-gritty. So, okay, hold up for a second. Before we pit Skeleton Army against Giant or Cannon against Hog Rider, let's go over to the always wonderful Kelly and find out just how we got here.
Thank you so much, Sean. Joining me here at the caster's desk is, of course, Galadon and Hyphonics. Guys, we've seen us go from Heat 1, where there was over like 300 players, down to the top 8 players, which are going to be facing against the YouTubers. What has been the most surprising thing so far?
I mean, we've seen a lot of people pushing through up to the last second to get in the top bracket with their very unique, unorthodox pushes.
Yep. Yeah, and the Golem Tombstone, that really, I think, took a lot of people by surprise. A lot of people got caught off guard by the extreme use of the Golem and the Tombstone today.
Is there any cards that we haven't really seen too much in the group play that you really want to see in the final 16?
I mean, personally, I've seen a lot of Graveyard, but I would like to see something besides the meta that we've been seeing, which is, you know, the Lava Hound, the Golem, the Bowler. I want to see something besides that.
Well, we've seen you and I just casted a game with an Elixir Pump and a Baby Dragon, which we don't see too often. What else do you want to see?
You know, one of my favorite cards right now is the Miner. And we haven't seen a lot of the Miner at all today, so I've been kind of surprised by that. Goblin Barrel, always one of my favorite cards. I think it just has one of the most interesting graphics, the action that the Goblins do, and the Mirror card. I talked about that earlier. Would love to see somebody pull out the Mirror.
Now, I asked you guys earlier who you thought out of all the YouTubers is the best out of them. I believe, Hyphonics, you said Yarn, and you said Ash. Do you still feel that is your pick for the top one?
I'm still going to hold on to him, okay? I am. I'm rooting.
Okay, well, I had to go for my son, Pat. So I'm still standing behind him.
Galadad and Galapat.
Father and son.
All right, well, let's make it a little dicey. Who do you think is the worst out of the 8?
The worst?
Well, you know, I've talked to a lot of them, and I asked them, how far do you think you're going to get? And I talked to Molt. He said he's going to have fun with it. He's not necessarily going to be trying to go as hard as he can, so I don't know. We'll see how that goes for him.
Well, you know, technically there are 9 YouTubers here. The 9th one is casting, so that might be your worst one.
Do you think you would have a shot if you were in the top 8? No.
I absolutely would, and this is why I'm here.
Much happier to be up here than down there.
All right.
Pressure.
Well, let's actually take a look at the top 8 from the group play and who they're going to be facing up against. I know you guys said that there was a lot of names that you recognized, and I think we have a graphic that's going to be coming up on screen soon. And there we go, the top 8. It is Mighty Tyrone, TMD, Yao Yao, Mango, Top Notch, Inferno, Colt W83, Gray, and Clyde. A few names that I actually that I didn't see at the top of Heat 2.
It's definitely changed up. I've seen Mango before, so it's surprised to see him come up here to the very top. See how he's going to play with his card combos. I don't know if he's still going to run with what he's usually been playing.
Right. I also saw TMD Yao Yao, heard earlier that he had not lost a battle like most of the day, so.
Yeah, he's going to be very intimidating, I'd say.
What about, we haven't seen Gray yet. Do you guys know anything about Gray?
I haven't seen the combinations been playing, but for the most part, this top 8 bracket, most of their gameplay has been very aggressive, besides being a passive-aggressive combos that we've been seeing.
Now, out of the names that you do recognize, is there a matchup that you want to see? Yao Yao versus Ash?
Personally, I want to see Mango going up against Molt.
Why?
Why? I mean, I've seen Mango's, and he is, it's all about cycling through correctly on his end. So I'll see how he plays against Molt here on that. But that's my personal pick of watching.
Well, what do you guys want to see? Do you want to see aggressive plays? Do you want to see defensive plays? Or as you said, passive-aggressive, maybe a middle point?
Yeah, I think these guys are probably going to be taking it to a next level. You're going to see players that can anticipate the cycle, know exactly what cards the other player has, know exactly how much elixir they have remaining, and they're going to be able to anticipate. And that's a lot of what the advanced strategy takes place, is when you know when your opponent's certain card is not prepared, that's the time you can push, or that's the time you can successfully stop a big push.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm really excited to get into the round of 16. Let's head back to Sean for more.
Yes, indeed. And the way that we're going to be taking things down is actually a new rule, which you're going to be seeing here for the first time. So a lot of excitement around that, a lot of buzz about how people are going to use that and what it's going to mean and unfolding in the play here. It is the deck conquest format that we basically are using because it forces us to have 2 decks in the contest format, and basically the 16-player bracket will have 5 cards that they can actually duplicate. So that means they've got to change things up. They can't just stick with one thing that's winning and say, that's it, I'm hiding behind that. And we've talked so much today about which cards are strong, which cards certain players on the YouTuber side, and of course, for example, the good guys that are playing against them are looking to use, and this will mean that they've got to change it up once again in this format to get through that last 16. They're all with 1 foot so close to getting that quarter. $25,000, ladies and gentlemen. That's what's on the line. That's what it's all about. You know that these guys want to play for it, and they've got to do it now. So I can imagine they're sitting back there, figuring out their decks, seeing what they're going to do, and taking it from there. For now, we're going to have a quick look at another video because there's so much action going on here, created by the good people here from YouTube. So for the second, take a look at this. We'll be right back.
I can move the cards back and forth between to spice them up a bit. So I'm hoping to use my specialty Lava Hound deck that I've been having a lot of success with. And if someone's actually able to beat me using that, I might have to freak out and move to some sort of different ground deck, maybe with the Bowler, maybe with the Giant. We'll see what happens, but I'm hoping that through the air, I'll be able to pick up a lot of wins.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you what our first matchups of the day are going to be here in the final 16. It's going to be Alvaro going up against Clyde, and it's going to be the great Clash with Ash going up against TMD Yao Yao. Now, Yao Yao is the guy that everybody was talking about earlier because he went into one of the heats, played 15 minutes, got to the top, and then just said, you know what, I'm going to sit out because I know I'm doing well. So a lot of strategy coming in there, and we're going to see how that goes down because immediately up against some really great players, which means one thing, you're in for a Clash Royale treat, the kind of treat you'd expect here from the King's Cup. So without any more messing around, we're going to start now getting really hyped up. Is this crowd ready? How are you guys doing? I tell you, I ask for one thing. Give me a nice desk, give me a little kitten cat, and I'll be completely happy. This crowd makes it perfect. We're going to have a look at this video, getting you ready for the tournament. It's about to get a lot hotter here in Los Angeles.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back once again. It is me, Malt. Super stoked to be here with you guys today because we're going to be talking about preparing for tournaments. So first, why don't we talk about preparing for the crowd, preparing for playing against so many people. There's a lot of different factors that go into it. There's the nerves that go into it. There's just kind of dealing with the surroundings and knowing that people could be watching you. There is a lot of stuff around deck building and preparing and trying to figure out who you're going to face and all these sorts of things. So we're going to go ahead and dive into that today and look more specifically at a couple of these things. When it comes to preparing for the pressure of all of these people around you, the best thing for me is just being able to seclude yourself, okay? So whether that means wearing a hat or wearing headphones so that you can kind of shut yourself off and practicing like that at home or wherever it is that you're going to be playing, because if you have your headphones in and you can't hear the sounds around you, a lot of times that can kind of help you put you in the zone, especially if it's something you're familiar with when you play or practice like that at home. Some people may wonder, do I need to research the players that I'm going to be facing, like the big guys? I would dare to say no. I mean, in general, it's just better to know what kind of decks are working right now, how to defend them, and how to play them. So you shouldn't only come in knowing how to play one deck or knowing how to defend one deck. You should come in knowing how to play multiple decks, whether that's a Lava Hound deck or whether it's a Hog deck, Royal Giant deck, Mortar deck, whatever it needs or whatever it is. You either need to know how to play it or you need to know how to defend it. So if you don't enjoy one specific style of gameplay and you don't think that you'll be playing that, you need to be able to expect it and know how to defend it with the type of decks that you enjoy. Just like anything in life, practice makes perfect. I've always said that, I've always understood that. The more that you practice with a specific deck, or the more that you practice defending against a specific deck, the better you're going to do. So if you're struggling against a certain type of deck, have your friends play you, and you need to get better at defending it, and knowing when you can push, and when you defend, etc., etc. Practice is going to make all of this so much easier. When it comes to deck building strategies, it is a lot of fun to build your own sometimes, but that also doesn't mean that that deck is going to be very good when there is a meta that's already been sort of discovered. So with the King's Cup coming up, it would be good to look at what other YouTubers like myself, Nick, or Pat, or Orange Juice, any of them, all the other guys, look at what they're using in friendly battles and see how it works. Also, you can go join tournaments, do challenges, things of that, and see what is winning. That's what you need to do, because what is winning is most likely going to be winning at the King's Cup and other tournaments that you take a place in. I hope you guys learned a lot today about preparing for a tournament. Again, biggest thing is be comfortable. Make sure that you know what you're getting into, and obviously if there's going to be a lot of players around you, then practice with headphones on, or practice with a hat on, practice with a hoodie on, whatever it may be. Practice in a setting that when you are at the King's Cup, you can still feel like you are in that setting yourself. And remember, when it comes to decks, you can have fun and build your own and try and surprise people, but make sure that you know and research what is popular at that time, knowing how to defend it and how to play it yourself as well.
I'm going to go ahead and say it. I don't even mind. I gush over Molt. He's absolutely fantastic. I always love what he's got to say, always laying it out on the line. And that's why it's so much fun being here, having those YouTubers there, dropping the knowledge bombs, and why it's so much fun to see all these players that have traveled from all over to be here, play together, share strats, keep things exciting. It's been a great one so far, and it's going to get even greater. But before we get into that, I'm going to pass it up to my lovely co-host, Kelly. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Sean. I know you guys really want to get into the round of 16, but before we do that, we've seen a lot of amazing games going on today, a lot of amazing plays, and we're going to be looking at the top 3 highlights of the group play.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at the first one. I believe it is going to be, oh, I can't even say these names. Ignacio versus Furovox.
It looks like he's going in right away with an aggressive hog with a lightning combo. And I mean, we're going straight off into sudden death here.
Right, you got time running out. We're into overtime right now. Golem right on the river from Ignacio, and it's going to get pulled over. There's the graveyard, and maybe that's what's going to happen. Big clutch graveyard. Trying to stop it with the Ice Golem and the Mega Minion, but that's about half that tower just instantly there in a few seconds. Now you've got Twin Ice Wizards. Is that a new card? I've never
I'm not
seen
sure,
that before.
but being not being able to answer the graveyard goes ahead and just takes so much damage off the bat right there on his end. But he's going for a really strong pusher with the log going into compensation to take it out, and it looks like it's going to give him so much value.
Yep, the log wiped out those archers. The Hog Rider looks like it might not get there. Nope, this is so close. A full minute overtime expired. There comes another graveyard, trying to stop it with the Ice Wizard and the Ice Golem. And you can see, watch the hit points not tick off. Those skeletons just couldn't get
absolutely.
there.
That was a very good play on his end right there. He went ahead and just kept him busy. But he's going to keep on cycling a hog right there with the lightning. And almost takes it out there for his push. With the log coming in, nicking it down to nothing almost.
Yep, yet another graveyard going down from Ignacio. And that's going to do it this time. The graveyard skeletons all over the place.
Yeah, no, the graveyard comes in for the win right here. Once again, we got another play right here going here with the Lava Hound and a Mega Minion combo right there with the Hog passing right underneath.
Yep, again in overtime, and you can see the Lava Hound is going to bypass that furnace, get straight to the tower, but laughter from Nunez as the fireball gets in and
doesn't
ends
have
the
enough
battle.
time. We have 3 Muskies pushing through, which is something we don't usually see because the meta is completely based off the lightning these days. So to see someone run with this is quite different.
Yeah, we saw this earlier. This is the replay we were just talking about earlier with Dart Jar Jar, and he got that tower down, the Musketeers getting the job done.
Beautiful. Almost going for like the 6.
And time running out. Yeah, there were about 5 Musketeers down there. It was pretty much all over. That was just for accent points, I think.
Yeah, well, but he got a good clean play right off the bat right there with just pushing Muskies, which is interesting. We don't see it.
Do you think that Darth Jar Jar is going to be going in with 3 Musketeers into the top 16?
I'd say.
It's going to be tough. I mean, to play the 3 Musketeers, you kind of have to have that Elixir Collector, and I think a lot of players are prepared to counter that, so that'll be interesting. It could be, I mean, that's what I want to see, diversity.
Yeah, no, it's going to be completely different because, you know, running with a pump right here, we don't see that much anymore. So seeing him maybe play with that with the 3 Musketeers and seeing him pull a win with that, that would be incredible.
Well, yeah, we saw a win earlier today with the Elixir pump, and it makes you wonder, like, you see these shifts in the meta, and it's really just one YouTuber that tries something out, and it works, and then everyone starts doing it.
Yeah.
Is there anything that's ever happened with you in that sense?
Well, with playing something that's unorthodox, you really have to have your own kind of mix to it to go up against what everyone already is playing.
Yeah.
How about you, Galadon?
Well, there's a YouTuber down there that told me earlier that he's got a big surprise in store for these final games. I don't want to give it up because I don't want to give anybody a disadvantage, but I think we're going to see at least one card that we haven't seen all day being used in these finals.
Oh, and I don't want to try and figure out what it is because then it's going to spoil it, right?
Yeah.
So out of today, you guys, any information, any exciting news that you have, anything that you're looking forward to?
Well, you know, like you brought up, I just would love to see what kind of different combinations with our YouTubers, because I've talked with them, and from what I'm getting at, they're going to be building something completely different with their combinations besides what everyone's playing. So.
That's right. What do you guys think about the Conquest deck? It's a 2-deck Conquest?
I'm excited about that. The idea that you've got to win with 2 different decks over the same opponent, it's going to be a bit of a disadvantage should you lose, because the winner is going to switch to their other deck. And the loser won't know what that new deck is, but the winner may know what the loser had for the first deck. So that first battle is going to be key. But I do like the idea that it forces players to be versatile and not just a one-deck pony.
It's going to be really exciting, guys. And I believe the games are going to be coming up very soon. But before we do that, let's head back to Sean at the host desk.
Kelly, always a pleasure to have you. Sending it over to me here at the desk. I'm looking out at all these fantastic faces. Over 300 of you traveled out today. How are you guys doing? Guys, are you ready to see us going into the final 16? Come on, guys. 8 of these guys, this is their first time up on the stage. They're going to have a little bit of nerves. We're going to need you to give them some serious love. Are you ready to meet your final 16 and your 8 hopefuls? That is absolutely it. Without further ado, let's get this going. Show some love.
He's a fireball throwing, skeleton army evoking, son of a dragon. And he also possesses immaculate grooming. Maximum respect for Clyde. Here to shine his shining smile on this shiny sunshine state. He talks fast, he clashes faster, and the only thing standing between him and the grand prize is this intro. The Clash Conquistador, Alvaro!
Well, guys, that is it. They're standing there, they're ready. It's literally moments away from getting ready here. Guys, one more time for your first 2 contestants. Make some noise! You are such a fantastic crowd, and we are about to get underway with what can only be a fantastic game. So, it's time for one more. Up to you, Kelly.
Thank you so much, Sean. Back here at the caster's desk, and we're going to talk a little bit about the 2 amateurs that we just saw go on the stage. What do you guys think of them?
Well, I feel like they've been playing some versatile combos, so I want to see what they're going to be playing right here and what they're going to be doing differently in order to give themselves a surprise against their opponents.
Right. And I wouldn't go so far as to call Alvaro an amateur, but he's a solid player. He beat me in the initial tournament that we had back in Helsinki.
Oh,
in the
I'm
early
sorry
days.
then. I feel bad now.
But no, he's definitely a pro, but it'll be interesting to see how these guys do up against it, especially being the first competition here, the first guys on stage.
Yeah, no.
Well, they talk a lot, or I believe Sean's talked a little bit about what I like to call tournament jitters, and that going in front of a camera, going in front of a live audience, it really can change the way that you play. Do you guys ever have those kind of nerves when you go play?
Well, playing in front of an audience is completely different when you're just playing at home. The setting, like Molt talked about, the setting is completely different. So, you know, we have players that are great, but maybe playing in front of an audience might make them slip up on some, their plays and whatnot. So, who knows?
It changes the dynamic. I mean, these guys, obviously, the YouTubers have a bit of an advantage. A lot of these guys have been in these organized tournaments before. Most of these 8 were in the original Helsinki tournament. That wasn't in front of a crowd, but it was televised. So, we'll see.
Well, enough of the banter, everyone. Let's get into the first game of the round of 16. And I believe we're going to be looking at it in just a second, everyone. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, well, let's go.
Absolutely.
Let's see it. Here we go, starting it off.
All right.
Giving a good luck.
Okay. I don't even know who's who. Alan Ribeiro and Mandrake?
Let's see here. Who's going to be doing their first pushes off the bat?
Looks like we've got Alvaro is going to be blue. So just have to watch here and see. There we go. Okay. So we've got
starting it off with both of them running with archers.
Yep, there we go. Okay, so we've got Baby Dragon so far from Alvaro.
Not being able to let it get through,
Mandrake.
stopping and answering it.
Yep, okay, so another quiet time. They're both saving up. Max out elixir, and there comes the golem. Golems on both sides. Both players dropping the golem in the same spot at the same time.
This could sometimes come out to being an awkward situation. It's going to be interesting to see who they're going to be getting themselves a push through on their ends.
Yep, what do they have as supporting units? What's going to go down next as they both meet and pass each other on the bridge? There's the tombstone, and like we said, we've seen golem tombstone almost all day long.
Yep, and we got a little bit of mechanical in here.
Lumberjack, I love it. Lumberjack is going to hack away at that golem, and there's a cannon down to pull off the other golem away.
I feel like they both did pretty well in answering each other, but it just seems like he's going to be getting through just quite a bit with that lumberjack.
Yep, the golemites split. They went to 2 different towers, and lots of damage on the right-hand side. The lumberjack is not going to get to use that rage spell. The archer maybe gets 1 shot off in the rage before she goes
giving
down.
a well play, getting a good chip damage right off the bat.
Yep, so Alvaro looks like he's resetting as well. We've seen all but 1 card from both players.
We still don't know what that is, but they're both going to be pushing golems here.
Yep, I would not be surprised if... There it is. Alvaro's golem down again, so we're going to see another trade.
We're going to go again for another exchange in the same lane with them here.
And you can see the tombstone on defense did a lot better than the cannon did for Alvaro on defense. And you could just see the amount of damage on that right tower. And Mandrake's golem just slightly ahead.
Yep, they're going ahead and doing the same setup here with the entire thing. Let's see how that works out this time.
Yeah, that lumberjack so fast, putting up so much DPS, helps take down that golem, and then we'll turn around and head towards the opposing lane. But no, he's going to go down this time.
And
the
that
golem
golem still makes contact. If they keep playing like this is not going to be in the good situation for them here.
Under 1,000 hit points, and Mandrake already with another golem down.
This time he's not putting it in the back. He's putting it more of a front here.
Yep, and Alvaro's golem is going down the left lane this time, choosing rather than just everything going down the same right lane.
This could be a good idea,
tough.
pushing off into a different situation. But the thing is, once again, the tombstone going down.
You have the Mega Minion in support of the golem from the red player, and the Mega Minion is going to wander off and go after that dragon. Both players of Mega Minions
And the
with a full-size
lumberjack
golem,
and the golem get through.
It's all over there. The lumberjack gets all the way into the King's Tower, full-size golem. That's not good. That lumberjack about to go down. Time runs out.
And that's going to conclude it right there.
Yep. So tough one right there. Whew. The tombstone making a big difference.
Absolutely.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about that then. How did the tombstone make such a difference in that game?
Well, I think that actually the lumberjack was probably the big key. I mean, the tombstone was one of the differences in the deck. You saw a tombstone as a defensive structure versus a cannon, but that lumberjack, man.
Yeah, no, like we talked about, the tombstone comes into good hand, but the lumberjack was what really helped speed it up to take out the golem from it getting any hits really on the tower the entire game.
Yeah, and he didn't even need the rage spell. You're talking about 200 hit points or so per strike. It's just so fast, such a fast attack speed. Tough to stop. If you let him get to a tower, you're in a world of hurt.
So with the 2 deck conquest that we're doing, Mandrake can keep 5 cards, I believe.
Yes, and there's going to be 2 cards that are going to be changed.
Right, yeah, I think they can change. They have to change a minimum of 3 cards for the second deck.
Cards do you think he's going to change?
Well, it could be, we could see a completely different deck. Or
That's right.
you could see another golem-based deck with just slight variations, like the cannon versus tombstone. The lumberjack is kind of unusual to see with the golem deck. So it won't be long, they'll be back up again. And or we could see something completely different, something we haven't seen today, siege decks.
I mean, it could be different, but I feel like they're still going to be pushing with probably the same golem deck, just changed up, reversed around with something different, compensating with it. But it could completely change it.
The game should be getting underway very soon, everyone. Thank you all for joining us. And there we go, getting into game 2 of the first set.
All right. Lots of pressure on Alvaro here as blue. And so we've got the player names and the in-game names are different, so it's a little confusing. So we've got Clyde ahead 1-0, Clyde being Mandrake, coming with the Lava Hound right off the bat.
And we're seeing a change. We got a giant coming down over here.
Yep, so both players showing different styles here this time. Lava Hound moving in, Giant moving in. We'll just have to wait and see what we see in support.
Yep, and we have once again the cannon going here for the distraction to take it off to the side, but the tombstone as well for the Giant to follow along.
Yep, some support you there. You got the minions trying to work on that giant as it moves in. You got Ice Golem, always good to see. And of course the Mega Minion, so powerful, so popular today. Maybe one of the most popular cards today has been that Mega Minion.
Yeah, and it's not allowing anything with the Lava Hound to get any success.
Nope. No, the Lava Hound just vaporized, and the Lava Pups never touched the tower. Another Lumberjack, and
Lumberjack's
it looks like
actually
it's
gonna make contact.
Oh, the giant just in time, just stops that Lumberjack from locking on.
Down to the half-second right there,
Check
just to stop it.
So little, so much of a big change.
Yeah.
One more tile, and that Lumberjack just halves that tower in hit points.
If that Lumberjack was able to get through, that would have been a lot of hits, but that was a good play right there.
Yeah, the lightning
The
takes
minions
out
are
that
getting
Musketeer, and the minions, even zapped, are just going to annihilate that tower. Lots of damage coming on that tower. That's the thing. Zap is not going to stop
right
them.
there. If the minions are not unattended and stop through, they completely melt through a tower.
Yep. Yep, and Clyde looking solid right here. Alvaro's tower badly damaged with about 1.5 minutes left. Both resetting, and here comes the Lava Hound down the left lane.
Now, he seems to be doing very good on attending to stop the Lava Hound here, but the Lumberjack might be the problem he might encounter. We have a bowler coming down.
Yep, that's the first time we've seen Alvaro's bowler. He's pushing down the right-hand lane, so seeing if he can maybe force Clyde to work on some defense here. He's got the giant bowler together. Clyde's got the Ice Golem, and that Lava Hound moving in on the tower. Musketeer going to try to slow it down, but it is going to arrive, and it's going to be a matter of how he deals with the Lava Pups.
And the lightning coming in right there.
Again.
If that Lava Hound is unattended, that is going to get so much damage.
Yeah, it's finally going to go down. The cannon going to distract the Pups, but the damage has been done. Under 500 left on that tower. The Lava Pups didn't do any damage, but the Hound, so much.
No, the tower's down to 429 HP, 37 seconds left. This is going to be cutting it close.
Yep, Alvaro trying to put together a push down that right-hand lane. There is a defensive Lumberjack. Lots of elixir being used by Clyde to defend against this push because he knows really that there's not a lot left for him to do, but just some direct damage on that tower, and he's got the win.
All he has to really do is cycle through the lightning at this point, and he's going to have this one in the bag.
Yep, we're under 15 seconds left. Here comes the final 10-second countdown. It doesn't look good. There's the lightning, 83 hit points
We
left.
don't know what his last card is, but I'm feeling it's going to be something to end it here.
Well, the zap would not be enough, but
arrows coming in,
and that's it.
And concluding it.
Oh my gosh. It's almost like he planned that. It's almost like he knew. A zap spell wouldn't have been enough damage to take that tower down, but the arrows were, and that's what he had.
I'm surprised how he saved that to the very, very end of the game right there. You'd think he would use that, but no.
I'm telling you, this is some next level gameplay right here.
No, that was surprising. We already have one tuber down now. Clyde 2-0s him. Now, the person that's going to be going up against Clyde next, what do you think that they were really watching and learned from that game?
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously taking a close look at what they're using. The Lava Hound has been a very popular card. We heard Pat talk about that earlier. And, of course, Golem Tombstone.
But, I mean, what we've seen really come through on this game that prevailed was the Lumberjack.
The Lumberjack,
yeah,
you're right.
Really prevailed through to get this win here. I'd be intimidated if I were the YouTubers right now.
Yeah.
I believe we're going to be looking at our next game coming up in just a few moments, everyone. But I want to talk a little bit more about that game that we just saw there. What could have Alvaro done differently? Because it seemed really rough at the start of it, but then it kind of seemed to like even out towards the middle and late part of the game.
Yeah, Alvaro did a good job of countering that first Lava Hound push. He shut it down completely. There was no damage done to his tower. But again, like you said, Hyphonics, that Lumberjack gets in there and changes the complexion of the deck completely.
Yeah, no, that Lumberjack really came in for the prevailing, but I'd say maybe doing better positive elixir trades. He was getting a little bit stressed out at the very end just because he was getting so much tip damage on his tower by the end of it.
Well, that is the first set done, everyone. One YouTuber is out, but we have more to come, everyone. Let's head back to Sean at the host desk.
Oh my goodness, only one down and already so much excitement. What on earth was happening there? Everybody thought the YouTubers would do well, and here they go. Already at the first hurdle, we see one stumble out. Let's have a quick look at the bracket of what's gone on right now. We did, of course, see Alvaro get bested there by Clyde in some real strength way, and we know what's coming up. We know what we're looking for, which is our next setup, which will be Clash with Ash versus that great player that everybody's been buzzing about, TMD Yao Yao. That's coming up right here in a second. But of course, having all these YouTubers here means one thing. It means we get to ask them to tell us all sorts of goodies about Clash Royale right for you, all these videos. So what we're going to do from Chief Pat, when he comes up later, we're going to look at a video from him. So for now, Chief Pat, take it away.
So the most annoying card to me has to be the Miner. I just hate the miner over and over again, beating down my towers, taking out my elixir collectors, taking out my princess. The miner is just, feels like it's too good sometimes, and yeah, it's never fun to play against.
He has bravely battled his way from Woodbury, Michigan to compete head-to-head with Chief Pat. We hope your free spell still works here in Los Angeles. Gray! Veteran Clasher and Supercell's first son. He came in search of free gems and found himself drawn in by the call of the cup. You all know him, you all love him, the Chief of Chiefs, Chief Pat.
Well, there they stand, ladies and gentlemen. The last tweaks being done to their systems, getting them ready to go. Guys, can we hear? Who's going to think Chief Pat takes it? What about our contender, Gray? Come on, make some noise for Gray! Yes, indeed. I know where my bet's lying. I'm not going to tell you till it's done, but I can guarantee it'll be a good one. We've already seen one YouTuber go out. Here we've got another two standing ready. But of course, in order to do that, it's time to pass over to the lovely Kelly Link.
Thank you once again, Sean, and everyone. We got Chief Pat versus Gray. Now, when I asked earlier today, what YouTuber do you think was going to make it all the way to the end, you said Chief Pat.
I have high hopes for Pat. I mean, he did really well in the original tournament. He just barely missed the cut in the big Helsinki tournament that was won by Jason. Ash made it, but I think that Pat's been practicing pretty hard, and he's got some things in store.
A comment that you made that he's never lost a friendly battle?
At the time when he was live streaming, he offered to put anybody that could beat him in a friendly battle permanently on his overlay, and at that point, nobody had ever beaten him.
I'll tell you, I played him a few times. I've never won once.
I've never beaten him either.
Well, this is going to be a really exciting game, guys. I believe the game is getting underway very soon. It is, again, Chief Pat versus Gray, the second set of the round of 16.
All right.
Let's see how your son does.
Keep that trophy in the family. All right. So there we go. Chief Pat in blue. He is at the bottom of the screen. And then Too Strong is going to be Gray. And I can't wait to see what Chief Pat's bringing here. Princess right away, right at the river. Yeah, from Gray.
That's more of an ambitious start right there, rather than putting in the very bad.
I think he was just hoping for maybe some quick chip damage, but Chief Pat had the tombstone down already, and that made sure the Princess didn't touch that tower.
Mega Minion is not going to get a chance to get the
Goblin Barrel.
Goblin.
He's got the Goblin Barrel. Pat is going to, well, pretty well controlled between the tower and the Mega Minion.
I feel like he answered it pretty well.
Skeleton Army, Pat's least favorite card is on the scene. The miner is on that tower, chipping away. The tombstone prevents any more damage from those last two skeletons.
He's active right away, and he's got his miner on his end over there chipping it out. And the Mega Minion does get through.
A bit of a, I don't know, was that misdirection? Pat talking about how much he hated the miner, and then he drops the miner himself.
Talk about contradicting yourself there.
I'm telling you. Princess working away, cross lane defending. And, all right. The Ice Wizard going to take the Princess out. Tombstone still draining. And another Goblin Barrel coming down the right-hand side.
And it looks like he's not going to be able to answer it quick enough. It's going to get some damage right there.
That is a lot of damage. But Pat's done. Look at the left tower. Pat really grinding down under 1,200 on that tower. So he is in the lead in there.
And we have a Lava Hound to start it off here.
Yep, so Miner coming on Pat's right tower, but Pat's got that Lava Hound. It's going to have to be dealt with. That is a tough combination. That Hound gets down there, and Pat manages to drop a Miner when the Hound is breaking into Fire Spirits. That's going to be tough. Lava Pups, rather.
Let's see how Gray goes ahead. He goes ahead and compensates with that Inferno Tower to stop the Lava Hound.
Yep, and that's going to throw things off. The Lava Hound never going to get there. The tower's going to have time to work on the Lava Pups. And the last pup is going to fall without any of them getting to that tower. Another barrel. Could be some more chip damage.
And that's going to be taking everything out. It looks like something happened on Chief Pat's side here. He's not been able to drop anything.
No, Pat's experiencing technical difficulties. I can see something's going on there. He's stuck at full elixir.
It seems like he's not able to drop anything right now.
Nope, nope. All right. All right, so it looks like maybe they're going to
I believe they're going to do a restart.
Yeah.
This is going to probably have to be a rematch here.
Well, it's like working with kids and animals, right? Something bad's going to happen. It's the same thing with iPads.
Exactly. You never know for sure.
You never
Sometimes
know.
connections. And I don't know. We'll have to see.
It's rough, and it's never a fun time when someone DCs, right? Because you don't know really how that game was going to play out and what's going to happen next. Because although a lot of this is about strategy and how good the player is, a good portion of it is also luck.
Yeah. It can be. It can be.
Well, now they kind of know what they're expecting at this time, so this is going to be a little bit more. They're definitely on their feet now on what to be expected.
All right. Well, I think we're actually going to get into the game, guys. Oh, wait, no. 1 second, everyone.
All right.
It's just so much action and so much excitement, and everything's breaking.
I'm still perplexed by Pat's use of the miner after we just saw that video clip with him trash talking
Just
the miner.
because you hate something doesn't mean you can't use it yourself.
What is it called? If you hate it, you just join it yourself?
Exactly.
When you hate it, embrace it.
Embrace it. Okay,
Yes,
that's what it
yes.
is.
And
I think
that's what
that's
he did.
exactly what Pat's doing.
Okay, okay.
So, out of that game, what do you think Pat, because it looked like Pat was losing, but obviously that could have been on his iPad
I
side.
feel like he was going to bring it back, though, regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw that last Goblin Barrel go down and there wasn't a zap spell to answer, I figured something had to be wrong there.
Do you think we're going to see another princess play it out really aggressively?
Well, you know, I would say yes, but then no, just because, as you were saying, Don, he dropped it so he would be able to get himself maybe just a little bit of chip damage, right? But Chief Pat has got the tombstone. Go ahead and stop it from being able to get anything.
Right, so much hinges upon that starting hand. Pat had that tombstone down already, so the princess never had a chance.
We see our YouTubers right there. Yarn holding up the sad king.
Lots of crying faces.
Lots of crying faces. Well, I know that everyone wants to get back into the action, guys, because we are here at the round of 16. One YouTuber, Alvaro, is out, and we are now on to the second set, which is Chief Pat versus Gray. Oh, and we are ready now, guys, to get back into that game. The second set, it is Chief Pat versus Gray. Let's get right to it.
All right, so this might change the complexion just a little bit. Both of these players having a better idea of what is in the deck. And yeah, I
Both
really like
giving
to
each
see the
other
strategy
good luck
over the
here.
Miners. Miners on both sides. We'll see if it switches around. There's
Gray's
that
starting
Goblin
it off.
Barrel once again. So what I would expect is that Pat has that zap spell, and he's going to know now that the Goblin Barrel is there the rest of this battle. And that sometimes is one of those key cards that the first time you play it, that's when you're going to get the most damage when your opponent's not prepared to counter.
No, I agree. I feel like Chief Pat's going to be going ahead and keeping that zap all the time in his cycle, but being prepared for that Barrel of Goblin to come through.
Exactly. And Pat going with the Lava Hound early.
Tries to
Oh, there it is. All right, so the Inferno Tower goes down, working on that Lava Hound. The Inferno Tower is going to fall, though, and
the pumps are going to get a little bit, but the princess is going to go ahead and take out all of it.
Cross lane protection works out pretty well. The princess damaged, but she was still alive. Another Goblin Barrel.
Let's see, he's going to have a zap ready for that. It looks like the minion's going to have to be the answer.
Yeah, but that tower is getting ground down. Again, just chip damage, under 1,500 left on Pat's left tower.
Let's see here. We got the princess not allowing anything to get through here, but the Ice Wizard is going to be chipping away slowly.
Yeah, check her out, going both lanes, defending the left lane, turning, defending the right lane against the Ice Wizard, and back again on the left lane.
Yeah,
Man,
the Tombstone's keeping it busy. Let's see. We are probably going to be expecting a very big push here.
Yeah, there's the Lava Hound once again. Miner coming down at the same time. And the Mega Minion's going to work on that Miner, and then there's the counter.
With the Fireball going ahead and taking that Mega Minion down to almost no health whatsoever. I think that Princess is going to finish it off.
Yeah, the Princess is going to be locked onto the Lava Hound, but you can see her splash got rid of the Mega Minion as well.
It's he goes ahead and drops a Miner to stop the Princess right there.
Yep. Finally got that Princess down. She got a lot of damage all over the place. Without a log, it's tough to stop that Princess from just being massive on defense.
We're down to 52 seconds. It seems like Chief Pat can't get a good grip of just getting a hit.
Goblin Barrel and the Miner simultaneously, and that is going
the
to
tower is going to go down here.
Damage on that tower. That
the 33 HP with the Princess coming and finishing it off.
The Princess takes the tower down. It's so tough when you don't have the log in your deck. You watch that Princess, and it's just so hard. You hate to have to use the Miner to stop her, and she got in there, and she was the final blow.
Pat's going to be going ahead and pushing on the opposite lane here. 22 seconds left. Once again, Barrel Goblin and Miner, and that's going to be getting some significant hits once again.
Yeah, that's tough. That really confounded Pat's strategy there. Both of those towers of Grays still with a lot of health. Final 10 seconds. And it's just a matter of letting the time run out.
It's not going to be able to be possible to finish out here with a win.
That was tough. Good game from Gray. That was well played. Both players.
Gray brings it in.
Solid game.
I mean, we saw Gray win there, and Chief Pat is down one game, but of course he can make it back in the next two games. What does he have to do differently?
I'd say to be able to expect the Barrel of Goblin with the Miner, that right there was the problem. I feel cycling.
Right, you could see that Gray was waiting that whole battle for that one opportunity that he could have them both simultaneously arrive. You know, they were getting played one, then the other, and finally in that last minute you saw both, and that was just devastation.
I believe we actually have some replays from that last game. Maybe the play.
I mean, he definitely found that sweet spot just so he can get the most damage.
Exactly.
It was all about that timing right there for him. Other than that, every time it was a good stop on Pat's side.
Yep.
All right, here's the replay. I think.
Looking at the end of the battle, yeah, that was tough. It's anticipation. Again, you're looking at like Gray watching when the zap is up. Here we go, with about a minute left.
Now, they both played Miner.
Yeah, that Princess, and here it is. There it is, the exact same time they both pop up just about. Pat trying furiously to defend with the Ice Wizard, with a Tombstone, and with a Mega Minion, but there wasn't enough there, and the Princess, man. See, she did get countered by the Miner, but maybe about 5 seconds too late.
Yeah, no, if Pat was able to cycle through a zap fast enough on that one, that would be completely stopped.
That's true, yeah,
Well,
exactly.
Pat isn't going to be changing his deck. That is going to be Gray. Now, what cards do you think he's going to get rid of?
Oh boy, that's a tough call. I mean, you know, if you're up 1-0 like that, do you change completely?
Yeah, it's going to be really
Depends
hard.
upon the
If I
player.
was in his position, you know, getting a good win like that, you wouldn't want to change just because you got it so locked down. I'm not too sure what he's going to change with it, but I feel like he's definitely going to stick with the Barrel Goblins.
Well, I think we're going to find out, guys, because Game 2 is ready to go in the second set. We're going to see if Chief Pat can maybe take a win off of the player Gray. The support from the
Lots of
audience.
support for both players out there. Love it.
Going into Game 2 here.
All right, so now we'll see whether Gray changes the deck completely or maybe just changes out the support cards a little bit, support units, only having to change 3 cards.
We have an Ice.
Yep, Ice
Oh,
with the
Graveyard.
Graveyard Ice Golem on the left-hand side. And
Chief
the
Pat's using an Ice Wizard.
Trying hard, but you can see that that's going to be at least 500-600 hit points off that tower right away. And the Ice Golem got there.
And the Archer's going to go ahead and finish out with a cherry on top with a couple more hits.
Yep, so we're down just about 1,000 hit points right away, first 45 seconds.
And Chief Pat's combo got completely zapped out.
That's tough. Yeah, that entire push down the right-hand lane got stopped by Gray. That was just mastery right there. That was a tough combination.
Yep, Gray has not been touched yet whatsoever. He played it very well in defense.
Gray dropping the thumbs up. Little psychological warfare maybe going on right there.
Trying to get inside the player's head.
Yep. But that's a combination that players, even the YouTubers were talking about earlier today, the Graveyard and Ice Golem.
Let's see, we're going to be going and getting a bowler in there.
Yep, so you've got the bowler working its way down. Pat again with the Lava Hound.
The Tombstone's going to go ahead and keep it busy.
Yep. It's the Ice Golem in front, so the bowler is going to peel off after that Tombstone, but there is
Once again
another
with the graveyard right there.
Yep. I love the look of that card. This time, though, the Minion's going to do a good job of stopping the Skeletons and not a lot of damage this time.
I'd say the Minions is a really good choice on his end right there to defend it, but he still gets hits with it.
Yep, that was chip damage, still maybe another 200 or so.
Let's see your chip. Pat is going to be getting some hits with the Minions, maybe.
Looks good, though. That's a
He's
lot
looking
of units
good.
on
The Mega Minion gets through.
Oh, this could be the whole tower.
He's going to take the tower.
That's the whole tower. Oh, listen to the crowd. Everybody's so excited for Pat. Just right there, that tower just completely vaporized in about 5 seconds. You could see it coming.
Stand. That was a beautiful, beautiful play right there.
It's
52
all about
seconds left here on the
clock. All about the
clock.
counter push. You could hear the crowd knew it. Even when those units were just about at the bridge, they knew that that tower was going to go down.
Yeah, no, that combo was very deadly and melted through in just a second.
Yep. Yep, Gray maybe overextending himself a bit on that last push. Only grabbed some chip damage, and Pat just
playing very
immediately wipes out
aggressively
that
on
tower.
the defense there.
Yep.
He is
so now
not
it's
trying
just
to
a
let it
matter
get
of
through.
holding off. 30 seconds left. There's another Graveyard. Pat's got to counter it with something, and that Graveyard's going to be tough. There's the Ice Wizard. It's going to slow things down. Look at it attract all of the Skeletons onto the Ice Wizard. Great counter right there. And
The tower is getting some hits right there, down to 560.
13, about 10 seconds left. And it's Gray only with a fireball is direct damage in the
Yeah,
zap.
with 6 seconds
Here
left,
it
this
comes.
Graveyard's
It's
not
not
gonna
going to
be
be
able
enough
to do
time.
it.
No, 3. The Minion's going to stall.
With a fireball coming in to try to finish it off.
Not quite.
Wow, wow.
A close game, guys.
Very close.
Chief Pat and Gray now 1-1. Now Chief Pat has to change his deck, and I'm going to ask you guys the same question. What is he going to change?
Oh my goodness,
What can
that's
he
exciting.
afford to get rid of?
Well, let's be honest, he has to expect the graveyard now.
Right.
And that right there, if he had more time, he could have easily taken him out.
Right, so we might see something like maybe the Skeleton Army that gets in there. That's a great counter, but Pat was doing a great job. The Ice Wizard, surprisingly effective, getting in there, drawing all the skeletons in, and the minions, you know, a 3 elixir counter to the graveyard. Again, the graveyard was still getting that chip damage, but, you know,
Yeah,
it's
but it wasn't
exciting to
as
see
much as a
Pat come back.
commitment like a minion horde, so.
Oh,
it was a
absolutely,
very
yeah.
clean
Minion
play.
Horde is going to completely neutralize the graveyard, but then you're not talking about a positive elixir trade.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, it looked like Gray actually had the lead there at the start of game 2, but it shifted over, especially with that push on the left side. What exactly transpired to allow that to happen?
Well, it was just a very aggressive combo that was not being able to answer.
One huge counter.
And that's all it takes.
Yep.
All right, well, maybe we'll see that one huge counter in the final game. Everyone, it is Chief Pat versus Gray, 1-1 right now, and we're going into game 3.
Love it. Go, Pat. All right.
See some bias here.
Here we go. Oh, you know, I mean, you know, fellow YouTubers, so keep it in the family. Pat with the rage right away.
Don't let Galadon down.
Pat with the Raging King. He's got that Tombstone down again right away. It's a very versatile card. Probably maybe one of the most popular cards we've seen all day.
Yep.
Was the Tombstone.
Gray going here, compensating with his high school with the Mega Minion.
Yeah, lots of cheap, smaller units right here. Nothing, no big units.
We are seeing a dragon, though.
Pat brought the log this time, though. I like it. Pat's got the log. He's ready for that princess, although he's already dropped it down.
And once again, like we've talked about, the graveyard's back in.
The golem is in there, and the archer's going to do a good job. Look, the tower hasn't been touched. Right there.
Fireball going
Finally,
in
the
right there.
fireball goes down, but that graveyard did not do a thing to the tower.
Yeah, no, he definitely did very well in defending, and that Mega Minion's going to go in. Great
Watch
taking out that
for this
bowler.
golem. This is trouble. Yeah, the Mega Minion, great support. It's going to
That
wipe out the
golem's gonna be
golem's going to
making
get to the tower.
If unattended, that Mega Minion's gonna get
golem's
through
on
the
the tower.
dragon.
The Mega Minion's wiping out the archers.
The combination right there is gonna melt the
This
tower.
tower has no chance. Dragon, and that is just annihilation. Wow, once again, another single huge push from Pat and a tower early.
We still have a whole minute and 36 seconds left, and the tower is already out so aggressively and taking damage on the main.
Yeah, you're waiting to see if you saw some sort of defensive structure go down from Gray. There wasn't anything to pull that golem off path. Full size and even a lot of damage off the King's Tower.
See here, Gray's going ahead and setting up his next push here with the bowler.
Yeah, so I would expect Pat to go pretty conservative from here on out. You see he's got the golem going down the right-hand side. Both of his towers are pretty close in hit points. So the golem probably going down the right because the bowler is coming down the right.
Yep.
Pat
Yeah, the
obviously
graveyard
not trying to take another tower. He just wants to focus on defense.
If I was in Pat's situation, I'd be playing it very defensively. He's got this one in the great advantage. And we got
Smart
ourselves
play
a double
right
elixir.
there. Stop the graveyard. There's the Inferno Tower we didn't see earlier when that golem came in. That's going to stop that golem from getting to the tower. But again, Pat, with the golem, baby dragon, mega minion combo, that was so deadly that on that left tower.
And it looks like he's going to be getting through once again almost.
Another mid-drop golem, and this second tower is under a lot of
Such
pressure.
an aggressive start right there.
And the
Right in the
lightning
center,
spell,
lightning as
Pat's
well.
last card, the lightning spell, and that's pretty much the game right there.
Gray's
Pat
giving
is
him the
just
good
adding,
game.
Yeah, bit of insult to injury, final 30 seconds, and Pat has really dominated, and he's going to advance.
Yeah.
Pat's going to be our first YouTuber to go to the next round.
15 seconds up on the clock. I don't think Gray's going to be able to make it back here.
Hashtag love the log. The graveyard's going to try, but you can see just the archers in there and the tower itself. It's
With
going to
the
see some
fireball.
damage, but not enough, and Pat is going to grab the win.
Yep, Chief Pat's going to be taking this one for the second win right here for himself. Moving on.
Galadad, you must be
I'm proud.
pretty proud.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, those games were night and day. The difference between game 1 and game 2 and 3, Chief Pat seemed so different. It almost seemed like he was kind of luring Gray into a false sense of security.
Well, I think Pat maybe got caught a little bit off guard in that first game. That was something that he wasn't really expecting. You can see that Pat's style there really came through in the second and third game. One single huge counter push that just annihilates a tower in a matter of seconds.
No, absolutely. What we talked about. He definitely waited for that right moment, and he just made a push that was not, just didn't have the answer for it, and the towers always got melted out.
Well, we're 2 sets in, everyone, and we have another one coming up. But first, let's head back down to Sean.
Yes, indeed, it's happened. We've gone one apiece, one for the YouTubers and one, of course, for the contenders. But it's very important to say, while Gray took the first one, he is, of course, absolutely not a loser, not going home empty-handed. He battled it through the 300 to get here. So one more time, a big round of applause for Gray. Come on, guys. What a fantastic audience. And of course, Chief Pat doing what a lot of people thought he was going to do. He went in there, he let him take the first one, but then came back with a lot of quick dominance in the second and third. But it's time to move on swiftly, which can mean only one thing. It's time to see Clash with Ash go up against the guy who only took 15 minutes to top a bracket, and it's TMD Yao Yao. Let's make some noise.
Our next hero traveled all the way to LA from the faraway shores of Taiwan. If he could trade frequent flyer miles for Clash Gold, he wouldn't be coveting the graveyard card. Please welcome TMD Yao Yao. He is known for his positivity, but he hates the Royal Giant. His name rhymes with Clash. He's here to win the cash. Put your hands together for Ash.
All right, guys, Ash versus Yao Yao. You know, we had Ash up here on the caster's desk earlier today, and he said that he thought he was the worst out of the 8 YouTubers.
I mean, he maybe the most modest.
The most modest.
Yes.
Well, I mean, it's funny that he's going up against someone that we've been talking a lot about, Yao Yao, who can arguably be one of the best players here.
Yeah, he's very intimidating. If I'm not wrong, in just 15 minutes, he got himself up in the top brackets.
And then stop playing.
Stop playing, because he had it in the bag.
Well, the more you play, the more people learn your strategies, the more they learn your decks.
Yeah, but Clash with Ash, he's the gentle giant, the quiet storm. He is so modest, he's so mild-mannered, such a nice guy, a good friend of mine, and I really think that he's got some skills that could really make him competitive right here.
Well, what do you think we're going to see out of Ash?
Well, I feel like this is going to be a good redemption for him here from Helsinki. I feel like he's going to definitely bringing it back here, and I think he's got something up his sleeves.
I hope so. I'm excited to see this matchup. Definitely going to be a tough battle for both of these
I feel like
players.
he's got one of the toughest battles up for himself here. No pressure, though, whatsoever.
No, it's only worth 25,000.
Yeah, no pressure, Ash. You got
exactly. But Ash has been here before. He's been in almost this exact situation in the past in Helsinki, in the tournament that was eventually won by Jason. He was the only content creator, YouTuber, or streamer that made it to the finals.
Well, I think we're ready to get into set 3, everyone. It is Yao Yao versus Clash with Ash.
All right, let's see here. How are we going to start this one off?
Yep, Ash and blue, Yao Yao on the red side. Ash hyped up, man. He's ready.
He's ready. Oh,
Let's
boy.
settle this like adults.
Alrighty. All right. Ash starting with the Mega Man in the right back.
Definitely one of the 2 most popular cards today. I'd say the Mega Minion Tombstone, almost every deck. And there's the Tombstone from Yao Yao right away. Tombstone from Ash as well. So very similar decks so far. So far, just seen support units, defensive structures.
TMD Yao Yao going ahead and starting with the Baby Dragon at the back over
Another
here.
Baby Dragon, yep. So we're seeing a lot of use of the Baby Dragon. Another versatile card as well. There's the Ice Golem down the
very
left
back
lane.
over here. Okay.
And Yao Yao with a full size. Oh, they both
As
got
well.
golems. Now look at Ash has dropped the Ice Golem down the left lane and then his Golem on the far right.
Yeah, I don't know what that Ice Golem's going to be going to do if he has nothing to support with it, but we're both going down the same lane with the Golem. Let's see whether they can go ahead and connect the support.
I think that Tombstone should expire before it draws the Ice Golem. Yeah, the Ice Golem's going to go straight towards the left tower. And
Ash is going to be pushing that Golem up to the side here, and that Ice Golem did not make much of a difference.
No, Yao Yao's got a full-size Golem that's approaching the tower. Log pushes it back.
They both dropping
have
logs.
I love it. They both got logs.
However, both of them
Golemites
would be
on the
getting
tower,
hits.
though. Yeah, those 2 Golemites, and check out the archers. That could be tough. The Ice Golem is going to distract all of those units.
TMD, I think he's going to get the Mega Minion through right now.
Oh,
if he does, that's going to be too much hits.
Oh, man, it's on the
and
tower.
he does.
Yep.
With the Dragon
Look
as well
at that
coming
damage.
for the defense.
Just about took down that tower. Finally, Ash gets in the Mega Minion on defense. That's going to stop the Dragons. But yeah, that was a tough
TMD's got
offensive.
himself a very good start right now with already taking Ash's tower down to 397.
See Ash's grimace after Yao Yao drops the Laughing King.
I'd be breaking a sweat right now.
Yeah, we're just about into double elixir. Yao Yao dropping archers coming down the left. That is a bit of a slap in the face. He's telling Ash that he's got that right tower.
Yep, he's going to be trying to show him that. We'll go ahead and take your second one with a lightning.
So now he's got it under a zap, under a log as well. So just a couple elixir.
Ash is dropping the graveyard right now.
Ash's last card goes down. It's the graveyard. Gotta love that. If you could only get that golem in and the graveyard at the same time, that would be a tough combo. Yao Yao, though, replaces the tombstone with another tombstone. The golem never gets there.
Yeah, TMD did a very good job on defending that right there. 30 seconds left. This is looking intimidating.
Overwhelming. There goes the tower right there. So Yao Yao's got that tower. Less than 30 seconds left. Another golem moving in down the left-hand lane.
A log coming down right there to completely stop the tombstone from wasting any time.
That log is powerful. And there's the graveyard on defense. So Ash now just trying to hold on, trying to keep that left tower intact.
And we've got 10 seconds left on the clock here. It's not going to be possible, assuming so.
No, so that's going to be one for Yao Yao, who obviously is living up to his reputation that he earned earlier down here in the arena.
Wow.
Yao Yao taking down that first game. Was it much of a surprise to you guys?
Honestly, no, but the thing is, I really am rooting for Ash.
I'm really biased. Content creators, kind of supporting content creators, but it's exciting to see these unknowns. And in fact, I mean, even in the video I put out today, I had predicted that the winner would probably not be one of these YouTubers.
Why is that?
We just saw so many skilled players come from all over the world, and then to have that many, so many hundreds of them compete with each other for so many hours today. They're hot. They know what they're facing. They know what the meta is. And, you know, we've got a job to do. We've got to create content on a daily basis. A lot of these guys have had an opportunity to really sit down and focus on just perfecting their strategy over the past few days or weeks.
I mean, it really is crazy how much strategy goes into this because both players had very similar decks. I believe they all had the same 6 cards, and then Ash had Graveyard and Ice Golem, and Yao Yao had Baby Dragon and Lightning. Does that mean that Baby Dragon and Lightning are better, or is it just Yao Yao is that much better than Ash?
Well, like Aladon said, a lot of these players are on just an absolute hot streak of winning games all day, consecutively through. And now they're going up against YouTubers that have not been on a hot streak of winning games in a row. So, but like you were saying, absolutely. That's an interesting combo TMD's got himself set up with.
Yeah, and I get it in the comments all the time in my videos. People ask, what's a great deck for this? What's a great deck for that? The thing about this game is it really doesn't come down to the deck. As long as the deck is fundamentally sound, it really is. The majority of the wins are going to come from the skill. And that's where we see things like this with very similar decks with very different outcomes.
I'm excited to see the skill of Yao Yao once more while we get into game 2, or maybe twice more if Ash can take a game off of Yao Yao.
Come on,
You'd be
Ash.
definitely rooting for Ash here. Bring it back home for us, sir. All right, let's see here.
Are we getting underway?
Yep.
I see Ash dropping the tears already. They're both dropping the sad eyes immediately at the beginning of this match. All right, here we go.
Let's see what has changed here.
Yep, so Yao Yao has had to change his decks. We've got a Musketeer right off the bat, so at least Ash knows what to expect, or doesn't know what to expect.
No, he doesn't know what to expect. We got a Musket
changed.
going in here.
Yeah.
That's going to be a very good versatile card, a singular.
Yeah, tombstones from both players. Ash again with a golem, trying to move down the right-hand lane. And minions in the back corner from Yao Yao this time.
The tombstones did a good job on going ahead and taking that Musketeer out, but let's see if Ash can be able to successfully push through on any of these golem pushes.
Yep, there's a skeleton army going to grind that golem down, but it should, wipe them all out when it goes down into golemites. Lightning again.
TMD is very aggressive on that.
And
Ash is dropping down a graveyard with a good compensation with the Ice Golem.
Yep, and the log tries to get in there. Log, not an ideal counter to the graveyard, but that Mega Minion doing a good job. Ash did get about 800 on the tower,
did.
though.
He definitely got a lot off him. He can keep consistent pushes like that. He's pulling up the sign of crying.
Ash with the crying eyes.
Ash, believe in yourself. You can do this.
He's got to stop that Mega Minion. There, the Archer's going to make sure there's not a single shot that comes from that Mega Minion. But Yao Yao now has dropped the golem down that left lane. So you can see, because Ash's towers are untouched, Yao Yao can switch. He wants to defend that left tower and start to make some inroads, get some damage on one of Ash's towers.
That log right there is going to go ahead and slowly chip it away, but TMD's got himself a good push, I feel, here.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. TMD, about 5 elixir, 6 elixir as the golden crosses, so he's going to support it with the minions.
And a Musketeer.
The tombstone, though.
That Musketeer is going to go ahead and melt away that Mega Minion.
That Musketeer just did a number on the Mega Minion right there. She was never a factor. The Ice Golem as well. The Logs
only going to be pushing back the Muskie, but that Muskie's going to be getting majority of the hits.
Yep. Yep, the Musketeer doing the damage, and that tower is going to be history. That is it, and Yao Yao's taking the lead with under a minute left. So reversal of fortune. Ash with such a big lead early, and he knew it though. He was holding up the crying eyes. He knew he was.
He knew this was something to expect, but Ash here has full elixir, so I wouldn't be surprised if we pull out another graveyard.
Yeah, Yao Yao already dropping the golem down that right-hand lane. So Ash, 1,600 to go on that left tower with only 30 seconds left.
Yep.
This is going to be tough.
30 seconds left. Looks like Ash is going to be going ahead and fully committing here.
Yeah, golem though. Getting pulled off by the graveyard. Logs on both sides. There is
That
the
graveyard right there. I don't think it might be attended, but we have a Mega Minion coming through. Is
Yeah.
that? No, it's minions.
Yeah, you've got a pair of Musketeers and the minions, and that is just going to completely stomp that graveyard.
Under 10
Less
seconds
than 10
left.
seconds.
Looks
Yeah.
like it's not going to be Ashes. He's just
Ash.
pointing down.
I don't understand, but yeah, Ash put up a good fight. But
He did.
Man, Yao Yao is just overpowering all day long.
All right, guys, quick reactions from Yao Yao. Do you think he is a dominant force? We've seen 3 sets now. Do you think he's the best out of the 6 players we've seen?
I'd say he's one of the most intimidating players here,
Yeah.
just because how everyone's hyped him up here, saying he's the one that did it in
Yeah,
15
there's
minutes.
been this buzz on the floor all day long about him, so I feel like he's using that to his advantage, and that was a dominant performance right
Yeah,
there.
no, he's got, it's something about his combinations that are just so hard to stop. But you've noticed the lightning comes in every single time to stop any pushes that even get close.
Right, he's getting great value on that lightning, he's wiping out Mega Minions, getting something on the tower and something else. And that's the key to using that lightning spell. You've got to try to get it on 3 key targets.
Yeah.
Well, we have 5 more sets in the round of 16. Who do you really want to look to play? Who are you excited for?
I want to see Orange Juice make it pretty
Yeah,
far.
yeah.
But as you know, that's who I'm rooting for
And
right
that's
now.
who I said at the beginning too, because we've worked with him back at PAX Arena, and I mean, I don't think any of the players was able to beat him.
No, that's the thing. I've played against him before too, and I've never won, so.
Well, we're gonna find out about our 4th set, everyone, but first, let's head back down to Sean.
Yes, indeed. I'm back down here. 3 have been underway. We've seen one of our YouTubers do what we were hoping they were looking to do, and we've seen 2 of the challengers that came here and battled it through the 300 to get here to this point, to stand on that stage, to prove that they have the absolute source that we are looking for. And Yao Yao has done it in pretty confident way. No disrespect to my main man, Clash with Us. He put up a fantastic fight, but Yao Yao is definitely the one to watch. Having a look at the bracket now, we can see how things are moving forward, and we know that coming up next will be Doty versus Inferno. Lots to play for, all to happen right here, ladies and gentlemen. Are you guys entertained? They're entertained. I hope you guys are entertained. I hope you're enjoying all of this at home, of course. If you have, please do reach out to us using the social media hashtags that you know. Of course, the King's Cup, and of course, get ready for that 4th matchup that's coming up here. It is Doty versus Inferno. It's coming right up. Go nowhere. Yeah, round of applause for those guys. Come on, make some noise.
300 players answered the call. Here's one with a solid battle deck and some new bragging rights. Now is the time to leave death behind. Inferno. The YouTuber who's traveled the furthest to be with us here today. His first language might be Korean, but the only subtitle he wants to use today is for winning. From halfway around the world, the man of the hour, it's Doty.
All right, guys, we have D-Dotty versus Inferno. We don't know too much about Inferno. I haven't seen him. Have you guys seen him on the floor at all?
I personally have not seen him on the floor, but I've heard that his combinations that he's been running with have been really working out for him.
Well, do you guys know a lot about D-Dotty?
Not that much.
No, not really. I don't have too much on him there.
So 2 mystery players going
Yeah.
up for us, and we're gonna maybe we'll see a new deck, maybe a different combination.
I feel like we're going to see something different from what we've been playing recently.
Inferno Dragon?
Yeah.
I think so.
Maybe?
Yeah, I mean, because we haven't really seen that card come up.
Inferno after all. I
Yeah.
mean,
Is he going to stick to his name?
It's actually Inferno.
Oh, my bad.
All right. My
And I feel like it'd be nice to see like an Inferno Dragon come in here because
I would like
we
to
haven't
see-
seen that combination with the Lava Hound. It's always either a Mega Minion or a Dragon.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the Conquest format, and it's really, to me, it's actually a little confusing because you have the winner has to switch his deck because in their sense, he is proving that he can win with 2 decks.
Exactly.
So, but as the loser, you'd probably want to change your deck a little bit to better counter the winner, right?
Definitely. So that's, again, winning that first match is such a huge advantage because you're switching your deck and you know you're playing against the same deck. So yes, you're showing versatility in decks, but you have an advantage in that second battle knowing exactly what your opponent has.
Yeah, but when it comes down to changing it up, the main thing is bringing that surprise factor, I think. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, maybe we'll see a surprise coming up right now, guys. It is set for D Dottie versus Inferno in game 1.
All right, there they go.
Starting it off right away aggressively with the Hog right there, missing the Inferno.
Oh man, it got right into the tower. And that is a quick, what, about 800 hit points off that? Yep, just about
that's gonna be a
800 hit
good
points off
start
that tower. The Inferno Tower wasn't in time to stop the Hog Rider.
Yeah, I've had that happen before to me.
Yeah, that is tough. Sometimes you get these beginning of the battle, like we saw earlier with the Princess, just a player trying to sneak in a really aggressive move right at the start.
And it sometimes works out just because the other opponent does not have that cycle through yet to defend.
Yep, even if they have the right counter in their deck, it might not be in that opening hand, and that makes such a huge difference.
Yep. Both of them have an Ice Golem here. Yeah. Let's see what they're going to go ahead and pair it up with. We have a Mega Minion on Dottie side, and we have a Fireball coming in now, going ahead and weakening out that Mega Minion.
That was great value. You can see all 3, the tower and both the units damaged there. And you've got Ice Spirit as well. Lots of ice in D Dottie's deck.
This time he does catch
though.
it.
The Miner gets on the tower, but not a lot of damage.
The Hog Rider was this time completely stopped through.
Yep, that Inferno effective that time. Inferno from Inferno working well.
Yeah, but he's now going to be able to probably try to cycle him out through the Infernos.
Right, and that's what I would expect to see. D Dottie would definitely be trying to watch for the cycle of the Inferno Tower and know when it's up and know when not to use the Hog Rider.
Absolutely, but I feel like he's going to have to try his very best to cycle him out onto it just to give that surprise there. Because now they know what to expect with the Hog coming through.
Yep, Miner from Inferno getting on that tower.
And he's definitely going to be getting a lot of chip damage there.
Yep, 1777 left on that tower. So both players doing well at chipping away.
Both Mega Minions are going to be going head in the center.
Yeah, little Mega on Mega action right there on the river. Split Skeleton Army.
Perfect opportunity to put the log out. We finally see him throw it himself
there's
too.
the Hog Rider.
The Hog Rider's
back, and oh, there it is. The log bought him the time to get the Inferno up and just completely shut the Hog down.
He's definitely trying his very best to cycle through the Inferno, always being able to expect the Hog here.
Yep, both players with Ice Golems once again. D Dottie with a Tesla.
And there's the graveyard coming down here with the Miner.
Yep. And the Fireball as well. Getting some good damage on that tower, but not huge amounts. Still 1249 left on that tower. Check out the Tesla, the defensive Tesla.
Yeah, it's really weird to see a Tesla down in these games.
First Tesla usage we've seen today.
That Hog right there is not being focused on.
Hog Rider's going to get through that Inferno, but that's it.
I feel like the Mega Minion's not going to get through.
Going to get pulled off by the other Mega Minion. Both towers able to work.
Once again with the Graveyard Miner.
Graveyard Miner. You've got the Ice Golem. Leverage. You got the Log and the Archers.
He seems to always pair them up with the Fireball, and it's getting him hits eventually here.
Yeah.
He's got himself a good advantage point.
Here comes that Hog Rider. No, look how far over the Inferno Tower is placed to pull that Hog way over out of the way. Both towers, look how close we are right now.
Yeah, they are cycling through as fast as they possibly can. Both opponents have both their towers down to an equivalent. And the Miner, I'm assuming Graveyard are going to be coming here any second as well.
Miner. And
no, it just Fireball.
Oh, goodness. So he's careful. That is a big commitment of Elixir to drop that Graveyard right there.
I don't believe the Hogs be able to get through. Double
Infernos down at once, stopping the Hog Rider again.
Talk about crazy right there.
And the Mega Minion not going to have a chance. That was a huge Inferno right there.
He definitely needed a hit right here.
Yep. All right.
We have the Miner coming in. The tower's not standing much right now.
No,
but the Fireball is with 80-99. The log coming in.
The log is
That's going to take it out.
Wow, the log does it. Inferno grabs the win in overtime.
Ooh, close game, man. Even D Dottie had a reaction there, just like, oh no, I can't believe it. But I want to talk a little bit about that immediate Hog that we saw. And you guys talked a little bit about it, but I want to go more in depth. Why would you ever launch something without reaching 10 mana Or Chilling Elixir, I'm sorry.
Well, the thing is, and like me and Galadon talked about, sometimes players will go ahead and push through their aggressive combos just so they can see if they can get a good, committed push. Because sometimes they just don't have the cycle through for it. Like an Inferno, he didn't have it timely cycled.
Exactly, and sometimes a lot of it depends upon the starting hand. You may have a deck that is an ideal counter for a Hog Rider, but if you don't have that card in your starting hand, maybe your mind state is somewhere else, you're getting ready for a push of your own, and it comes down to just a split-second delay in deployment. Hog Rider got in there, and that was a big start.
The other unique thing that I saw that was Tesla versus Inferno. Why? We haven't seen the Tesla tower at all.
Yeah, we have not seen the Tesla. If I've ever even seen the Tesla, it's going to be going in and use to stop a princess, but we haven't been even seeing that often.
Yeah, that was a bit of a panic situation when you see something like that, a Tesla placed way off to the right in the middle of the graveyard. It's kind of like a defensive goblin barrel. You know that player is a bit panicked. They're trying hard to defend a surprise push, and they're at a disadvantage. Maybe their ideal counter cards are out of cycle.
Well, we might lose another YouTuber very soon, guys. We have Inferno up 1 against D-Dotty. Let's go into game 2.
All right, let's see what they start off with here.
Yeah, right away.
Once again,
right away again with a Hog Rider.
And that Hog is going to be getting so many contact hits.
Oh my goodness, that's almost 1,000 off that tower right away. So just countered with the Mega Minion though, and now the Miner trying to get in there. So you saw only a 5 elixir investment with the Hog and that the Ice Spirit there.
I said it was a pretty good trade, but now we know what to expect from him.
He pulled it again right away, even though we were just talking about it.
He's got himself a very good advantage. Now let's see how he's going to be able to keep it up here.
Yep, so again, he's just looks like he may be counting on chipping away and trying to get that Hog in. Hog push on the Ice Golem, but they're both going to head off after that Inferno Tower.
And now he's going to have to be able to try to cycle out the Inferno if that's even possible.
Yep, and the guards getting in there. There's an Ice Spirit in behind the guards. Ice Spirits from both players. The Miner getting some damage on the tower before it finally goes down.
Yeah, like we saw last time, that Miner really came into chipping it away completely down.
So Inferno with the lead here, so again, surprising. But there's the Princess this time, coming from the other side. D-Dotty does have a lock, so that's exactly what I would expect.
He's not even giving it the opportunity or any chance to get anything.
That's the ideal. That's been the biggest nerf possible to the Princess, is the emergence of the lock.
Yep. It's such a quick answer to stop it.
It really is.
So we have
there comes another D-Dotty Hog Rider and another Inferno. Are those guards doing a good job splitting?
Let's see what he's going to be able to pull out here. We have 2 cards.
Yep, another Miner coming in from Inferno.
And the Mega Man's going to be going to be the answer for that one.
Pretty quick answer right there. So D-Dotty has a slight hit point advantage right here. There, the Hog Rider got caught by the log.
But the Hog Rider is going to get through though.
Too soon. He got frozen by the Ice Spirit, and
still successfully gets one hit though.
He got one shot. He's got one shot, and that's really all D-Dotty needs, is to keep grinding away.
Absolutely. D-Dotty needs to keep bringing pushes like that if he wants to have a chance of cycling
There's
out.
the Tesla again on the right-hand side, and maybe that's not that bad of a counter. Maybe that's a pretty wise counter right there. The Tesla's
log's going to slowly chip away at that tower.
Down to 12.
With the Fireball as well.
Not
letting the Ice Spirit get
It did catch the Ice Spirit. It did catch the Ice Spirit.
At least he got that, but that Tesla's going there to take out the Mega Man.
The Tesla action right there. That Tesla, so much value. It worked on the previous Miner, worked on that Miner, worked on the Mega Minion.
But we had a Lightning come in there to stop it through.
And the Hog Rider not trying to get
Fireball coming in there, trying to get a hit.
So close once again. Both players' towers down under 1,000.
We got 10 seconds here until we get ourselves into overtime, and both players have very equivalent HP on both towers here. This could be anyone's game.
This is so close. The Mega Minion, and there it is. Mega Minion. Oh, that log is going to be complications.
That Tesla comes in as such a success rate right there, stopping the Miner from getting any hits on the tower whatsoever. And once again, that log come in.
Yep, the log quickly, easily counters the Princess, so she's not going to be a factor trying to shoot across the lanes.
And as you can see, D-Dotty right now is, his Hog might not be getting through, but he's cycling so many fireballs.
Yeah, he's trying to push through. He had 4 archers coming there. You can see he's gotten a little more damage, and both players are chipping away so evenly right now.
This is going to be a very close game here.
Oh, there's the Princess.
Once again, a Fireball coming in, taking it down to 352 HP.
Yep. Didn't catch the Princess, though. Miner
The
moving
miner
right
being
hand
stomped
side.
out as well, but dropping a lightning right there, taking the tower down. Almost.
188.
A log coming down here.
One
If
shot
that
for the
princess doesn't get
this is over.
stopped down, a
She's
fireball
gone.
coming in right
Fireball,
here.
120.
He's going to be slipping the log right now. It's going to be taken
It's
down to
not gonna do
19.
it. 19 hit points. Come on.
This is still going to be anyone's
The
game.
miner,
He stopped the miner
one
in
shot.
time.
That's it.
20 HP
One more.
left.
There it is.
He didn't have
time. 19 hit points left. So close. That does not get much closer.
Talk about a close game
man.
right there. You know D-Dotty was trying his absolute best to cycle out a fireball to push that win through.
Yeah.
Guys, I know we want to get straight into the next game. Any final thoughts about D-Dotty and Inferno?
Honestly, I don't even know what he could have done differently besides cycling it faster.
Right, yeah, there's just that complete panic of you trying to select your cheapest elixir cards, trying to cycle back to that direct damage and get that tower down. Couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, I don't think he had an opportunity to do so.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's head back to Sean at the host desk.
Yes, indeed. The tension here is palatable. 4 games down, and 3 of them have been taken by our contenders that have come out from the open play. 300 plus that went there. 1 YouTuber stands. It's time to go to the other side of the bracket. Let's see what's going to happen there. It's about to be Gaming with Molt versus Colton W83.
Possessing a propensity for the lightning card can be a lonely road, but it's taken him this far, so let's stick with him through the bracket and clap together for Colton W83. He's a seasoned veteran of YouTube, meaning he's been online for over 3 years. He touts a tough tattoo, but a tender heart. Many of you came here today for a chance to beat him. Now's the time. Give it up for Molt!
All right, guys, we have Molt versus Colton W in the 5th matchup. We have 3 YouTubers out right now. Do you think that Molt is going to fall into the same fate?
Well, like I said, Molt said he's going to be having fun with this. But you tell me, Caledon, do you think Molt's going to be able to push this one through?
Molt's a skilled player. I would easily put him in the top 20% of these YouTubers. He's a very solid player. He keeps a cool head. Okay, some of the time. And but you know, he also may have some tricks up his sleeve. So it'll be interesting to see what he might pull out here. Both of these guys seem very mild-mannered. It's going to be a cool matchup to watch.
You think it's going to be a very passive matchup?
I feel like it's going to be like a definitely unorthodox matchup with the combinations. I feel like Molt's going to pull something out completely different like he talked about.
I didn't mention any names earlier.
Okay.
But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe Molt's got a trick up his sleeve or two.
Well, what opportunities do they get by having unconventional decks?
Well, I mean, especially if nobody's seen that card today. They're not going to be expecting it. And you know, that is a big advantage right there, especially if they're holding on to it late, maybe say for the last minute of gameplay and you're double elixir and you see a card that you just weren't prepared for at all.
Yeah, like we talked about, I feel like it's going to be what's going to be that big lead is the surprise factor.
All right, well, I think we're going to get underway into the 5th set, everyone. We are going through the round of 16. We have gone through 4 sets right now, and this is the 5th one. And I'm really excited to get right into it. All right, I believe we have game 1 ready to go, guys. Let's get in.
All right. Let's see here. Oh boy.
Okay, well, it's ready.
Molt
There
is
they go.
determined.
Mild-mannered. Saw his interview earlier. Seemed like a pretty quiet guy. Said he was surprised to be here. Surprised that he made it this far.
Really?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
All right.
We got a tombstone
Here,
down the ground here.
Right away with the tombstone.
Let's see here. Molt's already went ahead and put down the minions, so I feel like his deck might be a little bit light. Dropping the skeleton army.
Skeleton army and minions. I'm excited to see what Molt's brought. What's Molt's brought to the table here. He's going to go full elixir in a second. We'll see what he's got. Minion horde.
That's a big
and the
commitment
miner.
right there.
There we go. So there's the miner down, and
But one minion does get through.
That's all it takes to do
It
a lot
really
of
does.
damage. Look at that. That's about 800 off that tower right there with just 1 minion. That's all you really need.
We don't usually see a full minion horde. That's such a big commitment. It could be easily taken out right there.
Yeah, that's something we've seen. There
And
it
the
is.
giant skeleton.
There's the Molt surprise, the giant skeleton. He told me earlier he was going to be rocking the giant skeleton, and here we go.
This is a card we just don't see played often anymore at all in the ladder.
And it's so dangerous, though. You get that giant skeleton to the tower, and it is just a world of hurt for your opponent. He's trying to get it
that
there.
log right there, but
Not
automatically
quite gonna
gets
happen.
stopped out.
Yep. The miners there, and Molt taking That miner didn't lock onto the tower.
No, no, it kept it busy.
It was on, looked like it was on those archers. Didn't get any hit points off that tower.
One thing that Giant Skeleton did with the benefiting was take out that Mega Minion from getting anything.
Yep, that's huge. That right there, that bomb affecting ground and air.
We still don't know what Molt's last card is, but we definitely know he's going to be trying his absolute best to push that Giant Skeleton towards any tower.
The golem. Molt's giving the thumbs up. He's ready. He's got the skeleton army split down both sides.
Giant Skeleton
Giant
set up here.
Skeleton. Yep. So we're going to see some giants meeting on the bridge or close to it. Tombstone as well.
This looks real tough because we have a golem coming down here. How is he going to go ahead and stop that?
Yeah, I'm wondering what Molt's last card is. There it is. There's the Inferno Tower.
We have a graveyard coming on from Colton, though.
So, yep. So Molt saving that Inferno Tower. That was key. He had to have something there to stop that golem. Sure enough, there goes the bomb from the Giant Skeleton. Kind of blew up harmlessly. He's taking a lot of damage on that right tower.
But that graveyard did do some good beneficial damage for Colton right there.
A defensive miner, and that is a sign of a tough push.
Oh, he's keeping him busy right now with that ice.
Yeah, those tombstones though, they're going to be tough for the Giant Skeleton to deal with.
This is such an ancient deck with an entire minion horde. This is something you play back in the 2000s.
Just in time, and the graveyard one more time though. Skeleton Army, good counter.
No, that's
if it doesn't get zapped out of the way, the Skeleton Army pretty much holds off the entire graveyard.
That graveyard's not going to be able to get any contact because of that.
Very effective use of the Skeleton Army right there. If it gets zapped, you're in big trouble. If you can get it to survive like that, great card.
Going to sudden death here now. This is looking very tough here for Molt because we have a whole golem coming down here. We know he has an Inferno, but
Colton's Tombstone's making a virtual graveyard over there. He had 2 up at a time. There's the graveyard.
Let's see if he's going to be able to slip in the skeleton over here to defend that.
Defensive miner one more time.
Oh boy, that is getting so many hits right now on Molt's tower. He's taking it down almost to 600.
Oh, that's tough. The minions trying to defend. The Giant Skeleton's bomb took out the Mega Minion, or that would have been the tower. The Mega Minion was right on top of the tower.
We're still determined to get that push right here.
Yeah, another golem moving through. He's got, there's the minion horde again. That's going to grind down the golem. Zap spell's not going to stop them.
I feel like the problem we're having here is that golem, you know? He's not able to push through it.
Uh-oh, there's the graveyard. Oh, Skeleton Army's there in time, but this time the log is there. The log wipes out the Skeleton Army, and that's going to be it for that tower.
That graveyard's going to go ahead and liquidate that tower and not give him the chance.
That's what we're talking about.
Taking the first game.
Yep. All the difference in the world. Stopping that Skeleton Army counter to the graveyard. If you've got a zap, or like we saw the log, just stops it.
Wow. You know, I mean, like, you know, a Giant Skeleton. We just don't see that anymore. It would be a surprise to see that come back into like a good win here, but I feel like the problem here on Molt's side was just the fact that Colton was pushing a golem the whole time.
Well, what can you do for the Giant Skeleton to make him viable?
I feel like cycling through correctly.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's probably one of the most underused cards. And like I say pretty often, the cards that you see the most frequently, you're likely to see at some point maybe a nerf. The cards that you almost never see, you're likely to see a buff. I would not be surprised at some point in the future from the Clash Royale team if we saw a bit of a buff to the Giant Skeleton, because we just don't see enough of it.
Yeah.
But it's an exciting card.
Absolutely. I don't see a lot of people that play the Giant Skeleton, but people that I do see play it, they play really good with it. That's
true.
Well, we're definitely going to see it again in game 2 with Molt, who's not changing his deck, and of course Colton W has to change his deck. It is 1-0 right now. Are we going to lose another YouTuber? Let's find out in game 2.
All right, let's see here. Are we going to start up right away with a minion horde push, but that's completely stopped out by arrows.
Colton had the arrows ready and just immediately annihilated
Molt right now is because he knew that was probably going to come on for him.
That would have been a crazy push right there with the miner and the minion horde. It just didn't work out.
We have a Skeleton Army with a barrel of goblins coming in here for him. Let's see if those barrel goblins are going to get, and they actually do get some significant damage.
Yep, and you can see that Molt's made some inroads on Colton's tower, about 500 hit points off that tower.
If he can keep doing those kind of positives, he's going to be good. We have a Giant coming here.
Giant right on the river, an aggressive drop. Molt immediately counters.
Keeping it busy, but we have a lightning coming in here.
Spell.
And that's not going to even help him out here. That Inferno is done.
Yeah, as he cycles, he's trying to get back around to
that Giant is going to be able to take it out unattended for another second.
There's the minion horde. You knew that was coming, but look at the Giant. 226 left
Oh
on
my
that
goodness.
tower.
The arrows are obviously going to be coming in there, taking out that very expensive push.
Yeah, that was tough right there. So just less than 2 minutes left. So we're still relatively early in this battle.
We are, but the thing is, Molt's got his tower down to 226 HP. And the fact of the matter is, he's going to have to bait out his arrows.
Yeah, those arrows are tough. You can see that Molt's brought the Skeleton Army and the Minion Horde, but Colton, almost like he knew what was coming, has the arrows ready to completely wipe out either one of those cards.
It's not something we see often, but we have a Barbarian army.
Yep, you've got barbs from Colton. Here comes the Goblin Barrel.
Oh,
look at the
to jinx him out.
I like that placement. That was great placement. Anticipating the log, anticipating maybe the arrows.
He did miss one, but that's a good play right there. Sometimes we'll throw it in the corner.
Another River Giant. This time quick, though. Quick counter with the Minion Horde. There they go.
Arrows coming in right there, hot, quick. That Giant also, I feel, no, he's going to be getting some positive hits.
A shot off on the tower. Looks like 2 fists hit that tower. So again, Colton knows that he's got that right tower with a lightning spell.
Yeah, no, I feel like he's definitely got himself in a good advantage here. I feel like he's just waiting it out because he does have a lightning for him. I feel like he might wait that last second just to take him out.
Goblin Barrel in the corner, this time countered by the log right away.
With 35 seconds left, this is where the pressure is going to be really building up on Molt's side here.
Yeah, it's tough. Molt realizes he's up against it because Colton obviously has the lightning spell in his hand. There it goes.
But he's not using it
on the left.
He's using it on the opposite side here.
Yep. Uses it on the left-hand side. And with 20 seconds left, Molt pushing the Goblin Barrel, this time right on the tower.
He does get some connecting hits, but we got 15 seconds left. And all Colton has to do necessarily is just cycle through the lightning.
Yep, 226 left on that tower.
Arrows coming in.
To 128.
A log coming in. Going to be taking the tower down just to a measly 24 HP. And we knew that was going to be coming to conclude it.
Another YouTuber bites the dust.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I was kind of hoping to see maybe Molt drop like the Minion Horde on top of the tower when it had 24 hit points left. Then you drop a lightning spell and hits 3 minions and doesn't hit the tower.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that Molt came in here was the problem was the arrows right there. Yeah. That was such a hard card to go ahead and work with. I've seen people play giant skeletons with minions, but if that person has arrows, they'll eat you up very quickly.
Yeah.
All right, out of the 3 YouTubers that remain, do you think they're going to make it?
I'm praying for Orange Juice to push it through here because I think our YouTubers are slowly but surely flinging apart here.
Yep, I think this is close to kind of where we were talking about earlier today. I think the over-under in the back room and the green room was they figured maybe 2 YouTubers would advance. And I think that's close to what we're seeing.
Let's hope for 3 at least, all right?
I would like to see 3, I mean, honestly.
Well, Chief Pat being the one YouTuber passing right now, and I believe we are actually going to go to Sean right now, guys, at the host desk.
We are indeed. Another one bites the dust. The mighty Molt has fallen. We had such high hopes for him, but Colton was sitting right here next to me, and he did seem like he had a good game plan. So fair play to him. Coming up next, we have Godson against the mighty Tyrone. And before we get underway, let's take a quick look at how Godson prepared for this.
I don't eat, I don't sleep. I've actually been training for 3 days nonstop. It's been hurting my upload schedules with YouTube, but it's been worth it because the training's been paying off, and I think now I should be ready to at least hold my own, against some of these top guys.
Our next player hails from Southgate. Will he be clever enough to survive the fray? That will depend on his battle deck, his guile, and his ability to deal with our YouTubers' incessant talking. We give you Mighty Tyrone. No superhero sidekick, but he does wear a mask. But no secret identity can disguise the fact that this YouTuber wants to make off with the glory and the King's Cup. Give it up for Godson!
All right, Godson versus Tyrone into the 6th matchup that we're going to be seeing. What do you guys know about these players?
Well, I've known Godson for a long time, and what he spoke to in that short clip is definitely what's going on in a lot of these content creators' minds. They're either streaming, they're creating videos daily. It makes it tough. I mean, people look at YouTubers and go, hey, you make a 10-minute video once a day. What do you do the rest of the time? But between gameplay, editing, recording, it takes up a lot of time and interacting with people on social media.
Yeah.
So it's true. You don't have that much time. You don't have as much time as you would think to practice and prepare for something like this.
I mean, what Godson said, though, he said he's been practicing a lot, and it's been, affecting his uploads here. So I feel like he's been really trying his best to get something different from what everyone is playing here. So I have high hopes for him.
I mean, it's crazy, though. Godson said that he's been practicing for 3 days, and I know from pros, from different other esports, that they train for months and months and months, right? They never stop playing.
Exactly.
And maybe that's what we're going to be seeing with Tyrone here.
Yep, I'm not real familiar with Tyrone and
I'm not too
his
familiar with his
background.
gameplay here, but it should be interesting to see what he's going to be pulling out here.
Well, let's see right now. I believe we have game 1 getting started right now, guys. It is Godson versus Tyrone in the 6th set.
Let's see how they started off over here.
The YouTubers definitely cheering for their compatriot, Godson. There he is in the blue against the mighty Tyrone.
Godson, don't let your family down.
I know.
All right, let's see.
There
Both
we go.
of them have max elixir.
We've seen another standoff at the start, both players.
I'm not sure if they're not able to
Sitting
put
at 10,
anything down.
who's going to make the leading move here?
Okay, there we go. Godson starting off with the
And that may be why. We don't see a lot of good cards at the start. He hates to have to drop something like that right at the beginning.
Interesting. Godson has full elixir. He's definitely at least wasted 1 or 2.
Yep. Mega Minions again.
I mean, some people will go ahead and just drop so they don't have anything, maxed out on their elixir, but it seems like we're waiting for the right moves. Oh, Godson coming in right away with such an aggressive start.
That was a great lightning spell, though. Tombstone, Mega Minion, and the tower. So that was well done.
Incredible trade
Check
right
out
there.
the surprise on the right-hand side.
That Hog does get a successful hit.
Got just 1, and he's got about 400 off both towers so far.
And he did get himself good damage on that. But we have ourselves a giant and a muskie. But the thing is, the musketeer's in front.
Yep. Skeleton Army quickly takes out the musketeer, and the giant
absolutely
looks like it's
melts
not
the
going to
giant
get a
before he
single
can
hit on
even
that tower.
make it to a chance.
And now the Skeleton Army works on stalling out the Mega Minion long enough that Godson's Mega Minion takes out Tyrone's Mega Minion.
I think his Mega Minion might actually be able to get some successful hits, and it almost does.
Yeah, now it's going to turn on that bowler, get a little bit of damage done on the bowler. We saw the giant and the bowler split in different lanes earlier. Oh,
did we just see a single lightning?
Yeah, that was a lightning just on the tower. I don't know if that was an attempt at a psychic lightning spell.
I mean, that sometimes does work out to the betterment, but that I feel like that might damage him a little bit here with that elixir disadvantage because it didn't do a positive.
Expensive. To drop 6 elixir just for that damage on the tower alone.
He's keeping the musketeer very busy. That was a very good play, only allowing one hit.
That was a good move, only 1 shot. Tyrone closed the gap a little bit now, though. He's got about 700 off that right tower.
We're 2 seconds away from double elixir here, so it's definitely going to get sped up right now.
Yep, and we got 2 cards unseen from both players. Tyrone, though, we've seen the giant and the bowler. Godson with a log. There we go. The log in, and the Hog Rider's going to go after the Tombstone.
All right, let's see. I don't think the Hog's be able to get a chance.
No,
but a lightning once again.
Got the Mega Minion again.
Yes.
Yeah, now that was a good lightning. I like that.
He got a Mega Minion, a tower, and a little bit of damage on that giant right there.
That's just bonus right there. To get that damage on the giant is just a little bit of bonus. Mega Minion going to work on the giant.
Arrow's not allowing that princess to get anything, but that log coming in right there also getting some more damage.
Good log. A second giant down, though. A second giant already.
He's been able to psych him.
That Inferno Tower is going to have to work overtime, but it's going to go down quickly.
Once again, see a lightning here. Also on his side.
Skeleton Army did a great job of controlling the musketeer and the bowler.
Got
the giant getting some damage, though.
Both of the opponents here, 10 seconds down to overtime, but they both have pretty close HP on each tower here.
That Hog Rider not gonna get anything done there.
No, that Hog is
stalled by the bowler and then off on the Tombstone. It's looking tough right now. Godson's got that Inferno Tower. Look at the Tyrone dropping the giant way back there. You can see he's planning ahead. He wasn't worried about that current push. He's focusing on the next push as that giant closes.
Yep, Arrow's coming right away to stop that princess from having any chance. Oh, lightning once again.
299. So 1 more lightning. If Godson could just cycle to the lightning again,
he's got this one in the bag.
He's got to, but he's got a lot of pressure here. Can he hold this off and cycle at the same time? Maybe 1 more card's got to go down.
If that giant gets
6
through,
lightning though, he needs 6 elixir.
He does not allow it. Lightning comes in. If that tower gets it,
he couldn't get it in.
Mighty Tower brings it back.
Oh my gosh.
Whew. Close game, guys. Tyrone taking it off of Godson. I thought Godson was going to have it that entire game.
Yeah, all he had to do was just cycle through, and he would have been able to get that win with the lightning right there.
I'm pretty sure he had the lightning in his hand at that point, but if you watch his elixir bar, it was at like 5.5 when he lost that tower.
And he felt like he needed to defend, which I don't blame him. I would have done the same thing right there.
That's such a tough call. You're defending, you're trying to mitigate damage a little bit on your tower, just long enough to get back to the lightning spell, and it just couldn't happen.
He had to pick either, defend or push it through.
Well, I always like to know what you guys have to say about the games, but I also want to know what you all think about the games. Hashtag Kings Cup on Twitter, everyone. Keep up with the conversation, guys. Let us know what you think and who you want to win the $25,000. But to get to that $25,000, they got to make it through the round of 16, guys. And I believe we actually have game 2 coming up very soon. Again, it is Godson versus Tyrone. Tyrone leading 1-0.
We have to see some different changes here. You know what we haven't actually seen? A Royal Giant. I haven't seen that.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
But we also haven't seen siege decks.
That's true.
I'm a little bit surprised based upon the way the meta's been recently. We've seen a lot of Expo And even furnaces. We haven't seen a lot of furnace use today.
Yeah, we have
so.
not. That's a very limited card.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're starting up once again. Both of them, this is very weird. They both have max elixir, and they're just waiting for the first one to go. Princess right off the bat getting some good chip damage.
Now Godson is masked up, so we'll see if that affects his gameplay here. There it is, Tyrone bringing out the siege deck. First use of the Expo that we've seen today. That Mega Minion right on top of it, but not before the Expo.
That hog right there is going to go ahead and stop it through, but that Expo does get some significant damage, but that Mega Minion's going to get through.
Yeah, that's going to be at least 2 shots. Yep, there's 2 shots, and look at that. That's a lot of damage per swipe from the Mega Minion. 1580 on that tower, so Godson surprisingly getting the Mega Minion through.
After even having an Expo go down, he still gets himself successful damage.
Let's go.
We were talking about the emergence of the siege deck, so here we see it, but now Godson knows it's there.
You know, he knows exactly what to anticipate, so I feel like he's going to really build up himself on defense.
You can see Godson's run full on Elixir. This is probably the way I feel when I'm playing against an Expo deck like this, is I'm much more likely to play more conservatively, to save up more Elixir, because it's just so critical to stop it from locking onto the tower.
Godson once again going with the lightning, and I feel that maybe he might have dropped that Inferno too early, but let's see how that works out for him here.
Inferno's seen some damage. It's going to lock onto the Mega Minion eventually. Oh, that Ice Spirit though. Man, the Mega Minion got into the tower, got 1 shot. The Bowler will get 1 as well.
We have quite a bit of elixir on Godson's side. I would not be surprised if we see once again an Expo.
Counting down, long deployment time. Hog Rider's going to get in. Oh, I like the Ice Spirit.
That's a very good combination right there. Allowing him to pretty much take it out.
1 more. Doesn't quite get the shot, and here we go.
Oh, that is
there
liquidating the tower down.
200, 300, about 350 in damage just from the Expo.
We're running down to 55 seconds. Double elixir is now in here, and this is going to be one of those games where we're going to see lots of cycling through. This could still be anyone's game.
Godson trying to get the Hog Rider in this time. Fireball
Fireball
good
right
placement
there.
too. You got to consider the
allows
pushback.
to get a hit.
Yep, and here comes the Expo. It's protected by the guards and the Mega Minion this time.
That was a very aggressive push right there.
Yeah, but the Expo locked on. Even Lightning is going to manage to
taking the tower down to just a measly 35 HP here.
Yep, so we're talking about a log, and there's the log.
This Hog is going to need to get at least 1 hit if he wants to have a chance to bring it back here.
The Bowler is just going to brutalize that Hog.
That Hog does successfully get 1 hit.
394. Where's Godson's lightning spell?
He's going to need a cycler through right now. He needs to drop the log.
He's got the log. He's got to get the log in.
6 seconds left. If the log does not go down, it's over. 3, 2, 1. The log takes it out.
1 second. 1 second left. But you've got the Expo locked on. We've got another 3 minutes of overtime, and Godson sacrificed so much damage on that left tower.
But he had no choice, though. He needed to cycle that log out. Absolutely quick gameplay right there.
So Godson's left tower cut in half, and here comes another Expo.
I don't think he's going to have... The answer is going to be that lightning right there.
Oh, the log just annihilated that skeleton army.
Yeah, it's going to get too many hits. That's uncomfortable hitting home right there.
600. 524 left on that tower, so that is tough.
Godson cannot allow him to get any more pushes with that Expo.
Oh, the
and the Inferno coming out right there. Mega Minion does get only 1 measly hit.
Yeah, that's tough. Those center deployment units right there, Royal Giant, Hog Rider right in the middle like that. Tyrone was ready for it though.
Godson's having full elixir right now. He's just waiting for the right moment, because if an Expo does go down, he's going to get decimated.
There it is. Yep. Once again, Godson was ready. Inferno Tower goes right to work on the Expo.
He is not allowing that.
And it's gone. Princess cross lane defending. That Mega Minion's closing in though. Not going to get there. Not going to get there.
Godson's playing him very hard right now.
Yeah, that Bowler's just about to... Will he get a bolt? Will he get a shot off?
No, he defends it just well enough.
Clutch Princess from the opposite lane, but another Expo goes down.
Yep, but he goes ahead and answers it right away with an Inferno.
Oh, and the log, the Princess still...
He drops the log, anticipating a skeleton army right here, but there was none.
There comes
but
the
it's
Expo
gonna be
and
an over.
Fireball. Man. So close.
That was close. So why don't we see Expo more?
Why do we don't see it?
It seemed to work really well right there.
Yeah, it did, but that's if you can't like cycle it through. Like Godson was playing very hard on defending it, but you know, he slipped through the cracks right there.
Yeah, I mean, you get the Expo to lock on. I mean, the thing about the Expo, it has such a long deployment time, but if you can manage to have like that one instance where you saw the guards moving forward, the Expo's being deployed as the guards are coming up, and right as the Expo goes into action, the guards are right there to protect it.
Yeah.
And it's movements like that, it's next level gameplay that's gonna crush a lot of these guys, unfortunately.
Yeah, it just takes a long deployment time, so you know, you get the time to think about what you're gonna do to stop it through.
Well, I'm really excited to see the next set, guys. Let's head back over to Sean at the host desk.
Yes, indeed, Kelly. That was the mighty Tyrone knocking out the gods, and another one of our YouTube 8 greats falls to the guys that have worked their way through the 300. Coming up next, we have Top Notch versus Nick at Night. And before we do that, of course, let's look at the way the bracket is. We know that Clyde, Chief Pat, Yao Yao, and Afern have all made their way through. We now know that it will be Godson, who is out, and mighty Tyrone going up against Colton W83. And as I said, coming up now, it's Nick at Night versus Top Notch. But before we go into that, yeah, round of applause, guys. But before we get into that, one of the big questions everybody asks is, how did you get involved? So let's have a look at what Nick has to say.
I actually went to college for audio engineering as my main degree, and while I was doing that, I was a huge gamer, so I was uploading a bunch of console stuff to YouTube, and it was just mostly for fun and my own enjoyment. But once I got back home and finished school, I started playing Supercell games quite a bit, specifically Boom Beach. Started uploading that just over, it's about 3.5 years ago now, and I've expanded from Boom Beach onto Clash of Clans and now Clash Royale, and now I have a pretty dedicated mobile gaming channel.
No retreat. No surrender, no distractions. The only perfect 10 our next player is concerned with is elixir level. Maximum respect for Top Notch. Some people look better in the dark, but our next player is not one of them. This is YouTube sensation, games at night and day. And now's the time for all that practice to be put to the ultimate test. Light things up for Nick at Night.
Nick at Night versus Top Notch. Initial thoughts?
Whew, this is going to be one of those games right there that, you know, Nick at Night's definitely got something up his sleeves here.
Yeah, Nick was known in the early days of Clash Royale for using like rocket lightning, a lot of direct damage on towers. But you know, you have a lot of unknown faces. All we know is these guys have been weeded out through what, 500-600 players? So we know that they're solid, but we don't know exactly what strategy brought them to here.
Well, you said that Nick at Night plays a bit unique deck. What kind of deck can we see from him coming up now?
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised, like you said, seeing some type of rocket or some very highly committed pushes.
All right, well, hopefully we'll be able to get into that, guys. Coming up very soon, we have the first game of the 7th set, I believe.
Come on, Nick. I mean, good luck to both of you.
I mean, we only have one YouTuber left, so I can understand, and the only one remaining after Nick at Night will be OJ.
Yep.
All right, let's see how they start this one off right off the bat.
It's going to be unknown to see what Top Notch is bringing here. He looks pretty confident over there, though. Both players again starting out. Oh, Siege deck once again, another Expo.
Expo going down here.
I like the bowler, though. I like this bowler.
That bowler's going to be going in and beefing up all the damage.
Now Nick's going to lose his Mega Minion to the opposing Mega Minion, but the bowler is going to soak up a lot of damage from the Expo.
Nick at Night did a very good job on defending on his end right there.
And the Mega Minion doesn't get a shot either, so Nick at Night's tower's untouched. Wow. That was a solid defense.
Yeah, absolutely. Very
Bowler's
solid
a great
defense.
counter. You got to get a unit down that can soak up that damage from the Expo like that.
And here we are with a
Furnace. All right, one of my favorite cards. Got the Furnace going down. So we're going to see right there. So you see chip damage, and check out the Expo.
The Expo's going to be going to be playing as a defensive.
There. Yeah. It's going to go to work on the Furnace, though. And that's keeping Nick not so happy about that Expo's placement.
He's going to be going ahead and holding it down just with the Expo as a defense right there. And that's not even that bad.
No, I mean, it's not something you see that often, but it's an expensive defensive structure. 6 elixir.
It's very hard for that to be a
purely
positive.
be on defense. Yep.
Let's see, we have a miner coming in here, but as you do know, a lightning though.
I like it, lightning, but that didn't touch the Expo. The Expo continuing to defend. Now, of course, it can't touch the Mega Minion, but Mega Minion's not going to get to the tower.
Got very close though.
Uh-oh, Top Notch showing the good luck.
Yeah. Showing some
Good
intimidation
arrows.
towards him.
And there's another Expo. Let's see if Nick drops a bowler again. Yep, there's the bowler. So similar to what we saw on the outset.
This is going to be a very key play for him here on defense-wise.
Looking for Nick's Mega Minion. There it is. There's Nick's Mega Minion.
Oh, no, that Expo's now just liquidating through now.
Yep. That is tough. Miner trying to get in there, get pushed back by the log. The Expo's still just grinding away.
Oh boy, that
Oh my
took
gosh,
out
down
way
it's
too
gonna
much
be
damage.
under,
Down to a
right
solid
at 1,000.
1,000.
Look at Top Notch stretching out, hands behind his head. He's looking a little relaxed right there.
He's feeling confident.
Yep. So he's
my
alternating
goodness.
offensive, defensive expos.
Yeah, he's got a lot of defense on his end as an Expo's taking everything down with an Inferno as well.
Yeah.
A lightning
All right,
gonna be
good
the answer
lightning.
right there.
But the expo's going to work on that furnace one more time.
Let's see, we have a lock coming here. We got 20 seconds coming over here to overtime.
Another good luck and another expo right as the furnace disappears. The bowler is there though. Bowler's going to try to survive. Furnace is up. So this expo should not lock onto the tower because you've got the furnace in the way as well.
Yep, 5 seconds left to overtime here. That Mega Minion might actually get through.
Oh, the lightning takes
no.
down the expo.
The arrows comes in for the
just
clutch.
off the
Fireball, nicking it down to 382.
382. Nick needs 800 over there though, so it's got a ways to go. Comes the miner. Miner is not going to lock on. It goes after the ice golem instead.
That's
You've
good.
got locks
Not
from
benefit.
both players. 696, 382.
Once again, another fireball.
That's it. That just means one more fireball. And this is going to be over. So you can see Top Notch is just cycling through cards, getting back to his fireball. Ice Spirit, the minions go down.
He's giving him a good game.
Here
All
comes.
he needs to do is cycle that
Quickly
fireball.
cycle through. Wasn't even focused on anything but just throwing trash cards down until he got the fireball back up.
Well, how can that can, you know, be bad though if you keep throwing out cards, or do you think that's like the only solution
Well,
to
it
that?
could come back and bite you, but for this matter, it was just all about cycling it through. Because he had so much defensive, all he had to do was just drop his defenses.
Right, in that previous game, we saw something similar where the player was trying to cycle back around to the lightning spell, but you had a lot of pressure. There was a big push coming. Nick didn't have a big push coming on the tower, so there was really no worry to just dropping 2-3 elixir cards back in the back until you could get around to the fireball in time.
But Top Notch was just dropping fireballs even when he didn't really have a confirmed tower.
Well, yeah, but you know, like we said, just this, he cycled through defensively.
Right.
Because of that, it didn't really affect him badly. But if it wasn't on the defensive side of like buildings like Inferno and Expos, because he did put it down for defense, which is very unorthodox, but it did benefit him this game.
I like that, and that was something I was excited, hoping to see today, was not only a use of a siege deck, a use of a siege card in such a different way, really alternating offense, defense, offense, defense.
Yeah, the defensive crossbow definitely seemed to benefit
Yep,
him. And
yep.
I think we actually have game 2 underway, guys. Let's head right into it with Nick and Knight and Top Notch.
Nick and Knight, there's like no pressure here, but
yeah, no worries, Nick. All right. So Top Notch has switched his deck. So Nick using the same thing as before, so we'll see what Top Notch has again. Mega Minion, I hate to say it, but that card's gonna get nerfed. I'm telling you right now.
I'm telling you, next update.
Yeah, next time you see balancing, I would be shocked if the Mega Minion wasn't nerfed. It's just, you're just seeing that card constantly.
It's in about 95% of the combinations that we've come across. Wouldn't be surprised to see it's going to be 50% off. We have the miner with the graveyard coming in.
I love it. Miner graveyard, good timing. Nick gets them both in there together.
Only thing he has is the log, but he did do some damage there.
Yeah, that's about 600 or so off that tower.
That's going to definitely benefit him. But we have a gold coming here pretty strong. I don't know what he's going to support with it.
Well, the Inferno Tower is out of cycle, and you can see that
That's
Top Notch
interesting.
knew that. The Inferno Tower was out of cycle, and the golden got to the tower.
My God, that goal right now
news.
is just destroying. And it's so weird to see a Knight come into play. We have not seen that.
No, Knight is one of my favorite cards.
Oh my God,
Such
that Mega
an
Minion right now
affordable-
is just decimating the tower.
Yeah, that's what happens. That's unfortunate.
Oh God.
The Mega Minion and the Golem just together. Nick didn't have that Inferno ready, and that
he
made
did not.
all the difference right there.
We have a minute and 30 left, and Top Notch has already taken one of his towers down here. And he's sitting in a very comfortable position, I'd say.
Yep. You can see the dragon dropped way in the back. Just prepared, just in case maybe the graveyard went down. The dragon would have turned after it.
Nick and Knight's going to have to push a very successful graveyard push here.
Yeah, and that Golem is back there, again, working defensively as well.
Let's see what he's going to do here. I mean, that Golem right here, he has the Inferno, but I feel like it's been dropped too early.
Yeah, the Inferno down about half health already, and it's not going to take much damage to get it out of the way.
We have ourselves double elixir,
Ice
60
Golem.
seconds, and we're going on the opposite end here.
Yeah, Nick trying again, graveyard.
Once again, that log is maybe the absolute definite answer to stop that through.
Yeah, he's getting similar amount of damage. In fact, almost exactly the same amount of damage off that tower. Maybe one more hit, but in the meantime, another
Top Notch
Golem
pushing yet again
and
another
Mega
goal with a
Minion.
Mega Minion.
Nick might lose another tower here if he's not careful. That golem's going to get there full size. 1,000 hit points left. Dragon, archers.
30 seconds left. It looks like Nick and Knight's going to get ring round here if unattended right now.
That's tough. Yeah.
Oh, God.
That is going to be the first 3 crown of the day.
Was that lightning at the end?
Yeah,
No,
that was,
just adding some insult to injury.
yeah, that was
boy.
definitely a little bit of.
I think that was
Yeah,
the
they still
most
do a handshake, though.
polarized game I've seen. Do you think
Yeah.
do you think that Top Notch is a top player? Is he going to be out Yao Yao?
Well, I think that Top Notch in that first golem push took a huge advantage there, knowing the Inferno Tower wasn't there. You know, again, that's these really skilled players are going to know that cycle. They're going to know what their opponent has. He got the golem in. I mean, maybe the golem was deployed earlier and he didn't know that. Maybe I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, but either way, it worked out. The Inferno Tower wasn't ready, and that was the tower.
I feel like the Inferno Tower might have been dropped a little bit too early, but besides the point, as we did see, the Graveyard kind of was shifted off on the opposite end, which did the exact same damage down the opposite, so.
Well, we have a lot of different decks and a lot of different play styles. Do you think Nyx was like a fast type of play style?
Well, I feel like it was a good combination, don't get me wrong. Like, if played correctly, when in doubt, it would do great. It just was finding that right opportunity in time, but, you know, he wasn't able to find it just because it's such a hard push against him.
Yeah, I mean, the Graveyard is a great card. I feel like it's seen a lot of success in the game, but probably more so because it's a newer card. A lot of players haven't, maybe the average player hasn't learned how to counter it. These guys, they absolutely know how to counter a Graveyard, and that's
They're
what
on
you
top
saw.
of their game when it comes down to this card.
Well, 7 sets are done, guys. We are now on to the final and 8th set of the round of 16. Only one YouTuber has made it through, Chief Pat, and we're going to see if Orange Juice can make his way through versus Mango. But first, let's head over to Sean.
Yes, indeed, Kelly. We're 7 ways down. Only one has gone through. Everything lies on the hopes of Yarn being able to pull it out against Mango. This is it. This is the last. This is the decider. Before we go into this, however, we are going to look at an interesting take that our good friend Yarn has made for us on changing to the fast play style.
In the beginning, I used to play a lot of mortar decks, and over time it kind of evolved so that I've transitioned into a more chip cycle play style. A chip cycle deck is something that you can cycle very fast and constantly apply pressure. So you could have Spear Goblins going in, and then you could have mortar going in right after they counter your Spear Goblins.
There is a phrase in battle that says that luck favors the bold. Well, our next player, Mango, favors the minor card, and so far he hasn't needed luck. He is waging a one-man war against vitamin C deficiency, and his obsession with a clear, concise conveyance of information borders on OCD. Now is the time to see if he can apply his tips and tricks against those who have risen to the challenge, or if he is about to get squeezed. This is Yarn of Orange Juice.
You know, I'm a really big fan of the descriptions that the voice of God has come up with all these players.
I love it. Will Yarn get strung out? Will the Orange Juice get squeezed? I don't know.
I feel like he's going to hold it together. I've seen his videos, and it intimidates me because I'm not that great.
I mean, beyond his videos, we've seen him play. I've seen YouTube play at PAX.
Yeah, no, I didn't win.
No, he's a solid player. I've never lost to him, but he's a solid. Okay, I've never played him.
That's
But
another saying right there.
when it comes down to content creators, though, there really is nobody that's known for superior strategy than Orange Juice. I mean, Yarn, everybody turns to him for the detailed strategies, and it'll be interesting to see if he can employ that today. And like you said, maybe be the only other YouTuber to advance.
I'm definitely going to be rooting for him. I mean, like we've talked about, he's got it down to the wire, exactly to the square of where to drop everything. So let's see if he can combine his skills, what he does in his videos, and brings it down to the battlefield here today.
Do you think that can come to him to a fault, though? Maybe being over-analytical, overthinking it? Sometimes being able to just be reactionary and playing it really quickly is more beneficial.
Well, you know, give or take, yes and no. But I feel like, you know, personally, out of all the YouTubers, I really hope he pushes through. And at this point, we only have seen, what, is it Chief Pat that's made it through?
Chief Pat's the only one that made it through.
Yep.
We thought that Godson was going to be making it, and then the turnaround.
Or just no pressure, but if you could make it through, that'd be great.
Go Yarn.
All right, we're going to be getting into the final set of the round of 16 very soon, guys. You can see Orange Juice there. I really like his shirt. Very custom,
I like
little
that.
pocket.
I like the
It's
OJs
not a
there.
real pocket.
Oh,
It's not. Yeah, it's
No.
not a real pocket. I saw that. No pocket protector.
But it's okay. It's right. It's a good design.
For those of you just joining us, guys, this is the Clash Royale Kings Cup. We have whittled it down from hundreds of players to the final 8 who are going up against the 8 YouTubers that we have brought here. And we are done with the 7 sets and on to the 8th set of the round of 16, guys. Only one YouTuber made it through, and now we're hoping that Yarn of Orange Juice can make it through as well.
This is absolutely going to be the fruitiest matchup we've seen all day. The vitamin C content in this face-off is going to be crazy because it's Orange Juice versus Mango.
Galadon, can you Galadon? Oh. I'm sorry, I thought it was Battle of the Puns right here. We need this game to start right now. It is devolving. And look at that.
Going into Orange Juice and Mango.
Mango and Orange Juice. All right, so again, Mega Minion right off the start. Oh, Graveyard.
Let's see how he starts it off here.
Yeah.
Graveyard has a very aggressive start on his edge.
Inferno Tower counter. Freeze spell. Oh, look at Orange Juice. Look at him step back, arms over his head.
Wait, did we just see an Inferno put at the back?
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a premature celebration there. Didn't get as much damage as he anticipated. Once he dropped the freeze, it was effective. Got about 600, but that was definitely an unexpected counter.
Absolutely. I mean, wow. Let's see how that's going to play out for him, because that is not a positive elixir trade.
No, but a 600 chop right there off the bat. Now, oh, nice Zap spell's going to let that Miner get a little more damage. Look at OJ, he's the ultimate in confidence right here.
He might be celebrating a little bit too early here, but let's keep in consideration that was a very good chip.
Oh,
Graveyard once again,
check it out. Just the Ice Minion. Just the Ice Spear gets in there.
Wow,
check out the
here.
damage.
Orange Juice's combo
Another
is very light.
freeze spell. Another freeze, and just a couple of skeletons.
Decimating the tower.
Yep. That is brilliant. I'm so excited to see a completely unique strategy. This is not something we've seen all day.
We have a Hawk coming down
with the Graveyard.
Absolutely. It's so weird to see a freeze with that Graveyard. Lightning will go ahead and answer that, and that Hawk is going to get some hits.
Hawk's going to get a couple of shots in. Maybe one more. Oh, that was close. Almost got another one off. Princess is going to get a couple of shots.
Oh, he did get some good chip damage here.
Yep.
We're looking pretty darn even on both sides, and we're getting about 9 seconds until the double elixir comes into play.
Mango's done a great job of closing the gap. It looks like it was all OJ in the beginning, but it's super close right now.
All right, here we go with 60 seconds on the clock here. Double elixir is now on the play here with them, and both opponents right now have a really 800 experience.
Yep.
Like, just
for
to
the
be
Hawk
close.
Rider. There goes after the Inferno Tower. Mega Minion was kind of there just in case of the Graveyard. And the Hog, there's the Graveyard now.
Let's see.
And Skeleton Army, freeze spell once again.
But that's not going to answer it. He's only going to get so many hits. But he does take it down to 400,
Oh,
300.
look at it go.
65.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
There's 32 seconds left.
Brilliant move right there from OJ, that freeze spell.
Let's see what Mango's going to bring it back here. I'm assuming once again a lightning with the log right there, taking it.
Oh, 48 points. He's definitely got time.
20 seconds left to cycle
Even if
through.
it has to be a lightning spell, he's going to get this tower down. So we're going to look at a 2-1 minimum right here. We know this is going.
It's going to have to be.
There it is.
Princess still got through his shot. That freeze right there.
That is
Orange
brilliant.
Juice.
Yeah.
Looking at that right there.
And that was great. That was important. Mango's thinking ahead, not using an elixir, not using the 6 elixir lightning on that tower.
That lightning is coming to play so many times throughout this right now.
Yep. Princess is going to fall to Ice Wizard. Pretty close on both towers.
Yeah, and we are now officially into overtime, so this is still going to be anyone's game.
And again, it's super, super close. Wait for the Graveyard. There it is. Skeleton Army.
I'm assuming it's zapped into freeze. Let's see. Yes, there's that freeze right there.
14, 13.
He is liquidated the tower.
Damage.
That log does come into play, though.
Yep. Yep. Here comes the Hog Rider from the center. Oh, nice. Inferno's going to pull it off.
Once again, as you do know, that lightning.
Yep, that lightning.
I feel like it's going to be one of those games that's going to be who's going to cycle it fast enough here.
Exactly. They're both keeping it super close.
Oh, a premature early is not playing around.
Yeah. There's the Graveyard.
All right,
and
the freeze right now.
Spell. Look at
Is that going to work out for him?
in there though. This time after the freeze, the Princess was a big key card right there in stopping that Graveyard.
This is not looking good. He didn't get as many hits I was initially thinking he was going to.
Comes the Hog, look for the Inferno, there it is. Inferno pulls the Hog out.
And as we do know, the lightning is going to be coming into play right there.
That Ice Spirit, though, OJ dropped a preemptive Ice Spirit, and that helped stall the Hog, and that was what made the difference.
Yeah,
Prevented
very
the Hog
good.
from getting
Because if that
shot.
Hog did get through, that was going to be a very big problematic on his end there.
Yep. Watch for the graveyard. There it is. Princess is going to try to chip some on the left.
Good chip damage right
Stealth
now.
Army, zap, and
he's playing the miner right there to go ahead and take it
There's
out.
the freeze. But
That
there wasn't
freeze
enough
is
left to the
not
skeleton.
going to do
Yeah.
much there for him.
No,
That's
it
going to give him
wasn't.
a little bit of a disadvantage on the elixir.
Yeah, I think it was too late in the spell length of that graveyard for it to get anything in.
He did drop that Inferno in a very good placement of time.
This is the longest battle we have seen today. We're down just about the final minute. There's another graveyard this time. Can
Let's
it get
see
in?
if that's going to be able to do it.
Can it get
that
in?
Hog is going to get through right now.
Oh,
Just
60
62
to the Hog. Got it. The Hog gets
my
it.
goodness.
Even I was distracted. I was looking away. I was looking top right. The Hog sneaked in and got it on the tower.
Well, how important is that? Distractions.
Oh
we
my
actually haven't
gosh.
seen too much of that, and that was the first time we've seen just really a tangible distract.
That's incredible. It was such a fast-paced gameplay the whole way through, and lasting for incredibly that long, coming down to almost, what, 60 seconds?
Yeah. Final minute of overtime. I mean, I'm distracted by bright colors and things like that, but OJ maybe just didn't see it, and that Hog sneaked in. It was tough. I mean, he's focused on trying to grind that tower down. It was so close, and Mango gets it. Wow. Mango slightly bigger than an orange.
Okay, before we get into game 2, guys, I want to talk a little bit about that graveyard freeze. Haven't seen it before, an interesting strategy. Do you think it is the most beneficial way to use graveyard with freeze, or was it just such a surprise you didn't know what to do with it at first?
Personally, I've tried it myself, and it's incredibly hard to play it right. Just because once it's anticipated and expected, it's so hard to push through. I mean,
Yeah, I think he was hoping for that first graveyard freeze to get more than it did. You saw him celebrate because I think he did catch Mango off guard with it, but he didn't catch him enough. Maybe got 600 damage with it.
Yeah.
It wasn't as deep as he wanted to go with that first try. And then after that, you see Mango dropping things like the Skeleton Army, and he was able to counter it.
Yeah, now we're going to have to see a little bit of a change up here, which is going to make it a little bit uncomfortable.
Yep, so Mango switching his deck, Orange Juice with the same deck again. So that is going to be tough.
This is going to be incredibly hard. Because that Hog did get some good value.
And look at the Mega Minion. It's focused by the tower, though. So the Mega Minion falls. Mini P.E.K.K.A. is in there.
That Mini P.E.K.K.A. is getting melted through, but that tower is not getting too much damage as he anticipated.
The Princess, again, such a good counter. About 500, though.
Yeah, but if you take a look at it, they were both very even on the damage they've done on both sides.
Yeah, Mango with some good damage on the other side. You're right. They're within a hit point of each other on the more damaged tower. OJ with that Inferno tower. Not sure.
Oh, that Mega Minion is definitely not going to be able to get through.
There it goes. All right. Skeleton tried to stop it. I love OJ's use of the Ice Spirit right
Yeah,
now.
no, absolutely. That's giving
use
him
of
the
it.
benefit, but that Hog is getting incredible amounts of hit on Orange Juice right now. Oh boy, no pressure.
That is a great strategy, but unfortunately, you're right. Mango each time getting a little more off.
It's interesting. We're going to be pushing the opposite side here.
Yeah. Oh,
dropping a freeze right
caught
there.
the Mini P.E.K.K.A. and the Princess.
But that's really
The
weird right
miner's
there with
going
just
to
the miner
work.
itself.
Yeah. I love that freeze. Caught those 2 remaining cards.
Well, let's
Nice
see
guy,
here.
just stop that. Oh, nice. He's
A
going
graveyard to keep it busy.
He
That's
needed
good
to
bet.
drop that Ice Spirit as insurance. I think the Mini P.E.K.K.A. might have outranged the graveyard there. So he had to use the Ice Spirit just to make sure the Mini P.E.K.K.A. got distracted.
Definitely kept him busy, but these
Watch
Hog
out.
pushes need to be stopped through.
Yep.
And that Inferno is not going to answer
straight to
it.
the tower. The Inferno froze up by the Ice Spirit. The Hog is going to own that tower. Wow.
60 seconds on the clock here, and Mango's got himself that first tower. This is going to be very intimidating to push back right now.
Yep. OJ's run fully. It's going to go to the opposite tower. The Miner's going to take out the Princess with that Inferno right there. Just made quick work of the Miner.
Let's see.
There's
Here
our
we're going
graveyard
again. All right, we have the freeze right now going here.
But here you see that the Princess is behind the King's Tower, shooting all of the graveyard skeletons. And when that happens, most of those graveyard skeletons are focused on trying to get the Mini P.E.K.K.A. down.
Yeah, no, he's definitely going to be getting some hits, but we only have 20 seconds left on the clock here, so it's looking pretty grim here.
Yeah, he's trying to get there, but not a lot of damage. Again, the Mini P.E.K.K.A. has so many hit points, most of the skeletons are focusing on the Mini P.E.K.K.A. rather than heading for the tower.
Coming down ourselves here to 5 seconds on the clock here. 4. And it looks like it's going to be a conclusion here, and Mango brings it in.
Wow.
I mean, Hyphonics, I want to go to you. You were the one that was rooting for Yarn.
Yeah.
What happened there?
What are you saying? What happened to Mango?
I'm saying
against
what
him?
happened to Yarn.
Well, to be honest here, I definitely had high hopes for him. I still do. I definitely do. He brought a definitely different, unique playstyle with the Graveyard coming in with the freeze. And, you know, it does work out, but it has to be a surprise. And the thing is, Mango expected it after the first time, so it made it really hard to even push back a win.
But why would you build a deck based on a surprise that you know you're going to have to play more than once potentially?
Yeah, that's the problem with that. I mean, unfortunately, because he lost that first match, then he was pulp.
Yeah.
And had he won the first match, then things look good. And I think he was counting on winning the first match with a shockingly different deck that we hadn't seen all day. And it was really all or nothing. He put all of it into the first battle, knowing that if he lost that, he probably didn't have a chance to
Well, I mean, he did get really happy when he got that first connect hit right there. And he was expecting probably to take the tower out and then just defend the whole way through.
Right.
Well, with the Graveyard freeze, what else can you add to that deck to maybe make it more viable?
Besides a freeze, a lot of people, like we've seen, it's just a minor as the, keeping it busy, but putting that freeze, I'm not too sure you can compensate on top of that because it's already so much.
That's tough because even if you've frozen the units in place, the skeletons from the graveyard are going to focus on taking the units out first.
Yeah.
All right, guys, here we have all of the YouTubers who have not made it through. First was Alvaro. Not exactly happy right there, guys. Of course, next, Ash.
CWA. He tried, man. He put up a good fight.
Especially against Yao Yao, man. It's hard to be able, like, even as an entertainer.
Yet I hopes.
Always a good sport. D-Dottie, a lot of people, he was a fan favorite, that's for sure.
Yeah, he had a very good cycle.
All right, so the only YouTuber that we're not actually going to see here is Chief Pat because this is all of the YouTubers losing.
Yeah. I'm completely surprised to see only one of our YouTubers bring it through out of everyone.
Yeah.
Well,
who was it that predicted that Chief Pat would advance? I think somebody did. I don't remember.
I don't know if you predicted that he'd go through, more so that you wanted him to go through.
I'm pretty sure Chief Pat predicted Chief Pat would get through.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, that's true too.
Gaming with Molt going down from Colm, the big surprise there.
Yeah, that was a tough one. I definitely was looking for closer battles there.
Oh boy.
Dotson wishing he hadn't taken 3 days off.
I don't know if that masked help.
Didn't quite help. Just don't go to the bank with that one. That's that siege deck. That was interesting to watch. Maybe Dotson overheated, man.
I don't know if you could see through that correctly.
It is warm out here.
Nick at Night, he held it pretty well.
Yeah, always fun to watch Nick at Night play, and we did see some unusual stuff from him, but couldn't pull it out either.
Yeah.
And of course, the one person that we weren't able to see there is Yarn of Orange Juice, who just lost in the previous round. But we are going to be talking about the one YouTuber that did make it through, Chief Pat. And you know what, Galadon? I'm going to defer this to you because you were the one that said that he was going to make it.
Well, I mean, I've played a lot of these guys. In fact, most of these YouTubers I've played against, and I can beat anybody but Chief Pat. I'm not saying I beat these guys most of the time. I lose to probably most of these guys most of the time. One player I've never beaten is Chief Pat. He's been focused. I think he's cool under pressure because he has a lot of experience in this type of situation, being in front of large crowds. He's also probably the most experienced YouTuber of the entire group. And you know what's funny? Before Clash Royale even went to beta, Pat turned to me and said, you know what? I will be the best player in this game at one point.
Ooh, give you shivers. Well, guys, we've made it from hundreds of players down to 16, and now we are down to 8. Let's head over to Sean at the host desk.
Yes, indeed. It is down to the final 8, and only one YouTuber is there to defend their honor, which means 7 hopefuls have come here, battled through the 300, and said, you know what, I will not go quietly. I will show these guys what it's all about. So coming up right here, we do have Clyde versus Chief Pat. But first, let's take a look at the bracket. You can see there what went down. We saw Clyde, who was taking on the real Alvaro. We saw Chief Pat, who took out Cray. We saw Yao Yao, who took on Ash and won. Inferno, D-Doty. It's been absolutely epic throughout that side. And of course, on the other side, we saw Colton, who won against Molt. That was a big victory right there. Mighty Tyrone, who won against Godson. Top Notch, who won at Nick at Night. and of course Mango, who bested Yarn, who a lot of people had a hope for. Now we see here the final 8s, and as I said, the first one that we're looking at is Clyde versus Chief Pat. It's coming right up here. He is our last of the YouTube hopefuls. So let's take a look at a video where Chief Pat's gonna tell us exactly how he's gonna keep his honor up.
My favorite card that really doesn't see a lot of playtime anymore is the Giant Skeleton. I feel like when the Giant Skeleton gets to the tower and your opponent knows that it's just going to explode in a matter of seconds, it's probably one of the best feelings in the game. So I definitely would say the Giant Skeleton's my favorite card.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the moment has come. It is my great pleasure to sit here at my mighty desk and say it is time to introduce the first two that will duke it out to see who goes into the last 4. So please, without further ado, put your hands together. He took on Real Alvaro. It is our contender, Clyde. But standing in his way is a man who needs very little introduction. He's an absolute favorite here, and we know the crowd is behind him. He bested Gray to come here. It is Chief Pat! Guys, I'm not gonna lie, when I see those two guys up there, I'm feeling quite warm here. My heart's racing, the desk's getting a bit shaky. It is definitely about to go down. Guys, are you ready to see who's gonna win here? Yeah! Come on, guys, this is it. Are you ready? Yeah! This crowd has been utterly fantastic throughout, and I know somebody who's really enjoying the energy and ready to take us into this. That is, of course, the absolutely lovely Kelly Link.
Oh, Sean, you know me so well. That's right, guys. We are finally into the round of 8, and the first thing that we're going to be seeing is Clyde versus Chief Pat. Now, Clyde took out Alvaro at the start of the round of 16, but Chief Pat is the only remaining YouTuber and definitely seems to be a formidable opponent. What do you think he's going to be doing here?
Well, he's definitely probably going to have to bring that, like we've talked about, the surprise factor. But, like he said, his favorite card is the Giant Skeleton. I would not be surprised to see maybe that come out of this one.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see something different. He's probably changing things up from the last round. Clyde, one of the better known players, though, in this final group as well. So this is going to be a tough matchup for him.
Well, playstyle-wise, how do these two players differ?
Well, with Chief Pat, he's got it down to the line with, we've seen in his games, it was all about that one good push that gets through, right? We've seen that. Let's see if he can bring that once again to his side.
Right, and that may be what Clyde is looking for to stop that, to prevent that. I know that Pat prefers that as a style, to just make one big push. Yeah. Like he was talking about, he doesn't really care for the minor that much because it's more that chip damage, that cheap 100, 200 at a time. Yeah. He'd much rather just get in there and take a tower down.
Absolutely. I feel like Clyde's going to be going ahead and focusing on trying to stop any of his strong pushes rather than, trying to stop any chip damage coming down here. So let's see how this begins.
All righty.
Both of our opponents going in, starting right off the bat with just a tombstone.
All right, this time you got Pat is in the red and Clyde is in the blue. So Clyde at the bottom of the screen dropping a golem, Pat with a lava hound. So a couple of big tanks right off the bat. You can see these guys both had them at the ready in the starting hands. There we go, and tombstones up for both. So that's
air and ground here. Coming across the bridge here, we got ourselves the support with the Mega Minion, but the minions against.
Yeah, minions on one side, Mega Minion. No lightning spell.
A lightning coming into play.
And that lava hound is going to get to the tower. We've got a solo archer there working on it. It's going to be the lava pups.
The golem also gets through.
Helps control him. A little bit of damage, but check out Chief Pat. Golemites on the tower. They're going to grind away.
Oh my.
And so close, 1698, 1648 after the first push.
Very even on this right now. They started up.
Very, very tight match to begin with. You see both players using archers. We've seen a lot of archers today.
Yeah. It's different from usually seeing the princess always being on the field here.
Yep, so the miner goes down. The Mega Minions are going to meet right at the tower.
Just in time to stop it through, not allowing to get any successful hits.
Beautiful placement of the golem, the timing there, like Pat meant to do that. The golem pulls every single supporting unit off that tower. Nobody gets a shot on the tower at all.
Let's see, we have a lumberjack coming in black.
Go lumberjack. Let's see if he can get in there and help accelerate some of the damage here.
That's going to most likely help him out. If that lumberjack gets hit.
Uh-oh.
That lumberjack does get hit.
Yeah. Oh, there it goes. The rage spell. Golemites on the tower. The Mega Minion doing work, but those Golemites still did a pretty good job. 668. So just about right. Accelerating the damage. Obviously, he would have liked to have had maybe archers in there inside that rage spell, not just the Golemites.
Let's see, we have ourselves. Once again, Cheapad is building up his push with the Lava Hound here. Let's hope we can bring it back with it.
Yep, trying to get that Lava Hound in there. Again, we've got the two giant tanks working their way across the screen.
Let's see here. That Lumberjack definitely was a surprise factor, and he's going yet again with it.
Here comes again, everybody headed. Oh, Lightning Spell takes out the Lumberjack quickly this time.
Not allowing it.
That's going to make a difference, but that Mega Minion is going to work down the Lava Hound. Lava Hound down, but the Miner was there at the same time. Check out the damage from the Miner.
Oh, he's liquidating the tower.
Down. No, Pat with a thanks. He grabs the tower. That is what I'm talking about. We saw that earlier, dropping the Lava Hound, getting it to fall in at the same time as the Miner.
10 seconds of the clock.
Oh, there goes the tower,
taking the tower down as
Tied
well.
out by the log. Oh my gosh.
We are 5 seconds into overtime right now, and both opponents have both taken a tower out, but I think Cheapat's got his hits on the main.
Yeah, Pat has an advantage right here simply because the Lava Hound's already crossing the river, and the elixir was pretty much the same. So Pat's with the big push. The pressure right here is on Clyde to stop this push.
The Lava Hound's going to be his answer on going ahead and just trying to take his army down.
Yeah, that Mega Minion doing work, grinding the Lava Hound down. Pups, a couple of them touch the tower.
He does get a little bit of damage there, but that might not be enough for him on this one.
No, only about 400. You can see that Clyde's King's Tower is down about as far as his remaining tower as well.
Yeah, so they're both pretty even here.
Again, here come the battle of the tanks crossing each other.
Let's see who we have on once again.
Another lightning spell. The log moves, the golem moving after.
And here we go with the Miner coming into play right here.
Look at that, the Miner and the Lava Hound converge again. This is
going to keep them busy, and this is going to probably work out for him here if he can just take it down.
That was major problems right there for Clyde. Chief Pat with another big chunk of damage off that tower.
He's got him down to a, wow, he's dropping the Lava Hound just right there.
Yep. The middle deployment Lava Hound, the Golem is going to try to pull the supporting units off. Again, the Mega Minion grinding that Lava Hound
goodness,
down.
168 speed.
This is it. This is coming down cycle. This is what we were talking about earlier. He's got to prevent losing this to the Lumberjack, though.
Yeah, Lumberjack is getting an incredible amount of hits right now.
The Miner's
104
on the tower. The Miner's on the tower. There
and it takes it out.
Oh my gosh. That was amazing. That was amazing. Pat somehow managed to get the Miner to lock onto the tower. You could see that Clyde desperately wanted to get that tombstone in there in time. The tombstone didn't quite. It was all the difference. The tombstone lands a half a second sooner. The Miner turns around, goes after the tombstone. Pat loses.
If Clyde was able to go ahead and just drop it just that millisecond, he would have most likely brought it back because he was about to take him out as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, one of the combos that we saw there that really worked out for Chief Pat was Miner and Lava Hound. Now, how would Clyde be able to counter that?
Well, the thing is, what was hard here is the Miner got through, and those lava pumps, unattended, just came by and liquidated it. What Clyde could have done differently in that situation was to go ahead and take that Miner out.
All right, I believe actually game 2 is already getting underway, guys. Let's see how Chief Pat is going to change up his deck.
Yep. So Pat, again, is going to have to change the deck, but again, he only has to change 3 cards. So it's possible we see Lava Hound and the Miner again.
We could see just probably a different variation from it.
Yeah, or will Pat go a different route? Lumberjack.
Right away coming in with that Lumberjack, but good thing
Good use of the Miner. Pat with a limited starting hand there somehow manages to save that tower. I'm telling you, a Lumberjack even by itself can be devastating. So Pat with the right choice there, I think. Dropping a Miner in a
Clyde is going to be getting that Mega Minion through though, and that's going to get a successful amount of 2 hits.
Yeah, a couple of shots. Pat with the Golem moving on the other side. So the Miner, unorthodox use, but it did prevent what would have been a lot of damage from that Lumberjack.
We're going to be having both of the opponents dropping a Golem against each other over the river here, so let's see how that works out for them.
Yeah, so probably the most popular deck we've seen, the meta within the meta we talked about earlier, the Golem Tombstone deck.
Yep. There we go. That's going to be stopping his Golem on the opposite end, but let's see if Chief Pat can do anything through.
Pat got a little damage, and
that's going to be really about it for him on that end. Oh, but wait a second here.
What was that?
That Mega Minion might get through.
The zap, another zap. Clutch zap spell saved a swipe. Sometimes
very quick.
It's worth it to zap it and just save a couple hundred hit points.
Oh, that could be
as close
devastating
as these battles are. Exactly.
Comes down to the last second.
Yep, one swipe from a Mega Minion could be the difference between a win and a loss.
Both of the opponents dropping a Golem here.
Yep, twin Golems, same time, both in the back. So going to come down to support. I would imagine we're going to see tombstones from both players dropped.
We still don't know what Pat's last 2 cards might necessarily be here, but we are going to be seeing some support connecting with that. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Mega Minion right now.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is.
There's the Mega Minion. There's the Lumberjack. Clyde dropped his tombstone really far back.
Yeah, that tombstone, I don't feel like it's going to be assisting too much in that situation.
Yeah, the Golem's going to get there. A little damage from the Golemites. And Clyde with his own Golemites on Chief Pat's tower, though.
Yeah, no, they're both
going to get a little more
darn
damage
even right
done.
now.
Yep. All right, so Pat's Dragon was the last card we hadn't seen.
Yep, so this is the problem here. That lightning right there. Taking Pat down to 868 here.
And look at the enraged Archer get a couple of shots
a
off.
good, significant amount of damage right there.
Yep. By herself, just about 200 hit points.
Yeah. Let's see here. Both of our opponents could be dropping a golem down right here. Let's see what they do differently in order to bring it in, because Pat right now is down a little bit.
Yep, 696 left on that tower. You have to know that Clyde has this calculated out. He knows that he's got the lightning spell, he's got the lock, he's got the zap.
That lightning right there coming to the assistance there. And that
Final 10
lumberjack
seconds.
right there.
Yeah. Oh, lightning on the other side.
Wait a second here. He's going to be able to bring it back,
Look
I
at
think.
the miner. Look at the Golemites on the other side. 325, 471.
Both of our opponents are very close on each
Lightning.
other's side right now. 299 on Pat's side and Clyde's on 325.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I didn't know that was it.
That lightning only needed to be cycled through. It was anticipated.
Pat was wringing his hands. He knew that lightning spell was ready to go.
Oh boy, the pressure is now on. Both of our opponents here have 1 win right now. So it's going to be in order for this to be the game to bring it back.
Yeah. Love it. 1-1. It's exciting to see it go like this.
And it makes it more fun, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Who do you think is going to be taking it?
You know, okay, let's be honest here. Let's hope for Pat, because he's our only YouTuber right now. Clyde, I have nothing against you whatsoever. But, oh boy.
I mean, after seeing that second game, what was the difference between game 1 and game 2? Was it just the deck choices? Was it the fact that he didn't have Lava Hound?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily was because he didn't have a Lava Hound, but I just feel like with the combinations that they were both going up against, you know, both being very heavy, Pat had a hard time being able to get that strong push through without every time being stopped.
Yep. Yep, that's a tough, when you got Golem Tombstone against Golem Tombstone, it's going to make it very, very close, and that's what we saw. Coming down to the wire.
Here we go. Let's see how this one's
game.
going to go. This is Clyde dropping down his Lava Hound to begin it off here. And as you see,
Pat with the Golem right away. Pat with a thanks.
Oh, God.
All right, so they are focused. We'll have to see again where the support units come in.
Let's see here. I'm not
What's
going to be
pull off
surprised
this Lava
we
Hound?
see a Tombstone coming right into play right there. I feel it could be a little far, but no.
Inferno Dragon.
Now that
It's
is
the
something
first
we have
one we've
not seen
seen.
all day.
And that Lava Hound has made it to the tower. The Archer's going to work on it for that Inferno Dragon and the Lumberjack. So exciting to see a different combination from Pat. The Inferno Dragon, Lumberjack, though.
I don't think the Inferno Dragon's be able to get through necessarily, unless that Lumberjack goes ahead and assists. That Inferno is going to get through.
Enraged Inferno Dragon. Look at the tower go! Oh my gosh! That was unexpected. Enraged Inferno Dragon. That's the fastest I may have ever seen a tower go down.
I think that maybe stood for about 2 seconds right there. The reaction time on Pat right there was incredibly excited. Wow. Okay. That was quick.
That building went down like a imploded Las Vegas casino.
Oh.
We have so much time, and the tower's already out, and that was at the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, that was brutal. I don't know if I've ever seen an enraged Inferno Dragon before. Locked onto that tower.
All right, let's see here. We still have 1:25. There is still an opportunity, but Clyde here has the absolute advantage.
This is a tough deck to counter right here. You got enraged again, and that's tough.
This is hard to watch. Yeah, this is. We got 1 minute and 5 seconds. 5 seconds until our assault. We got the double elixir.
Yep, so we're going to double elixir.
All right, here we
wait
go.
For that last card.
This is going to be Pat's, I would say, assuming so, last push he can do.
Yep, we see the.
We have our golem right now.
Haven't seen the tombstone. Pat didn't pull off that first Lava Hound. That was tough. But it wasn't the Lava Hound that made the difference.
No, absolutely.
Yeah,
so we have ourselves, once again, the Inferno coming in, just completely liquidating. But that lightning, still keeping that Inferno Dragon alive.
Lightning, another card today that we've seen a lot of.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of Lightning.
It's been everyone's deck builds all day.
Yeah, I'm going to put that on the could be nerf list.
Yeah. Let's see that come out being the next nerf.
Yeah. All right,
18
Lava
seconds
Hand
left on
goes
the
down.
clock here. Oh boy.
Lots of archers moving in.
Let's see if this can be a
After
comeback
this
with 10
tower.
seconds left. 300.
Oh, can it go
We're
down?
going to see a comeback.
Goes down. He ties it up. Beautiful, beautiful move from Pat, and that's what we're talking about. That is Pat and Chief Pat right there. That one push, wiping out that tower, and somehow in the last 5 seconds tying this up.
We were sitting over talking about Bozeman as that just comes around. Anticipating it's going to end.
Shut my mouth. All right, so Pat not giving up, never say die. Attitude's got the archers. Oh man, it's got a lot of units in there.
Clyde's getting himself some beneficial hits right there. But this now can possibly be anyone's game.
Oh Pat going down the center, going after the 3 crown, because you can see that King's Tower is about 200 hit points below the left tower.
That Inferno Tower, that Inferno Dragon right there, it is getting lightning and zap down right there.
The
That
zap,
Golem is going to be getting
beautiful
through.
zap. He got the Golem in on the tower. The zap spell made the difference. That Golem was history until the zap went down.
And the Miner coming into play right there. That tower is going to be going down.
This could be it.
68 speed.
The
Chief breaks it in.
All right, guys, get into it. Initial reactions of that game.
Holy cow.
Talk about a game change right there. We totally anticipated that game coming to a conclusion of Pat losing, but in the last 15 seconds, it comes back around.
All of us kind of like leaned back and we're like, okay, maybe there's going to be no YouTubers going.
Is that like the caster curse or something? We're both kind of thinking that Pat really didn't have much of a chance to come back. He puts together an amazing push, ties it, and then 3 crowns.
And the excitement in the room, too, picking up, man.
They went
the
nuts.
anticipation was absolutely insane right there. Wow.
I'm really excited to get into the rest of our top 8 guys. Let's go back to Sean, who's joined by Molt.
Oh my goodness, what have we just witnessed there, guys? I'm joined with Molt. I honestly didn't think he was going to pull that out.
No, I did not.
Molt, talk us through. What did we just witness there?
Just madness. We saw Pat use an unexpected push. You're expecting him to get to the tower with the golem, but he took it out with the dragon and the archers, which isn't what you're expecting to do the most damage there, and he brought that in and completely just changed it up.
Well, we have to say it, guys. Quick round of applause for Pat for keeping the pride up of YouTube.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely incredible.
Wow.
Now, of course, we do have to cast our eyes on the next match, which has the potential to be just as exciting. It's Yao Yao against Inferno. What are your thoughts here? You've seen them both.
Yeah, the one thing I know that I've seen a lot of is the lightning spell, and it's really game-changing at this point. Both of those guys seem like they're pretty confident in the decks that they're using, and hopefully we see them switch it up and see something interesting here.
Can I push you for maybe a little prediction?
Maybe Mr. Yao, something like that?
He does seem to be a famous. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it's time for our next in the best of 8. Here it is. He has done a stellar job throughout. He's been making waves. Everybody's excited. Please put your hands together. Show some serious love. It's Yao Yao. And of course, standing in his way, he did make heavy work of D-Dote. It is none other than, make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, it's Inferno! Woo! Well, I guess it's anybody's match. I'm going to be watching here with Molt, and for now, we'll head right over to Kelly because I'm sure this is going to be an absolute cracker.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much, Sean. We have 7 players left, and we're about to bring it down to 6. Guys, let's talk about your predictions. Yao Yao versus Inferno.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, as we do know, Yao Yao's got himself the predominant of just saying, you know, he's made it this far in such a short period of time with such a big intimidation here. So, any predictions for me? I'd throw it to him.
Yeah, I mean, he's also the member of one of the best-known esports groups in the area, HK Esports. So you know that those guys are extremely serious. So I think he's also a fan favorite, and it's just, yeah, he's probably favored to win this right now, but it could go either way, obviously.
Yeah. As we have noticed today, a lot of games that we think would be coming to an end completely turn around in the last seconds.
I want to talk about what Molt said about lightning, and do you think it is changing the game? Is this the biggest like tide turner?
I just feel like it's one of those cards when, you know, I used to use it before it was cool, okay? And now it's one of those cards that 95% of the combinations we always come across always have it.
Yep, yep. You see these cycles in the meta. Personally, it is quickly, especially after today, becoming one of the most annoying cards in my mind. I
don't blame you.
I just don't like to watch the majority of damage done to towers by direct damage spells. I'd rather
Why?
see it done by units. Well, I think that the typical response is, oh, that doesn't involve skill, because all you got to do is drop it on there. That's like a rocket, a lightning,
Yeah, and then you
fireball, and you just cycle through. And there's been times where that meta exists where you don't need to get to the tower with a unit, just spells.
Well, we're back into the game, guys. Yao Yao versus Inferno. We have Yao Yao on the bottom and Inferno up top in the red.
Well, let's see how they go ahead and bring it over. We have ourselves to start off, though. With
But don't
a
get me
ice-
wrong. I'm not saying that the use of the lightning spell doesn't require skill, because obviously you still have to be elixir management wise.
No, and absolutely, it does take skill. But as we've noticed, everyone's been playing it, and it's all about playing defensively here and cycling it.
Yep, so we've seen the skeleton army already from Inferno. There's the miner. So you kind of get an idea of what he's going for here.
Oh, he did very well on going in and stopping that miner from getting anything. Fireball missing the Mega Minion, though.
Yep, got the archers, missed the Mega Minion, so it's going to move forward, but it's slightly damaged, so the tower will take care of it. It's not going to get a shot off on the tower.
Shot down. We have ourselves a golem to start off a good push, I'm assuming so.
Yep. Golem on the right-hand side, so finally we see Yao Yao's tank. Oh,
Look at that.
Look at the tombstone go down in front of it. Did it go down in front of the, before the graveyard?
Right before it. I feel like he was
How is that
just
even
trying to assume that was
possible?
going to be happening.
Yeah, it was like he knew that was coming for some reason. Sure enough, Tombstone does a great
Go
job.
ahead and just stop the getting through. And a log as well to just push it farther.
Yep, so the Golemites are going to split up, so that means they're going to get managed by the towers.
Inferno's doing very good for himself right now, getting himself a little bit of a good start off.
Yep, neither tower touched at all on Inferno's side.
Yeah, he's doing very well on defense-wise. And see how he keeps holding it up. Yo-Yo, yeah, dropping down the Dragon Hair at the very back. But it's just interesting to see that he dropped a Tombstone before anything was dropped.
Yep.
So I feel like he's definitely anticipating things that he's going to be dropping like the Graveyard.
There it is again. You had the Mega Minion back there. It's going to go up and take the miner down pretty quickly.
All right, let's see. We have a Fireball this time.
Fireball.
Predominantly going to be going ahead and getting damage on them.
So again, chipping the damage away, and also you just got to get a little damage on a Mega Minion, and the tower is always going to take it down. So there the Mega Minion falls.
Inferno's going very good. We are now double elixir, but he still hasn't got hit once. And TMD, Yaya is going to be going ahead and dropping himself a push.
Way off
Dragon's going to be good.
Yep, Dragon's going to help out. And of course the Tombstone again doing a great job controlling the damage on that tower.
I feel like he's going to be bringing back a very strong push right now.
Yeah, look at that counter. There's lots of units crossing the bridge right here.
Oh, would you look at that?
Straight to the tower.
Dragons coming through.
Skeleton
double
Army
dragons right now. And this is going to be actually
and the Golemites. That's big trouble right there. That's going to be a lot of damage.
20 seconds left on the clock here, and talk about a comeback.
Fireball on defense, but the Dragons are going to get the job done. There's the tower.
TMD bringing it back right now with 10 seconds left on the clock. I don't think
Unusual strategy. Get those Dragons in there and grind that down. He's got twin Tombstones, and they are going to help control that graveyard, and that's it. Wow.
Yao Yao takes the first game. I guess not much of a surprise to us, but it actually looked like Inferno had a shot at taking that game.
Yeah, no, it looked like he was definitely holding it. For I'd say a whole minute and a half. He didn't get hit once. He held it down the whole time. So I really felt that he was going to bring it in.
What was it, the baby dragons that threw him on?
Well, I mean, that last second, I was surprised to see two dragons on the field at the same time.
Baby Dragons were there. The Golemites made it to the tower as well, so you have those 4 units on top.
And the Dragons did well on just taking everything out.
Yeah, they're not known for DPS, but in a case like that, that's especially 2, that's a lot of damage in a short period of time.
All right, what kind of deck do you guys want to see out of Yao Yao coming up?
Well, he has to change it up.
He does, exactly.
Yep.
So what do you want to see?
Well, what I want to see and what I expect to see are 2 different
You're
things.
right. What do you
I don't think
expect
we're
to
going to
see?
see anything really unconventional here.
I don't think we're going to see like
something
something out of nowhere and you're like, oh, there's a Royal Giant. No, we're not going to see that. I'm assuming so. But I feel like we're going to definitely be running in the same field of, you know, a Graveyard, probably going to be in there, the Lightning as well. But I don't necessarily see too much changing just because of the comfortability that we have already connecting with everything. And we're off into the second game here. Yao Yao already got himself the lead of the 1 right now, so if he brings this one in, he's going to be proceeding.
Yeah, Miner by itself, countered by the Graveyard, by the Skeleton Army.
Big commitment right there. Log automatically just going to be stomping it out.
Yep. So Yao Yao bringing the Golem again.
Yeah.
So what we're seeing is just maybe a change in the support units and not a change in the primary.
And here we are with the Graveyard coming in.
Yao Yao's shaking his head. Fireball working on the minions.
I mean, he's been very good on defense. The 3 minions itself right there is just enough to keep it busy, and he doesn't get that many hits upon himself.
Yeah, Inferno managed to pull the golem off just in time, even with the Mega Minion there.
That Mega Minion, if unattended with those golems, I think he's going to have a good chance right now to completely take out the tower.
Doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. That
Mega
Musketeer
Minion
as well. Is not being targeted by the tower. The tower was on the
That is going to take him out completely.
Yeah. Wow.
So early.
That's what we're talking about. That Mega Minion, man. I'm telling you. That's tough right there.
Like you've told me, this is probably one of those cards that is going to be definitely nerfed just because we're seeing
Just
it
see too
in
much of
every
it.
single combination.
Yeah. But you can't rely on a Mega Minion getting to a tower by itself. You obviously have to have the tower locked on something else. The Golemite did it right there, and the Mega Minion just a few swipes, tower down.
It definitely comes down to connecting with the correct support to make that throw. But here we are with the Graveyard coming back to it.
Yeah, Tombstone and Skeleton Army gonna shut down the Graveyard. The Skeleton Army, because he just scatter around, take everything down, and then move on.
He's definitely keeping busy, and we're coming down to ourselves to have Debo Elixir.
Final minute, Golemite's moving in.
Let's see if Inferno can bring it back here. He's
Ice
running very
Golem
low
wipes
time.
out the Skeleton Army.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
50 seconds left. Inferno's going to have to go ahead and bring himself some type of successful push. But he's already anticipated seeing obviously the Miner in the Graveyard come into play a lot of the time.
Musketeer back there. The Golem is going to attract most of the Graveyard Skeletons. The Tombstone as well.
Did the Fireball just miss the tower?
I didn't even see how that went. I think maybe it caught the Musketeer, but the Musketeer is still up.
Yeah, the Musketeer definitely
about
still
5
up.
hit points left. Look at the
Oh
mass.
my goodness.
Just
the
closing
minions
in
right
on
now
that
just
left tower.
completely taking him out. 20 seconds
that
left.
history. And a full-size Golem. It was the support.
I'm going to have to say this is post. This is going to be a 3 crown if unintended right now. 13 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah. So Yao just controlling this one. Again, you know, Inferno had some damage early on, got an early lead, but Yao never succumbed to the pressure, never felt it.
Yao didn't even use 2 of his cards.
Yeah.
Throughout the entire match right
Is that right? Were there 2 left?
Yeah, there was 2 cards he never even used yet.
Wow.
So Yao is going to be going up against Chief Pat because that's 2-0, right? Right there.
Okay, that's where the pressure really builds up.
What do you think Chief Pat was watching in that game that he can use against Yao?
Well, what we noticed though with Yo-Yo is his games are relatively close to Pat's. It's always brought back with a strong push. So it's going to be kind of seeing 2 of the same game styles come against each other right now.
Right.
So,
and I think that's a secret to being successful in this game is waiting for that opportunity and then jumping on it, making that one big push. I like to see that aggressive style versus chip decks, chip style. I think this is more exciting. I think this is better for the game. If this is where the meta develops, I would love to see it because long term, this is just more exciting. I think.
Yeah, but let's be honest, this game coming up, it's going to be completely down just to the right timing on everything. Yeah.
Oh no, it's going to be crazy. But of course, we have 2 more sets of the top 8 that we have to go through, guys. We have now down to 6 players. 1 YouTuber remains. I'm really excited for the next set. Let's head over to Sean with more on that.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Yes, indeed. Yao has been phenomenal throughout. So we're going to take a look at his journey from here. We know he came here in the open bracket. Over 300 players were there. They were all battling it out through multiple phases. He stayed strong, even showing off a little bit with that 15-minute lead and then just stepping out because he knew he was at the top. After that, he went up against Ash. He did a fantastic job there. And looking now, we can see where we're going to in the next. We know that he'll be going up against the Chief Pat. And of course, on the other side, we're about to see Colton, who will be going up against the mighty Tyrone. And then our last matchup, still waiting there, is Top Notch against Mango. But of course, we do know that it is Yao who did it. Great job in this one. And as I said, coming through from the 300, did everything he needed to do from there, and then eventually also knocked out Inferno. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for your next matchup? Come on, guys, are you ready for the next matchup? That sounds much better. He needs a little introduction. He sat here on the couch. He's a phenomenal contender, and I'm gonna ask you to make some serious noise for Colton W83. But standing in his way. His name has said everything. He beat our YouTuber godson to get here. It is the mighty Tyrone! So that can mean only one thing. It's Kelly time. Let's get this rolling.
Kelly time, you are right, Sean. Thank you so much for that introduction. Of course, two guys that don't need any introduction, right? Joining me, Galadon and Hyphonics. We're going to be looking at Colton versus Mighty Tyrone in the second to last matchup.
Yeah, a couple of relatively unknown players.
Well, I mean, we've seen their gameplay. I definitely was rooting for Godson, but Godson, as we've talked about, he made it pretty far in those games. It was really coming down to close. So, seeing from the styles of gameplay they've been doing, it's going to be one of those games where it's going to be coming down probably to the last second of who can cycle through correctly.
Any predictions on who's going to win?
I'm not going out on a limb on this one.
Yeah, this one's actually really hard to say.
Yeah.
I believe, what was it? We were looking at the top 3 plays, and you picked the wrong person every time. So whoever you pick is probably going to be jinxed.
Yeah, so we probably don't want to pick anyone here to make them feel bad. It's not our fault.
It's the caster curse.
Yes.
Whew, well, we've been looking at a lot of cards, guys, and we've seen a lot of reoccurring cards, and sometimes we've seen a few obscure cards. If you could buff one of those obscure cards to make it a bit more viable.
We know what you would buff.
What would you buff?
Well, we know. Well, I would buff, from what I've seen, is the Mega Minion. Why?
Nerf, you mean?
Nerf. Yeah, nerf.
I'm talking about buffing.
She wants to talk about
buffing.
I'm
buffing.
talking about buffing a card.
Giant Skeleton.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a no-brainer.
No, that's not
Really?
point. Yeah.
How would you buff Giant Skeleton then?
Well, there's a lot of ways you can go about it in buffing that. But we're going right into this next game right now. Let's see how this develops.
Tyrone and Colton. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, that's the thing about buffing and nerfing cards. That's such a close balance to strike. It's so easy to change one card too much.
Yeah, it's a very fine line of how you can change it to make it good or it's just too overpowered.
Yeah. I feel like you increase the speed of the Giant Skeleton and it's suddenly just way too powerful.
Well,
nice log right there, wiped out that tombstone.
And it seems like our Giant might be able to get some type of contact. That lightning right there going in and helping him out.
Bowler's down, Giant got to the tower. It's going to get at least 3-4 shots. Look at the tower just
Bolton
about
getting
down.
himself the cherry on top of the archer. Still getting more hits.
Solo Archer was just working all day on that tower. 311.
We have our Barbarians right here to go ahead and incorporate some damage on that Giant, taking him out.
Wow. All right, yep. Tyrone's Giant didn't get there. The Barbarians.
We have a very early game start here for Colton.
Yep.
He got himself the very, very strong push to begin it off here.
All right, another bowler goes down, wipes out that archer, moving forward.
We'll probably see some support connecting with him. Yeah, there it is.
There's the Musketeer.
That's a good combination, but
squeeze the Giant in, but the Musketeer is going to take that Mega Minion out.
I'm assuming he's going to go ahead and stop that Musketeer from getting any chance with the tombstone, but that tombstone was dropped off to the side too far.
3 shots on the tower, but yeah, Tyrone's tower, 207.
Yeah, no, that's definitely going to be taken out with just the right cycle of a log. We still don't know what Colton's last card is necessarily going to be.
Yep, Giants. Colton with a more aggressive drop on his Giant. Look at it travel all the way across to that tombstone.
He's keeping him busy.
Good drop of the Mega Minion. Took out the supporting archers quickly and now is after the Giant. So Tyrone's Giant has a better shot than Colton's did there.
Down to 60 seconds, the devil will turn our clock.
Giant bowler. That bowler is going to go to town on those Barbarians. Good use of the Mega Minion again.
Very absolute good use, because that bowler is not getting any chances of getting anything past right now.
No, the Barbs got taken out, but the Mega Minion, I'm telling you.
At this point, let's be honest, Colton is just going to have to go ahead and defend and then cycle through the lightning.
Exactly. Yeah, Colton's got the lightning spell, and you know that it's there. It's just a matter of, he's got to be a little bit careful with the placement, make sure he doesn't strike anything else.
30 seconds.
Under 30 seconds. The tower is healthy. That's definitely a defensive Giant right there. It's going to take that Giant probably more than 30 seconds to get to the tower with that tombstone in the way.
Yeah, that's the problem here. And Colton has
a
max elixir right now.
Yep.
He's feeling comfortable.
Yeah.
He knows exactly what's going to come in here.
Barbarians, 10 seconds. Lightning is definitely in his hand.
Yep.
But he drops it on the... Was that his lightning that just went?
I think so, because let's be honest here, he could have just dropped it on the tower. I'm not sure if I'm confused here, but now we're going overtime.
I think that was his lightning. Unfortunately, the tower had so few hit points.
The tower's down to 5
anyway.
HP right now.
5 hit points.
All he has to cycle through is a lightning, and he's got himself the elixir for it, and it comes down to the conclusion.
So that was a big mistake that we saw right there. We know that lightning spells go for the highest hit point structure or unit in the area. Because the tower was so badly damaged, the lightning spell went after other things. Yeah.
So how can you turn that into a strategy though?
Well, defensively, you can drop units like barbarians if you know that's going to happen. I've seen players actually win battles like that. Offensively, he just needed to move the radius that lightning spell is covering way off into the corner so that it would only touch the tower.
That's the thing. That's how it comes out to being somewhat of a good comeback. He was anticipating that lightning and dropping something else that has lower HP around it. It really messed him up. Yeah. Or above it, it really keeps him busy.
Yeah.
Well, I know you guys don't care for this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. The next deck that he's going to be playing, what can you expect? What do you think he's going to change
Definitely
up?
going to be a Lava Hound deck, without a doubt.
You think so?
No, I just was trying to answer something other than I don't know.
No, absolutely it's going to be a Lava Hound deck with a Mega Minion.
Thank you, yes.
Well, we're about to find out what they're going to be playing, guys, in this second game.
All right, so here we go.
All right, here we go. Starting out with the Tombstone as usual, and we have our Golem at the very back of the base.
Colton, the SoCal favorite, trying to come up with another win here and advance to the next round. Tyrone with a Golem. They both have Golems moving in again. So
Colton only needs to bring this one win in here for himself. A good pair up with the Dragon.
Yeah, the Dragon, the Log, the Archers are going to get a lot of work done. That Ice Golem's going to go down.
That Dragon's going to do some work, but it's not going to be enough to take the Golem out, I'm assuming so.
Yeah, the Mega Minion, Colton's Mega Minion was key right there, once again. Another good Log wipes out the Tombstone and its skeletons. Those Golemites not going to get a lot of damage done, probably.
No, but they do somewhat make it to the tower.
Yep. Get a couple of 100 hit points off that tower. Can be very close.
Yep. So it looks like to start off the game here, no one's really done too much of any damage really, just to start off.
Yep. So both with Golem Tombstone decks, slightly different support unit. Both have the Ice Golem, which is cool to see a newer card like that being used so frequently.
Yeah, but it's very hard to go ahead and make it work though.
It is. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see here. Once again, coming back with two Golems going across the bridge here, intersecting to each other, and the Tombstone being the main card on defense here. But we have the Graveyard coming in.
There we go. Colton dropping the Graveyard into the Golem Graveyard. Could be a good combination, but the Archers back in that corner seems to be a pretty consistent, solid counter.
Yeah.
Although we're still seeing a lot of damage come off that tower.
Does get himself an incredible amount of damage to start that one off, down to 744 HP on that tower.
That was a good push. That was a significant push. Those Archers working hard from the corner to counter the skeletons, but still with the Golem there, that was
60 seconds left on the clock here. Colton only honestly needs to be able to bring one more strong push like that. He's got this one in the back for himself here.
Exactly. We haven't seen his last card, but I'm guessing it is some sort of spell card.
Yeah, would not be surprised to see some type of spell be calmed out of here. But we got Tyrone going on the opposite ending side here with the Golem.
Trying to put some pressure on Colton and maybe prevent him from putting together too solid of a push. He's got the Tombstone in there, though. Again with the Archers. Everybody big fans of Archers today.
Yep.
The Mega Minion, there's the Graveyard.
There's the Graveyard coming into play here.
That could be dangerous. Different placement on it. Tyrone's got two Tombstones up there, but still getting through. 409, 341 with the Zap spell.
Yeah, no, Colton still gets himself a very big amount of hits, but those Golems are still going to be getting through. That tower's down to almost nothing.
That is
25 HP left with 10 seconds left. Colton only needs to cycle through a Log or a Zap.
Yeah, his last card was that Zap spell or the Log. So time running out, you know it's coming through.
Yep.
There it is.
With 1 second to spare, it comes down with being a Zap to conclude that one.
Well done, Colton.
Colton making it through.
Yeah.
And he's going to be going up against the winner of Top Notch versus Mango, I believe. Oh, actually, I think maybe the sides were incorrect, and now it's 1-1.
Well, let's be honest here. I'm not too sure we're confused on that, but looking at that game that we just saw and what was changed up around there, Colton just had himself the very strong push to beginning it off right there. And he had that good confidence to just keep pushing it through, and obviously defending it through. Tyrone just couldn't be able to push off the other side.
Yeah, that was tough. That was a close battle, but Colton pulled it
there
out.
we
There he
go.
goes. There he goes.
Just making sure I saw them both up there, and I was a little bit confused.
No.
But yeah, Colton going to be going up against the winner of Top Notch versus Mango. What are you guys excited for in that game?
I'm going to be rooting for Mango here. I've seen his game play a lot of the times, so I mean, I'm personally rooting for him, but I'm not trying to give like a cast or curse here. So Mango, please, I'm sorry if anything happens here, but I believe in you.
Well, I actually want to get the opinion of some of the creators, so let's head over to Ash and Nick at the Creators Lounge.
All right. What's going on, Nick? What do you think so far, man?
I mean, I mean, we've seen a little bit of everything here, but when it comes down to it, I think it's just a lot of Golem, Lava Hound, and intermingle.
And Cheap Pat.
Yeah, a little bit of Cheap Pat. Give it up for Pat, keeping the YouTubers alive.
He's representing for us, you know?
We're over here on a signing spree. It's a lot of fun right now, though.
It's the battle of the beatdown today. It is, you know, like, it's hard to counter, and everybody's playing it between Lightning, and there is that one hog deck, though. I don't know. Who's your money on at the Final Four here?
Pat.
Yeah.
I didn't have to breathe. I don't have to breathe.
Do I have to ask? Do I have to ask? I don't know.
No. All right, we're just kicking it over here, signing stuff. We'll be back soon, guys. Enjoy.
All right, let's go ahead and throw it back to Sean, the man in command. Tell us what's going on, Sean.
Thank you so much, guys. It looks fun over there. You guys are having a good old party, but right here at the desk, we're getting down into it's our last one here of the final 8. It's time to see who will make up the last in the top 4, and it is time for us to introduce a player that went ahead and knocked out Nick at night. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put your hands together for Top Notch. But standing in his way, we know that he took out Yarn, and it was such a close match all the way down to the wire. It is none other than Mango.
All right, Top Notch versus Mango. The winner of that's going to be facing up against Colton. Guys, I mean, I know that you were saying this a little bit before Hyphonics, but you're going to be rooting for Mango in this. And I'm going to say that's because he beat Orange Juice, and instead of being against him because he's your friend, you might think that you really want the person to beat Yarn to be able to beat everyone, right?
Well, not necessarily, but to an extent, I'm going to have to agree with you on that one. It's just, I wanted Orange Juice to obviously prevail through this without, losing, but that's besides the point. I'm just rooting for him because I've seen his previous gameplay. I played against him myself too. Mango's definitely got that surprise factor and just cycling it through as quick as possible. And that's what it's really come down to today. If you have not noticed, it's just always just that cycling through process of just aggressive.
Yep. And the ability to take out Orange Juice, that right there, not knowing a lot about these players otherwise, the fact that he beat somebody that maybe a lot of people thought would be in the finals, got to give him credit for that.
Yeah.
For me, it doesn't even just come down to cycling through, but it's about like the game getting to the last second, and maybe a tower has like 200 or 300 health left, and then they take it down with a projectile or a spell, right? Now, these players, they could shift that by having maybe going for a tower earlier on, right? If you get a 1-minute tower, then you have a ton of time to change up the game. So what kind of strategies do you want to see maybe changing up later on instead of these cycling decks?
Well, okay. Well, most of these decks have been cycling. What I would like to personally see is singular push combos with like a Musketeer and something with support besides the main games like we've talked about. It's just being cycled through with a Lightning or it being cycled through. But we haven't seen a Rocket though as a cycle.
That's true. We haven't seen a Rocket all day. That's for sure.
Right, we've seen rockets, pockets in your rockets. We've said that at least
that's right. I
twice.
guess we did say that once or twice.
Don't take that away from me.
Censoring that or something. All right, here we go.
Right off the bat, we got
Top
ourselves
Notch.
wait, one second.
Another siege deck.
Hog got so many hits to start everything up, but
oh my goodness, that tower's below 50%. What did we miss?
The hog came through and got so many hits. But that Expo right there is just melting the tower.
Yeah, Mango committed a lot of elixir to that early push. It looked like it was a Hog Ice Spirit and then followed up by a Lightning spell.
Wow. But talk about coming back.
The Expo really coming back, and suddenly Top Notch looking like he was at a big disadvantage. I'm telling you, that's the costly thing about putting together big early pushes is you've got to be prepared to suffer the consequences.
Yeah, no, I mean, he definitely got himself a great start. Let's not get that wrong. He's already got a tower down to 1,020 HP, but dang, he got it really far back with, the Expo liquidating the tower down to 766, and we're dropping that Expo as a defense.
And here we go again. So we're seeing an alternation of where the Expo drops. And that interesting use of the Lightning spell there. Now the Expo obviously can't touch a tower from where it's positioned, so it's going to be pretty much useless.
Fireball coming in just alone itself.
537. So both players using the direct damage spells, and here comes the Princess. She's going to chip away.
Oh, she's definitely going to get herself at least one hit.
Vlog, another shot. These guys.
I mean, it's interesting just to see a Fireball itself drop without getting anything else with it.
Yeah, no extra value. Right, it's not something we've seen a lot of today.
That sometimes will go ahead and hurt you at the end of the game.
Yep, there's the Expo.
Let's see
it's
if there's gonna be
surrounded
an
by
answer here.
support this time, so it's going to work on the tower and take it out pretty quickly.
We got ourselves 2 seconds, double elixir, but we already got a tower out.
Yep. The Expo is still up.
Yep, that's going to keep everything busy right now.
Slow that Hog Rider. Hog Rider never going to get to the tower. It's going to go after the Inferno next.
Oh, he drops the lightning though.
90
and he does bring it back with the Mega Minion.
Could do it right here.
And the Hog almost does make it back.
I don't know if that was the Hog or the Mega Minion, but somebody evened up the score.
40 seconds on the clock. Both opponents have a tower taken out here. Let's see if that Prince is going to get enough chip damage.
He should stop. Oh, there goes the Expo again.
Still
Princess
gets...
not going to last long against Expo. Oh, Inferno got there in time.
Yeah, that's going to keep it all busy with the Expo not taking out the tower.
Skeleton Army.
Wait
that
a
must
second
have been the Ice Golem that wiped out the Skeleton Army. Expo's going to be healthy enough.
Oh, that Hog coming off to the side right here.
Yep.
Mega Minion right there and the Log coming in.
Logs crossing paths. Mega Minion, yep, pulled off just in time.
Alrighty, we have 5 seconds overtime. Both opponents still have a tower.
Close, within 100 hit points.
Now he's coming down, who's going to be able to take a tower out first.
Princess in the back. There goes into the Expo.
Right off the bat, that Hog is going to be taking it out with the lightning coming, and he still gets a hit almost.
Yeah.
Did he?
Now that tower looking like it's still solid. The Princess cross lane. Now the Mega Minion had to get dropped over. It's going to look at the Mega Minion get pulled over by the Skeleton Army.
Keeping it completely off to the side here. That Princess, I don't think it's going to be able to get any hits. Oh, no, it does.
Yep, down to 1540. Mega Minions again. Ice Spirit going to make sure those minions don't do anything.
Let's see, we have a Log prematurely just trying to guess to see if he's going to be dropping anything.
Yep. Look at the Hog Rider dropped all the way in the far back
That's
corner.
very unorthodox. You don't usually see that.
Something you see often.
You don't want your opponent knowing that you're dropping a Hog, so to see that come up right there.
Oh, you can see what his plan was there. The idea was the Skeleton Army takes out the Inferno Tower, the Hog Rider surpasses and goes right to the tower. Doesn't quite work out.
I don't think that gets a hit, but that Fireball does come into hand.
Yeah. Down into the final 2 minutes of overtime.
Yeah, they got quite a bit of time racked up in this game here, and they've been really aggressive on both ends. But that Hog keeps on pushing through.
Oh, Mango's Hog's not quite going to get there.
The lightning comes into play right there, and that Hog is going to be gaining the hit that he needs.
He made it. He got the tower. The Expo was a desperation siege attempt, try to get anything down that the Hog Rider would target instead, but no, Hog Rider got to the tower.
All right, Mango 1-0 against Top Notch.
It looked pretty bad in the beginning because of how aggressive they both started, but it did come back and hit him because he already lost the tower so early.
Let's talk about that early aggression. It was an Ice Spirit and a Hog Rider. We can guess. We didn't really get to see it, but we can assume that that's what it was. How do you follow that up? Because they're going to launch it right away, and as soon as they get that 5 elixir, they're going to launch those 2 characters.
Well, like we talked about, when it comes down to like, and we've seen this happen with some people. I think Dottie went ahead today and played an aggressive Hog right away.
Yep.
It's just if you don't have the defensive building, you're already pretty much cycled out.
But you're never going to have that defensive building because you lost, or you could have it, but it's going to take a while to place it, right? So what's the best follow-up to something that early and that aggressive that can save you a low elixir cost?
Would you say Ice Spirit?
Well, I think what happened there, if we were to see that replay again, is the third card that Mango had was a Lightning. And Mango dropped that Lightning, and that left him at a huge elixir disadvantage, and that was where Top Notch put together that counter that did so much damage to that tower early on. Maybe you just drop the Hog and the Ice Spirit by itself, you settle for a little less damage, and then you don't have to suffer that big counter push right away.
Well, I'm excited to see what we're going to be going into game 2, guys. 1 game up on Mango, and as you predicted, that he would be taking that.
I hope he brings it in here. I'm rooting for him fully through on this one.
2-0?
I feel it, yeah. And they're going to have to be changing the combos here, so let's see how that works out for them.
The nature of this deck setup definitely gives the person who wins the first battle a bit of an advantage.
All right, let's see. We have
I was mistaken?
So,
no top. Let's see with a Mega Minion. With the Mega Minion going across.
All right. All right, let's just keep an eye on the gameplay as the Mega Minions both lose their heads at the same time. Ice Golem again.
Let's see that going through over here. We have the archers going ahead and taking it out, but that Hog once again coming in through.
Hog, going after the tombstone.
If there's no Log coming across that, I don't think it's going to be able to get a successful way because Zap.
Close.
Zap to change that up.
Yep. Just a little bit of damage off that right tower. And we're working the Golem down the left-hand side here.
Yep, we got the Golem coming over here for us. Let's see how he does that with support right now.
Yeah, Hog Rider moving in again with the Ice Spirit Log.
That Hog is still going to be able to get a lot of contact, I think.
One shot, though. One shot.
He does get successfully one shot.
That Log was key right there. It took out the Ice Spirit and delayed the Hog. So the Hog only got one single hammer down.
Let's see how this runs here. The Inferno Tower is going to be decimated through, and that Mega Minion might be able to get through one hit. Never mind.
Yep, had both towers on it. It got wiped up pretty quickly. And we're seeing single elixir skeletons maybe for the first time today from Mango.
Yeah, Mango so far has got himself the only start off with just a tad bit of a hit. Top Notch starting off with a dragon here.
So we got the score correct. There's Mango with 1, Top Notch with 0. Still waiting for the last card from both.
Let's see what he. Yeah, it's surprising he did not pair up the dragon with anything else, and he got max elixir on his set.
Yeah, let it run by itself, and it's not going to do much that way.
It's the same thing with like running a Mega Mini by itself. It's not going to do anything unless it's paired up with something.
You've got a little counter that you have to run, but not much. Hog Rider goes down quickly. The Tombstone's still up. Another Golem running down the left lane this time. These Mega Minions got to be the most popular card today.
45 seconds on the clock so far. Both opponents have not been able to get much of any hits on each other.
Comes the Hog straight after the Tombstone. Those archers doing a great job. Going to keep that Hog from getting any damage on the tower.
Yeah, no, they're very well on defense right there. But that Golem right there is going to be completely melted out by the Inferno. But that Lightning does come into play right there to help him out.
Log doesn't quite there. Golem's still somehow full size and with quite a bit of health is going to close
if
in
he
on
can
that
go
tower.
make some contact, he's going to get some good juicy damage right there. And he does.
Explosion damage. Yep. The death damage from the Golem, and now the Golemite's doing a job on that tower.
Yeah, he's definitely Top Notch. He's definitely bringing it back here. Mango is just trying so hard to get that Hog push for him, and it just every single time fails.
Oh, that log was key right there. The log pushed the Hog off. And this battle is still close, but Top Notch is just manhandled Mango's Hog Rider every single time it's come down the lane.
Let's see, we have once again the Hog buildup. You know Mango is trying his absolute best to get hit, but he is actually finally getting that success rate.
I spoke too soon. That Hog got a couple of solid shots on the tower.
3 solid hits.
Yeah.
This could be a comeback here. Top Notch right now trying to build up once again a strong push.
Now there's the Dragon in support of the Golem this time. Trying to get in there, another Hog Rider. This time the Tombstone's ready. Will we see another Lightning on that Inferno Tower?
I would not be surprised. But the Hawk still does successfully get a hit.
To the Dragon. The Dragon's locked on the tower on the left-hand side.
Oh my god. A Lightning coming into play right there. The tower down to 104.
Can't get the job done. Where's the log?
If that Hawk does not get through, it's over. And that log comes into play, and we get ourselves a good game.
It's so close.
1-1.
And that, if you look at the end of that battle, super close. That Hog Rider, given one more second, takes out that tower.
Without
it's
a
different
doubt.
outcome.
Yeah, it could have been completely different when it comes down to the placement of the log and everything. Mango could have brought it back, because that was just about to hit his tower as well.
It was. Yeah, one strike from the Hog, and that's Mango's game.
Yeah, so that could have been anyone's game right there. But we're 1-1 right now. Anyone can bring this one back right now. This is the game that's going to really matter for both of them.
Yeah, Mango really seemed to have trouble pushing that Hog all the way to the tower and to actually get it confirmed. And I believe he got 3 hits on one of the runs. How can he keep doing that? How can he make sure that his Hog keeps hitting that tower?
Well, from like what we've noticed really is just every time he would cycle it through, it always have the answer of just not being able to get through with the Tombstone, I'd say.
Right.
But the only reason he was able to push through with it, I think it was just because of the lightning to stop everything through and just stun it for a little bit. And he was able to successfully get 3 hits.
Yep.
All right, I think we're getting into the third and final game.
Here we go. Let's see what we're going to start off with.
All right, this one's for all of it. Mango, Top Notch, 1 each more.
We get ourselves a Mega Mini. Let's see what he's going to go ahead and connect with the support with it. Definitely don't want to be going alone with just that.
Oh, Expo back again. So
that's coming back into play right there.
Dropping the Expo down.
Hog coming in right
trying
there.
to get through. And lots of units right there, but the Expo looks like it's going to get on the tower. And despite all those units on it, the Expo does grab about 500 hit points off that tower.
Yep, so that definitely worked out pretty well on Top Notch's side. Even though, you know, he stomped it out pretty quick, he still gets himself a positive damage.
Yep, so the Hog Rider trying to get in there, but you've got units that are going to cause freeze like that, like the Ice Golem, like the Ice Spirit. I'm telling you, the Expo, it's a tough card to defend against.
It really is. Even though you have a lot of time to go ahead and react to it.
Right.
If you just don't have what it takes to push it down, you're going to get yourself completely destroyed.
Lightning spell working this time.
Yeah, that's good.
That's a much better setup for Mango right there. The Lightning spell and the Ice Wizard.
We're getting a push on both sides right now.
Yep, he's got the Hog Rider in, but he gets stopped by the Inferno.
Yeah.
Last second Inferno from Top Notch got in there just in the nick of time. Hog Rider is...
Is that Hog really going to get a hit?
No, man, in midair.
Just about to.
It was coming down. It was dropping the hammer, but it didn't get there.
Top Notch scratching his head right now, thinking to himself.
Yep, these guys both reassessing. They both have a pretty good idea what the opponent has for decks, obviously, at this point.
And it's going to be running down ourselves here to double elixir, so it's going to speed everything up here. Top Notch still has 2 cards to reveal.
I like that Ice Wizard. Very versatile, probably one of the most versatile legendary cards in the game. That's so great on defense. So great against so many different cards.
Once again, the answer is going to be the lightning right there to go ahead and stop it and focus on to the Ice Wizard. Not allowing the Expo to get any contact with the towers.
Man, that Ice Wizard just tanked the Expo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. 50 seconds left on the clock here. Let's see what we got building up here once again.
Angle with another Ice Wizard from the back. Another Expo coming down. Now, look at the timing there. This time the log,
but it still gets the hits.
Yep. So Top Notch with great timing on the Expo there, getting those other
but he's
units,
actually
and
somewhat
sure
getting
enough,
anything
look at
through.
that. Mango's nothing he could do the last hit points coming off the tower from that Expo for a while there.
Let's see, we got ourselves a pretty good build-up. We got the Mega Minion right now throwing through it, but he just keeps on cycling as fast as he possibly can with the Expo to get anything through on his end here.
Now, you'll notice the way he times those units. They're approaching the river right as the Expo goes down, and the Expo locks onto the tower again, under 1,000.
Definitely, he's already expecting what's happening.
Doesn't look good.
That right there is going to be taking the tower down to 462, but that hog almost gets through.
Yep.
Fireball coming into play right here. He just needs to cycle that one more time, and we're in overtime.
Yeah, 462 down to 233, so that is tight. You know he's just got to cycle through.
Top Notch right now is going to just cycle through.
He's got the log. There's the log.
There's the log right there.
Got to touch the tower, though. There it is.
And the fireball coming to conclude it. Top Notch bringing it home.
Yeah. Got to know your spell damage. He knew the fireball by itself was not going to be enough to take the tower down, so he dropped the log first. Fireball was the end.
God. Is this, did I curse Mango in this one?
I think you might have cursed him.
It's the caster curse.
It is the caster curse. You got to make the prediction for the other person.
Is that what it is? I have to go ahead. Okay.
Well,
It's a mental game.
we have the final 4 guys. It is Chief
There it is.
Pat, Yao Yao, Colton, and Top Notch. But for these winners to get here, there were a lot of losers, and I believe we have a video ready for that. Before we get into that, though, guys, I want to ask you, out of these 4 people, who are you the most excited to see play?
Well, I think everyone's really excited to see Chief Pat bring it through because he's the only one representing the YouTubers that have been pushing through all these people that have been just all day.
Maybe the normal audience wants one of them to win.
That's true. That's true. Given doubt. But personally, that's my personal pick.
All right, taking out Chief Pat, taking out the bias. Out of the 3 players that we've had here, Yao Yao, Colton, and Top Notch, who do you think is going to take it?
It's tough. I mean, obviously, we all go back to talking about Yao Yao being so dominant earlier today. Personally, it would be really cool to see Colton or Top Notch advance to the finals and put up a really good fight. I don't know what the brackets are going to be exactly. Obviously, we'll see that shortly, exactly how they're matching up. Ideally, to see Chief Pat and Yao Yao in the final match, I think would be epic.
That's going to be probably the very anticipated games right there. But Yao Yao, you know, as we've talked about, that's my personal pick besides Chief Pat. But it'd be nice to see Colton make it through because he's been keeping it very cool with his games and pushing it through very successfully.
So what we're looking at right now is all of the losers' reactions. Like I said, for every winner, there's got to be a loser, but they seem to be taking it in stride.
Yep, Chief Pat with some clutch moves there. Colton.
We've seen a lot of games coming down to the
local
last
favorite.
seconds.
Colton being from Southern California area, so he might have that local team rooting for him.
You think it? Yeah, I agree.
So you've got different, you know, and then you've got Top Notch was the only Siege player, right? Got Chief Pat, the only YouTuber. Yao Yao, the organized esports member. So you've got a real diversity of Final Four players.
That's true, especially for their gameplay and their style. And like you said, these are the 4 winners, which we're going to be looking at their reactions right now in the round of 8.
Everyone's been playing very unique, different combos, which is really nice to see. It gives a good, fresh look at everything. Everyone's had very good, diverse, and a lot of games like we've seen from Chief Pat coming back to the very last second, being an incredible comeback with anticipation for loss.
Yeah, seeing these 2-1 matches like this, where it came that close, you know, 2 matches to 1 and 2 crowns to 1, like we saw in this last match with Chief Pat and Clyde. Pat with the ultimate confidence. After the fact, of course.
Colton held it down very well on his end. The graveyard coming into play a lot of the times here. It was interesting not to see a freeze, though, come into play, only from Orange Juice.
That's true. That's true. Colton was pretty dominant here in his last one, advancing 2-0 like this. And Mighty Tyrone never really had much of a chance there.
What kind of freeze deck would you like to see?
Well, I remember back in the day it was a hog freeze.
Yeah, we don't see hog freeze much
We do
anymore.
not see that anymore.
So I have a feeling, just for what we talked about with Orange Juice experimenting like that, you've got to win that first match if you're using a really unusual deck.
Yeah.
You stuck using it in the second match, and it was really the surprise you were counting on.
You know,
That's a tough turn.
What I really love to see here is the interactions and the camaraderie between these players, especially Chief Pat. He seems to be having so much fun and so energetic. Do you think that actually works to his benefit, being so relaxed and not having those tournament jitters? Do you think that maybe the other YouTubers and creators took it a little too seriously?
I wouldn't say they took it too seriously. Maybe they might have took it too casually, to be honest, because a lot of the games were played very unorthodox combos. As we talked about, Molt playing his combo that we don't even see anymore in the game, to be honest. The giant skeleton with the entire minion horde, such a big committing push, and so easily stopped with today's meta. With a lot of people running with arrows, that's going to be completely stopping through.
Yeah. It's great. I mean, the YouTubers have tried to be relaxed about this, but when it comes down to it, I mean, when you've got a $100,000 prize pool, there's no way to be relaxed at that much on the line in these final matches.
Well, I'm excited to see the final four go off, guys. It is, again, Chief Pat, Yayo, Colton, and Top Notch. But first, before we get into that, let's head back to Sean.
Thank you so much, Kelly. We are back here at the desk. Everybody's ready. We know what's happened. It's come down to the final four. This is it. We know the four that are going to go into this. We've seen their journey. Let's take a look at it. We can see that again, that of course, a big favorite, Chief Pat, knocked out both Clyde and Gray. And then we've got Yao Yao. He's been doing phenomenal throughout, looking out for Ash and Inferno. On the other side, we've got Colton, who knocked out Mighty Trudeau, who obviously also knocked out Molt. And then finally, we've just seen Top Notch, who did it over on Nick at Night, and he went ahead and bested Mango. It is all to play for. And what is it all to play for? You guys know it. There's $25,000 on the line. Not a bad bit of change for a Sunday afternoon of gaming, ladies and gentlemen. First and second place taking home $35,000 between them. Third and fourth, these guys already know they're taking home $7,500. And of course, splitting up the rest between them. So lots of winners here, and of course, everybody watching at home. So guys, are you ready for this? The next in the semifinals.
The only YouTuber to survive the onslaught. He sliced and diced Clyde. He turned gray green with envy. Here to battle for the honor of all the creators and hoping to add a cool $25,000 to his bank account. He's got out-of-the-box thinking. He's got groupies. He's got a real chance at winning this. Los Angeles. Appropriate respect for Chief Pat. From dawn of the day, this player has been dominant, showing zero motion, but mad strategy and skills. He has been cold and calculated, as the field has been cold from over 300 to now only 4. White shirt, black pants, and all business. Give it up for TMD Yao Yao.
Chief Pat versus Yao Yao, guys. I'm so excited to see this go underway. And I thought in the Final Four we'd be seeing more dominating players, and I'm not saying that these guys aren't great, but both of them in the round of 8 almost lost. It was on the edge, right?
Yeah. No, a lot of these games that we've seen with this up running here, it's been very last second.
Absolutely, yeah. It's the nature of this game. I think it pays tribute to the team that has made this game, not to, go too far, but the fact that they've struck a pretty good balance, it has to be attributed to this being this close. Obviously, we've got some really high-skilled players. Maybe some of the best players in the world are here, and the game is pretty well balanced. I would like to see a little more diversity of decks here in the Final Four. Maybe we'll see it.
Yeah, but when it comes down to these games, it's going to be down to the absolute right precision of exactly where you're going to be placing your troops here, because one missed second, and it's over.
And you guys don't think that luck has any factor in it whatsoever? The first cards you get, you can't choose what you get.
That's true. Well, that's very true.
True. I mean, the opening hand is luck. And I think that these skilled players, though, can manage it. They can change their playing style. Do they want to rush right away? Do they want to send a couple of cheap elixir cards and just wait?
All right, well, I believe we are ready for game number 1 of the first set of the semifinals. Everyone, are you excited?
Right. Chief Pat and Yao Yao, probably maybe the most anticipated matchup right here to see these two guys. HK Esports represented and the YouTubers represented by
This is going to be exciting here. We got ourselves
Chief.
Going across the bridge here. Just passing right by.
Yep.
Support's going to be the archers. We got ourselves a skeleton army coming across here.
Yep, Skeleton Army gets zapped most of it. There's the other tombstone. So both players running Golem Tombstone. Not a surprise right there.
Not indeed, but
Yao Yao's Golem got there.
Yao Yao's going to get himself a good significant amount of hits right there on his set.
Yep, Golem not known for DPS, but check out the supporting units coming in behind. Pat's going to get the dragon down to slow things down. Yao Yao with a thumbs up. And that's just about 1,000 hit points off that tower in that first exchange.
Yeah, that's a very positive exchange here for Yao Yao, getting himself 1,000.
All right, players starting to reset. Here comes Yao Yao's Golem already. Pat looks a little tense.
Yeah,
he's going to hold on here. He's going to wait, maybe shifting a little bit more defensively.
Keeping it cool. We got
he's
ourselves
not dropping
archers.
his Golem this time.
Yeah,
so
no.
he's going to focus more on rather to shut down Yao Yao's push instead.
That could be probably the difference of a win here, if done correctly.
Yeah, Mega Minion. Musketeer is going to make quick work of the archers. A lightning spell. Okay. Where's the tombstone? There it is, just in time.
Perfect.
Talk about precision. Any later, that tombstone doesn't stop the Golem. But
that log
there's
comes
the log
into play, though, and that
again.
tombstone still makes it to the tower to give it that damage.
Yep. That log perfectly timed. Pretty powerful against the tombstone. Maybe a little bit too much so, I'd say.
Yeah, no, absolutely. G-Pat right here was trying his very best to just play the defensive, but still gets an incredible amount of damage on his end, taking his tower down to 410.
Yeah, that's amazing. The timing on that log is so critical. That makes such a huge difference. Yao Yao not worried about the dragon getting in there. Another goal in this one right on the river.
Yep, G-Pat going ahead and starting in the back here, but Yao Yao's going to be going straight off the bridge here, as you've said, and he's going to be able to take it to the tower.
There it goes. The golem got straight to the tower, and that's the end of that tower. Just a couple of
definitely
shots.
take the tower.
There it is. That's a tough one right there. So Pat's got 30 seconds left. Try to put something together.
30 seconds on the clock here. It's going to be hard to see if he can bring it back here.
Yeah.
That has to be a successful push right now.
Yeah, he's got the miner, but it's not really supported by much of anything else. Lots of defensive units shut down that push. And we're down to the final 20 seconds. Yao Yao's got this one in the bag.
He did have at 1.2 mega minions, but without any support to connect, 10 seconds left on the clock here. This is going to be definitely a hard game to even bring it back. It's going to be going off on the Yao Yao side.
So
4
Yao
seconds.
Yao's going to have an advantage. 1-0. And Yao Yao's going to change the deck, though, so we'll see.
That's right. But, I mean, that was pretty one-sided.
Yeah. It was. Yeah. The thing is, I found it weird that, Pat was trying his best to defend the second wave, but even though he was still not able to defend it, and I felt like he played so well, that lightning came into play.
It's tough. I think in battles like that, it's like YouTuber style. You've got to go back, break it down, look at it in slow motion, maybe zoom in on some of the gameplay and see there was just probably a couple little differences that made a huge difference in the amount of hit points that came off those two towers. The Golems exchanged, you'd almost think it would have been exactly the same.
Not in this case.
Not.
Well, what are those little differences that he needs to make in this next game to make sure he can go 1-1?
Right. Well, the thing is, here we go again. Yao Yao knowing that Pat's running the exact same deck. He's going to have the Golem Tombstone. So Yao Yao knows what he's got to do to stop it. So I'm anticipating you're going to see a defensive Tombstone from Yao Yao and maybe something different. I mean, maybe he runs Golem Tombstone and again just switches out the support units.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I was anticipating that Pat would bring it back with some strong push here with the miner, but the Golem has never been able to even fully make it to the tower.
Yeah.
All right, I think we are going to get ready into game number 2. Chief Pat has to take a win here or he is out of the tournament and out of the Final Four.
Yeah, this is it.
If Yao Yao brings this one, he's going to be putting himself into the finals.
All right.
Starting it out right here, Pat's going to be getting his Inferno Dragon in.
Yeah. So.
And that seems to be a very strong start with Pat right there.
Yep.
And a lightning as well.
So I guess Pat did switch. He's got the lava hand. All right, Tombstone in the back. I think Yao Yao's predicting the graveyard, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, from what we've seen in previous gameplay today, he's been putting it the very back of the base for anticipation, and it's actually been working out very well for him.
Well, Pat's made a huge dent on that tower, but here comes the golem, and it looks like there is not a defensive unit in time to stop it. The tombstone is behind it.
Yeah, if that Mega Minion gets through, though, that's going to be the big problem here.
Yeah, Mega Minions take each other down. Golem getting a lot of work done, and that
dragon to be getting through right there.
Yeah, that dragon, that is going to be tough. And even the skeletons are going to be enough to finish off that tower.
Wow, wow, that is going to be giving Yo-Yo such an advantage right there.
Yep. So Pat this time does have that tower down, cut in about in half. But again, Yaya switches to simply just defensive right here. It's going to be tough in 60 seconds to take that last 1,200 hit points off.
We're running into the double elixir here, and this is going to have to be a very successful push here for Pat.
Yep, Hound moving down, and the Golem and the Mega Minion moving down the left-hand side.
And like we've seen, if that's unattended, that's going to be a complete decimation. We have a lightning coming in.
Lightning helped out, but the Golem gets there full size. Once again, it's even if Pat does manage to take this tower down on the right, he's going to have to sacrifice so much damage on the left. It's just leaving you so far
That dragon needs to be taken out as soon as possible for that Lava Hound to go ahead and get some successful hits here.
Yeah, Hound is going to go after the tombstone.
That tombstone's keeping it so busy.
One more Lava Hound, final 30 seconds. 8:54. Pat keeping it close. He definitely has not given up, and that's what we've seen from Pat previously.
He does not give up. Can we get ourselves the lightning? 500 HP left on that tower right there. 15 seconds left on the clock here.
Lava Hound's there.
Miner coming into play right there.
Pumps are there.
Tower down to 700.
Could it be the tower down to 200 seconds with the arrows?
38.
No,
Brings it down.
He's got it with 4 seconds left. He grabs the tower again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving into sudden death here. The thing is, Pat's tower's down to 948.
Never doubt this man. Pulling it out in the final 4 seconds. And now, but like I talked about, he sacrificed so much damage on that tower.
He did. But that sacrifice he needed to take here. Now let's see what he can go ahead and do to play with what he has taken on.
Golem crossing. Looking for that tombstone this time.
Oh boy.
There's the tombstone.
That tombstone's too far up, so that's just not going to be taking the goal to the side there.
Grabbing his head, he knew he made a mistake. One space too far to the right, and the golem
that's going to cost him the game here. Down with that log, finishing him off.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt, man.
Wow, that's painful to watch.
The placement of the tombstone is what changed that.
Yep, if the tombstone was just off to the side a little bit more closer, that could have kept the game going for equivalent of another 30, 40 seconds.
Handshakes coming out, and we are now out of YouTubers, guys. Chief Pat.
Making it the farthest.
The farthest.
Good try, Pat.
Are you proud of
Good
him?
effort. I'm proud. He did a great job. I think he went further than a lot of people expected to see any YouTuber. Again, I did predict that we would not see a YouTuber win this, and now it looks like that's going to come true.
It's true.
Just because these guys, again, they played for hours and hours and hours. They are, definitely underrated. Obviously, we've got favorites. The people that are out there have these YouTubers that they want to see win. You watch them make videos every day, and it looks like they're invincible. But
Well, that's
these
usually
guys,
because they upload the videos of them winning, right?
because they never show themselves losing.
Yeah, it's true. I lost to Chief Pat, but if I won, I don't think I'd be in the video.
Huh.
Exactly.
Think about that.
Exactly.
So Yao Yao is going to be going up against Colton versus Top Notch, or the winner of Colton versus Top Notch. A little bit of a prediction before we get into that?
Yeah, so we've got Colton, the hometown favorite. We got Top Notch, the Siege deck user, who I think he used an Expo in every battle so far.
Yeah, every battle he's been pulling that out, and for the most part, he's always pulled out the success on this one here, and Colton's very aggressive. So it's going to be coming down to, can Colton, and this is if he does play against the Expo, can he stop it?
Right. And
How would you stop it?
A difference.
How would I stop it?
How would you stop it?
Defensive buildings, put an Inferno, drop something like a boulder to keep it busy, and just push it through. Without something like that, this could easily shift pretty quick.
My favorite defense for an Expo is try to get an Inferno Tower to lock onto the Expo. That right there is a big key. But again, you also have to play extremely slowly, something that Molt always is reminding us about. You've got to play slow. And if you just get ahead of yourself, you commit too much elixir to a push, Expo goes down and you're in trouble.
No, absolutely. It's going to be interesting, but they really have to figure out how they're going to be able to commit their pushes here. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see an Expo.
I mean, we're going to find out very soon, guys. But before we get into the final game of the semifinals, let's head back to Sean.
Thank you so much, Kelly. I am joined by the wizard himself. Jan, how are you doing, mate? How are you enjoying it?
This is such a blast right now, and the last deck that I played was just kind of a deck that I've never used before. I kind of invented it for this tournament, so it was really fun to play.
And so what's your opinion of that deck coming out of there, and also looking at what just happened with Chief Pat?
Chief Pat had a really tough opponent, and he just knew exactly what to do at every moment, and just his placements were just perfect throughout all the games.
So Chief Pat, to take nothing away from him, obviously played a fantastic job, but is Yao Yao the unmovable force? Is the one to be reckoned with?
He's definitely unstoppable. I think he might even be the winner of this tournament.
Might be the player of this tournament. There you go. So do you have a prediction for who will be waiting to meet up with Yao Yao, whether it'll be Colton or Top Notch?
They've both been playing really good right now, so I can't really favor who's going to do better, but I'm going to go with Colton just because the crowd's yelling for his name right now.
Well, let's hear what the crowd has to say. It's time to get this underway. Our second semi-final. Who's going to be up against Yao Yao in the final?
He almost wiped the smile off Bolt's face with his win. He made Mighty Tyrone look not so mighty. He's promised to take his winnings here tonight and spend it all in game. No, not really. Give it up for Colton WB3. He closed down Nick at night. Then he turned Mango into Pull. He's determined to turn his name into his actual finishing position here tonight. Ladies, gentlemen, fans of Clash, show some love for Top Notch.
Colton versus Top Notch,
Yep.
the hometown hero. Everyone's going to be rooting for him, most likely. Are you guys rooting for him?
Well, as we talked about, I've been rooting for Top Notch here. People in the crowd have been rooting for Colton.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan of Siege decks, so I don't want to see an Expo win, but maybe that is what it takes
But you
to
keep
stop
talking about
Yao Yao.
diversity.
Well, maybe that's what it takes to stop Yao Yao. Somebody who's going to play a completely different deck than he's seen all day.
I mean, I like to see something different. That's why, because we've always been seeing the very same combos. So it's nice to see something completely change up the gameplay.
Yeah, but my favorite deck all day, definitely Yarn's Freeze Graveyard.
I want to see more freeze.
Yeah, no, that was that deck right there alone took everybody by surprise right there. And I mean, if played correctly, could win games. It really can.
Without a doubt, and it definitely, like we said before, it was the surprise factor, but it didn't really work out in his favor that first time, and then your trump card's thrown out already, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm excited. Colton versus Top Notch, guys. If you are just joining us, you've missed a lot. But what we're getting into right now is the final set of the final four players, guys. Colton, Top Notch, let's get underway.
Whoever wins this one's going to be taking themselves into the finals here. So
going to be tough.
Let's see how we're going to go ahead and start up here. Colton going ahead right away off the bat with an Ice Golem.
Just want to see if we're going to see a Siege deck yet again from Top Notch.
I would not be surprised, Galadon. Would not be surprised.
Yeah, well, Tombstone, that maybe is something we haven't seen earlier, right? Top Notch was running Expo Inferno Tower, right?
I don't think Top Notch has been playing something like this, but as we can see, we have lightning coming into
Another
play.
overused lightning spell.
Yeah.
Giant going down for Colton.
That's not a surprise to any of us here.
Yep. Another log wiping out the Tombstone completely. Would not be surprised to see a change in balancing that eliminated the log's ability to do that to the Tombstone.
That Giant was stopped, and Colton's, from what we've seen from his gameplay, he's been bringing the wins just because the Giant pushes through every single time.
Yep.
But Top Notch is going very well on defending on that and to not allow him to get a single hit.
Yep, so both, there it is. So Top Notch switched over to Golden Tombstone.
And he's definitely most likely not playing with that, but we got ourselves a strong push on Colton here. He's got everything going for him.
At least half of the deck is the same for both of these guys. Mega Minion, Archers, Tombstone, Log, actually 5 cards, and the Ice Golem.
That Giant's going to be getting through, and the Ice Golem's going to go ahead and just slow it down, if anything.
Yeah.
The Mega Minion going ahead and just being thrown off to the side right there. I'm assuming that's not what he wanted.
No, the Mega Minion chasing down that last Golem might turn around, going to take out the Archer.
Absolutely.
Not
that
going to get a hit on the tower, though.
Pushed him off.
Yep. Just about into double elixir. Both players waiting for the big push.
Yeah, no, none of them have been able to even get ourselves a good, strong push. And we're already moving on to double elixir here right now.
Yep, so final minute, and this may be the least amount of damage we've seen done to the towers all day this late in the battle. So with 54 seconds left, all the towers well over 2,000 hit points each.
I mean, to an extent here, both of our opponents are playing somewhat of a very similar deck, just a change with a Giant and then a Golem here.
Yeah,
but that Giant's going to be getting a hit here, if anything.
Got stalled for a second, but it is going to get a couple of fists on that tower.
Oh, absolutely. He's going to be taking it down, I'd say 10,400 here.
Yeah, pushing opposite lane. Wow, look at that.
Wow, takes it down to
cut
nearly 1,000.
Yep. Musketeer is going to get pushed back by the log.
That Golem, I think, no, the Golem gets stomped out very well.
Between the Musketeer and the log delaying that Golem, you're not going to see a great deal of damage. Only one Golemite, and now another Giant moving in after Top Notch's tower. Mega Minions on both sides, Archers in support.
We're going to be seeing the log coming here, stuffing it out right through. And I think this is going to be a tower taker.
That's going to be, oh, the lightning spell stops the Giant.
I mean, he did very well on his part there.
Yeah, we've got 8:18 left on the tower, so Top Notch definitely under pressure. We've got well into overtime now.
Yep, Top Notch is going ahead. They're both playing very aggressive.
Both players, yeah, drop that tank very aggressively.
They're not building up, they're just going straight for it.
Look at that, same strategy, same counter. Both players, Mega Minions.
Surprised to see a log come off right there.
Watch out for that Giant, though.
I'm expecting a lightning.
Log's pushing. Oh, we got stalled by the log and the Archers.
Oh, he takes it down to 261, but that Mega Minion right now is going to be taking some hits, if not stopped.
Golemites are there. They're not going to do a great deal of damage.
No, but they were very well on defending.
Good game, because you know what's coming. Again, we're talking about cycling back to a lightning spell. 583, 261 on the tower. Just a matter of waiting for the right moment to drop that lightning spell on the tower.
And there it is.
And you see where the lightning spell didn't hit the tombstone, because you could tell what he had done is taken that lightning spell and moved it way out into the left corner, so there wasn't a possibility for it to hit anything else but that tower.
Yeah, very smart on his end right there, because if he could have done it differently, it could have dragged the game out a little bit longer and give him a disadvantage in his elixir.
All right, what does Top Notch have to do to make sure that he doesn't get kicked out?
Top Notch is going to have to, you know, the thing is, and we've talked about this all day, everyone's been running with the lightning. He's going to have to figure out how to out-cycle him with it.
How do you I mean, that just comes to luck, right? It's how your cycle, you don't get to plan how your cycle works out.
Well, that's true. But like we've seen with some places, and it rarely does happen, but the lightning does not focus on the tower on other things, though. We're going to be moving on to the next game here, so let's see what has changed for our opponents here. Moving on quickly.
I'm really excited to see how Colton is actually going to be changing his deck. Maybe we're going to see...
They are...
There we go. Going right into the game here.
10 seconds in. All right. Nobody's played a card yet? Nope. Tombstone. Minions up from Top Notch this time. Let's see if there's going to be
a good play right here for him.
Yep.
We don't see a lot of people ever play a minion horn. It seems like the 3 minions has been the absolute best combo.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect late in tournaments like this that the diversity decreases because the meta's been set. You know what most players are playing, and you're not going to be very likely to see anybody try any sort of experimental deck or make a risky move this late.
I mean, we have, however, seen the YouTubers do very experimental decks, but we have ourselves an Inferno Dragon coming to play.
I like it.
It changes it up definitely here.
As soon as I say one thing, something else happens. I think that's maybe only the second or third time we've seen the Inferno Dragon all day.
Yep, it's definitely a card that we've not been being able to see play throughout the entire tournament. We've seen it somewhat through the heats today, though.
Such a dangerous card, too. Just one opportunity to get in, and that Inferno Dragon, as we saw like the Enraged Inferno Dragon earlier today, that was one of my favorite moments of the tournament, watching that Enraged Inferno Dragon just vaporize that tower.
We have the Golem coming in, but it's going to be completely stopped right away. But we have the Graveyard coming into play to keep it busy.
Yeah, Block only going to grab a few. There's the Minions, though. The Minions do a great job.
The Minions are the absolute best card to go ahead and use here. It doesn't take too much elixir, and it's great at going in and stomping it through, rather than using something that's overly expensive.
Right. I mean, you're going to sacrifice a little bit, but you do get that positive elixir trade, dropping 3 elixirs for Minions rather than Minion Horde.
And that's what we see that's most important in these games. It's all about that positive elixir trade, because if someone does get that disadvantage, most of the time it's very hard to bring it back.
Yep. So Top Notch running a bit of an unusual deck. He's got the Golem, like we've seen, but Inferno Dragon and Inferno Tower. And we'll see how that works out.
Both our opponents got our towers down very close, just 2 HP off.
Yep. Once again, like we've seen so much all day long, so close early on in the first even just regulation, the first 3 minutes, it's such a back and forth close game of just a couple hundred hit points.
Let's see what this Inferno Dragon's going to be able to do here. He's got it paired off with the 3 minions, but the Graveyard coming in back, and that obviously is not going to be the best answer with the Inferno Dragon.
Yeah, the Inferno Dragon's going to get stalled out and wiped out. There, it looks like that Mega Minion was there to take it out. And good game
Colton's got
already
himself
from
the
Top
absolute push coming towards him right now.
Golem right on top of the tower. And lots of supporting units. The Mega Minion, though, that's going to be
the conclusion there. With 10 seconds left on the clock
There
here,
it
Top
is.
Notch is giving himself the nod right now.
Yeah.
And saying good game.
Wow. Colton, hometown favorite.
It's
2-0.
always good, man. Well, when you lose the YouTubers, you have to have someone else for everyone to cheer for, right?
That's right. I would call Colton probably the underdog of the remaining players.
Yeah, and he's definitely brought it back beautifully.
Well, out of the remaining players, it's just Yao Yao Yao
remaining
and
player.
Colton. What do you
Wow.
get?
Exciting.
Let's talk before we get into that game, of course.
Well, I feel like everyone here in the crowd is anticipating to bring this one in the back. It'd be interesting. I just want to see what Colton's going to do because he knows what he's anticipating, and everyone's talking about how Yao Yao is down to the precise placement of everything. Yeah.
Well, that's really like, to a certain extent, becoming better at this game, becoming a pro. You know, you can be so good at rotations and reactions, but the nit and gritty of it, the exact placement, what else can separate someone from an amateur to a pro?
Right. Well, the placement, like we saw, I mean, Pat missed that tombstone drop by 1 square, and that made all the difference in the end of that battle. We also saw tombstones go down just a split second too late to stop, say, a miner from focusing on it instead of the tower. So timing and placement.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I would agree with you fully through. It's just all about the placing, the timing. But sometimes it does, like you did bring up, is a little bit of luck on what you're cycling through. A lot of players, but not too many of them, will start off with something aggressive like a hog and outcycle you just because you might have the answers, but you just can't put it down fast enough.
Yeah.
What I really want to see is more predictions. We've seen a few people throw out some logs that killed units before they were even put out.
Yep, that's what's interesting. We've seen some plays, and from what I've noticed, and if I'm not wrong, Yao Yao put a tombstone right before a graveyard even was put down. So sometimes doing these predictions could either fail you and put you back and bite you, or give you that absolute advantage of bringing it back.
The psychic drop, the psychic fireball, the psychic lightning, the psychic tombstone. It's always great to see anticipation like that.
I mean, how do you get better at that?
How do you get better at that? I mean, I used to drop arrows just when I'm anticipating someone to drop in minions, but we don't see minion hordes anymore. We don't see much arrows anymore. To get better at that, I feel like the opponent has to have like that sixth sense of understanding what their opponent's playing as well. And it's hard because we don't know what everyone's playing. It's always a big change.
I want to talk a little bit more about the cards that we're not seeing. First off, this is actually my favorite card way back when, Prince. And we haven't seen Dark Prince either.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that used to be a combination, wasn't it? The double Dark Prince.
We haven't seen P.E.K.K.A. or either Prince.
We have not seen the P.E.K.K.A. whatsoever for this game.
Oh, no, not the P.E.K.K.A. You're right. We've seen mini P.E.K.K.A. I think once.
Yeah, once. But the P.E.K.K.A. itself, no. Roller Giant, that has been completely wiped
Sparky.
out. That's true.
Three Musketeer.
That's
Mortar.
true. Sparky has not seen once. I'm not even sure we've seen it through the entire heats that we looked at today.
So what we're looking at right now is the winner reaction. Guys, it is what Yao Yao and Colton have been going through all this time. Ooh, maybe Chief Pat giving him a little whisper, a little tip right there.
I think that was a kiss.
Telling him you're next.
Pat's very affectionate. All right, another good match right there. Colton advancing.
Guys,
some good games, good games.
It's gonna be, I'm excited to see the finals. We've been here for hours, whittling it down from hundreds of players down to just 2.
It's come down to these 2 players here. And I'm assuming the crowd here is in just an awe of wondering who's going to be able to bring it back here.
Yep.
I
Two
can't
very
wait.
different players, too.
Yeah.
You've got Yao Yao, professional esports team member. You've got Colton, kind of the hometown favorite.
Yeah.
Seems like kind of the underdog. And I think that Colton, though, has a style of play that could take Yao Yao down.
Well, I actually want to talk about preparation for tournaments because I believe one of our creators mentioned something earlier, and I think it was Molt, where when you're put into a tournament, you're put into a lot of scenarios that you're not used to, whether that's the audience, the cameras in front of your face, or even the environment. How would you guys prepare? And for those that are watching that want to enter these Clash Royale tournaments, how would you tell them to prepare for an upcoming tournament, an upcoming event?
Well, I mean, from what we've seen today, a lot of these players, they might actually, well, no, in honesty, they've been having a little bit of stress. You could just tell that they're anxious, and they're just, it's just all about canceling everything out around you and not focusing on that. Like Mole brought up today. I mean, what would you recommend?
Yeah, I mean, there's a certain amount you can't prepare for. Unless you're in front of crowds, unless you're a public speaker to some extent, there's always going to be that stage fright that just kind of sets in, especially when you're suddenly up there, even if you're completely prepared otherwise. I think a big one that Molt touched on is to wear headphones. For me personally, I think a big part of this game is being able to hear the troop sounds. Yeah. You hear a miner coming, you hear a mini P.E.K.K.A go down, you hear the hog rider. You got to be ready. And if you don't hear those sounds, if you're out here in a crowd, it's easy to miss that. And that could be preventing you from making it down to the finals just because you missed a single unit.
There.
I'm really excited to get down into the finals, everyone, and I know you are as well. But before we get into that, guys, we have a very special video from Yarn on how to use Rocket.
It's orange juice.
Hey everyone, this is Yarn from Orange Juice. Today I'll be showing you how to use Rocket effectively. Rocket is a support card that is mostly used offensively. There are rare situations where you would use it defensively, such as when they clump up units. You only want to use Rocket if it can damage the Crown Tower plus kill or severely wound a troop that is worth at least 4 elixir. Think of it as spending 2 or less elixir to do around 400 damage to the Crown Tower. It's great for that clutch win. But you have to know exactly how much damage your Rocket card does. You can find this out by holding the icon. Units you should not Rocket are tanks. It puts you at an elixir disadvantage when they're about to fully assault your tower. On top of tanks, another unit you never want to Rocket is the Dark Prince. He has a shield that you need to break before you can do any further damage. When possible, you should cast your Rocket in front of the tower. Usually people send in a support troop in the back, followed by a tank in the front. This lucky strike rarely happens, but it's great when it does. Units to hit should be worth 4 or more elixir. Those will be mini tanks, glass cannons, and huts. Rocket is also great at countering those annoying Expo and Mortar setups. Prince, Hog, Dragon, P.E.K.K.A, and Minion Hordes are fast-moving units. You need to react and cast the Rocket in front of the tower or you'll miss. Dragons and balloons can be tricky. Don't aim for their physical bodies. The trick is to aim for their shadow. Usually when you encounter an opponent with Elixir Pump, you'll want to save your Rocket card exclusively for their pump. Damaging their Crown Tower and pump for the cost of 1 elixir is a good trade. A same level Rocket prevents a same level Elixir Pump from replenishing 7 elixir. Once they realize you have a Rocket, your opponent will most likely plant it on the side you aren't pushing. Take out that pump anyways and damage that tower. Everything counts. You may need to take out that tower later on. They might get smart and plant it 3 tiles away from the tower. A mortar works great. And after taking out the pump, it serves as a solid defensive structure. If you don't have a mortar, Rocket it anyways. Chances are, you're disrupting the strategy because they probably built a deck around that elixir pump.
Well, while the main competition was going on here, there was a lot of other action happening at the same time, and that was the other competition that was seeing what was happening with those players that didn't make it through to the finals. Let's take a look at how they fared. They were working their way through to still get their hands on that $100,000 prize, obviously broken down so broadly by all the different categories. Let's take a look at that right now here. I'm hoping to see it on the screen. Looking at some guys in a lovely chair. So it was the second tournament, ranking 3 to 6. We can see the guys right here. They're still duking it out to see who's going to actually take 3rd to 6th place. Of course, that needs to happen. We need to see who's going to get there because, of course, there's cash on the line, and we need to see who's going to be winning it. So you can see the guys right there doing their bits and playing on as they take on the side tournament. But of course, it's all about the main show. We're getting ready here to go into the ultimate finals. We know who are going to be the 1st and 2nd place. We know what's going to happen, so it's getting ready to them.
Behold, in all its glory, the Royal Chalice, the Chalice Royale, if you're in France. Pay particular attention to its 8-gallon elixir carrying capacity and the fact that it's vastly cooler than the original artist's rendering. When the dust settles in the arena and the elixir runs dry, to the winner will go the ultimate trophy, the King's Cup.
Ah, yes, ladies and gentlemen, sound the trumpets. I can hear some trumpets, but that will do. That will do. Oh, there they are. There they are. Now, in this arena, there were 300 that set out on the journey, but there are two left. Two who have fended off attacks from every direction. Two have defeated the other 300. Two who are apparently pretty darn good at Clash Royale. Representing the Blue King. Some say he's incredibly handsome. Others say he's the most handsome. A brave knight. He's traveled across the seas from Korea. He shows no mercy in the group play. Participants or YouTubers, give it up for Team Yao Yao. And of course there are two. So representing the Red King, he's a gentleman, a wizard. He called in sick today to travel here just to play his 1 millionth match. Well, that's not quite true, but he's played a lot. So maximum respect for Colton W83.
Welcome, Dad, buddy.
Excited to see this final game going on. It is Yao Yao versus Colton.
Man.
We've seen these guys be playing all day. It's finally coming down to this. The difference from first and second place is $15,000.
It's huge. There's a lot on the line right here.
That's a
Pressure
big
is going
gap.
to be immense.
That's a big gap right
That
there.
is, that is. I'm
No
telling
pressure
you.
whatsoever, but these players have been playing all day, like you said, so I'm assuming they've got to be fatigued, but they're still got to be on their absolute best A game here. It comes
That
down all to
adrenaline's
this.
got to be running, right? They're
Oh,
in the
absolutely.
finals. They made it.
Yep.
This is
Each
gonna
one
seem-
has had a chance to study the other player's style, have seen what decks they've run pretty much all day. If they're smart, they've been watching these guys. Maybe they even saw them back in the preliminaries because they were so dominant, especially Yao Yao. Colton, maybe a little bit of the quiet, the underdog, maybe. So I'm excited. I mean, I have no idea which way this is going to go. I'm just hoping to see it come down to the final match. Maybe they tie 1-1 and we go into overtime in that last one.
That would be very fun to watch. Let's
Now-
hope that does happen.
What I'm really excited to see is that for the since the top 16, we've been seeing best of threes, and now we're going to be seeing a best of 5.
Excellent. All right, so let's get into it.
I think we have the first game ready, guys, for our best of 5. Give it up for Yao Yao and Colton W83, everyone.
All right, so best of 5. Going to change things up quite a bit.
This
So-
gives them more of a leeway of going ahead and figuring out what they need to change during these games, because this is going to be absolutely intense.
Yep. All right, so we're going to get it underway. We've got time counting down. You can see we're already in 15 seconds. Musketeer to start off for Yao Yao, so maybe a little bit different. Always seeing something else besides Musketeers.
Now we got to seeing ourselves a Musketeer to start this one off right here with the Tombstone, but Giant coming off on the opposite end here.
Yeah, Colton been loving those Giants today. Coming off on the opposite lane. It looks like it's headed straight for the tower.
And that Giant is going to be able to get himself a good amount of hits right there.
Yeah, that counter push is going to be significant with the minions. Mega Minion as well. Mega Minion, look at it wander off, gets pulled off to the defending Mega Minion.
Yeah, but those
Good move
skeletons
right there.
do get a little bit of hits.
Yep, all right, so there's the Golem for Yao Yao dropping down.
Let's see here. It's going to be coming down to the absolute opinion of the right placement here, and we have ourselves a Golem. Let's see what he's going to be coping up with the support.
Yep, both players running the Tombstone there as well. Ice Spirit for Colton. Golem on its own.
We got ourselves Barbarians coming into
I
play
like
right
it. Log is tough though.
Yeah, the log does come into play though. A lightning right there.
Go.
Stop it.
Yeah, Barbs and Archers. Got a little barge going on. Got to stop that Golem. And it looks like maybe just a tiny bit of damage from that last Golemite. Take it down, still above 2,000 on that. And there, the counter push with a Giant again.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a strong push if anything, but that Tombstone is going to be the essential stopper right there.
Yeah, that was great. Between the Tombstone and the Skeleton Army, the Giant never had a chance. The log missed about half of the army.
Yeah, either opponent is hoping one of them to just do a slip-up. And the problem here is Yao Yao has been proclaimed to not do any mess-ups today. So this just puts, you know, only more pressure upon each other.
And it's something we haven't really talked about, but it's true. It's much like a tennis match in that you're waiting for your opponent to make that error.
Yeah,
you know,
no,
if your
this
opponent drops something in the wrong spot, like we've seen maybe with the tombstones, with defensive buildings, taking advantage of that. The unforced error.
Yeah, no, both of our opponents here are very skilled, what we've seen them do today. So it's going to be coming down to, I'm assuming, one mistake as the game change here.
Spell, the log, the giant again, and not going to get there.
No, but
even
those
with
lightnings
Colton's lightning, both players lightning all over the place. Look at the tombstones. Look at the second tombstone. Is going to pull the golem all the way across to the other side. Golem's going to go after the opposite tower. Wow. Because Colton just laid out a path of breadcrumbs.
Yeah. He's kept him completely busy right now. He's shaking his shirt off right now.
Yep.
It's getting very intense.
And Yao Yao switching. You see the golems coming down the right-hand side this time because that right tower is under 2,000. Very close again. We're just about into overtime. Golden kind of stretch and taking a moment. More lightning spells.
A very good place
Good
with
log. Yep, good log. Wipes all those skeletons out.
Would not be surprised to see a tombstone right now come to the side.
There it
Bring
is.
Up. Yep.
There it is. Perfect timing and placement. Going to get that golem off to the side. Wow. Lots of blue units moving in, but the counter is there.
Can he take out the Mega Minion? He does.
Mega Minion doesn't get there.
It's surprised we have not been able to see others stop Yao Yao's pushes.
These barbarians here are just going to be key to stopping this golem. And look at the tombstone. Going to turn the golem around. And the tombstone gets annihilated, though.
Dropping that freeze right there.
Golemite, 1776 left on that tower. Super close.
Colton right now, I feel like he's going to be pushing off with just the cycle of the lightning here.
Yep. Yeah, both players really relying upon that lightning heavily.
As you can see, Yao Yao is pushing it up really forward in the front here because he does not want to give him any opportunity of dropping a lightning.
Yeah, both players playing very cautiously. Nobody is committed to a huge push that could leave them elixir dry, and that's probably why you're seeing 2 minutes left in overtime and both players with very healthy towers.
Yeah. Coming through. We have a lightning coming down right there.
Yeah, but Giant once again pulled off the Tombstone Skeleton Army to make sure it stops. Mega Minion getting distracted. It's going to get taken down by the tower. It's going to chase after the Skeleton Army.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a dance time. We're really slowing down here. We got a minute and 50, and we have not been able to get much hits because no one's really committing to a strong push at the moment.
No, exactly. This is tough, though. This Giant may be getting... Oh, turns around by this Tombstone.
Yeah.
Perfect timing.
But the thing is, the Giant's going to be able to push through at least one successful hit here.
The log, here comes the Giant.
Up to 2 now.
Under 1,000. The Golem on the other side. And this is what we're talking about. Players getting a little bit more aggressive, committing to more elixir pushes.
Colton's dropping once again another tombstone to keep him busy.
1,600, a minute 15 left in overtime.
That Musketeer's going to be able to get some hits, though. That's going to be the problem.
Barbarians working on the golem once again, waiting for that clutch tombstone any second. Not going to happen this time.
He does get through, though.
There's
he does get through.
There's
if that Mega Minion gets through, that's going to be his.
The Mega Minion.
He's stopping it just the last second, but the lightning cuts it.
57 seconds left in overtime. The lightning spell. Once again, direct damage spells, I'm telling you.
It's all we've been seeing lately today, but that was a game, like you just said, they were playing very safely, and only at the very end were they committing aggressively.
Right, yeah, there was so much defense going on, and there's so much strategy. They were waiting for the other player to make a mistake. Neither player really did, and yeah, exactly. Maybe that last 90 seconds of overtime was when the players got a little more aggressive and committed more towards pushing.
Yeah, such a slow play start of the game, even into the overtime. How can they switch that up from the start of the game so that they don't run into those 4 or 5 minutes of just nothing?
Well, initially, it'd be probably to see aggression right away.
Right, I mean, you're not going to see a big, giant, like 10 elixir aggressive push at the beginning, but maybe like that Hog Ice Spirit that we saw earlier, something to give you a few hundred hit points off the beginning. But I think this is probably what we're going to see. I mean, these guys are playing for a massive, massive purse.
Yeah, no, this is $25,000. Yeah. You know how many gems you can buy with that?
That's a lot of gems.
A lot of gems.
You can max it a few accounts there.
I don't buy gems, though.
Oh, me either. I don't do that. No. I don't gem.
What are gems?
What?
No, not at all. And you know what? I bet these players are ready to get into game number 2 to see who can get a step closer into that $25,000 first prize. Everyone, let's get right into the game.
Starting off here, we have a dragon going over the bridge here with an ice golem on Colton.
Already about 30 seconds in. nothing too aggressive. Yao just dropping the dragon. Maybe he wasn't real happy with the opening hand.
Yeah, he's probably cycling it through.
Yep, the dragon by itself, not really much of a factor. Golem moving in from Colton here. So Colton switching things up. He's pretty much a giant guy all day. Now he's got the golem down.
Yeah, no, that's a little bit different for him because we've only just seen simply a giant running on his combos, and it's been working out absolutely great for him.
Yep, there goes the log. Oh, graveyard as the golem closes in.
And that's going to be
log
definitely
took out the tombstone. And this could be some good damage. Look at that, 17, 15, 13.
Colton's bringing in a good amount of damage to start that one.
Untouched towers on Colton's side. That was a brilliant push right there. Again, the log maybe too effective against the tombstone. Wipes it out, never a factor.
Yeah, but talk about early aggression right there.
Yep.
Something like that's going to give Colton a very good lead, but can he do it again now?
Exactly. So Yayao's got the golem down first this time. And he's got the element of surprises away. Colton's graveyard has been exposed, so Yao knows he's going to be prepared for it. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw another rear tombstone back there.
Oh no, absolutely. He's probably going to be going ahead and anticipating it and dropping in the very back. But we have
checked this
graveyard
out.
drop down for defense.
Defensive graveyard. I like it.
Both exchange a log here, but that's weird. We didn't take out the tombstone that time.
Yeah, so the golem goes down to Golemites. Golemites look like they're going to get to the tower anyway.
Yeah, they're going to get some contact with it, but not as much as he anticipated for that to happen, but that dragon does get through.
So you're talking about very conservative usage of the graveyard. To use it on defense like that, similar to what we saw in the first match, you're not going to see these guys overextend themselves in Elixir. They're being very careful, playing this super close, at least until we get into overtime.
Yeah, it's not something we expect a lot of the times. It's very unorthodox to see the graveyard ever being used in defense.
And I mean, Colton's got a pretty strong lead right now, just about 1,000 hit points extra off that tower. So
yep, he just needs to get one successful push here, but at the same time, keeping in mind that Yao could bring back a surprise with the lightning coming into play.
And there's the rear tombstone. See, the rear tombstone was placed by Yao in anticipation of.
Yep, but the Colton's still going to be taking so many hits there.
Get the tower down. So fast, that tower just annihilated.
18 seconds left. Can Yao bring it back, though?
The last Golemite went down 353.
Yao's got to cycle through lightning right now to bring it back.
He's got to get to the lightning. He's got 8 seconds to get to the lightning. Get the elixir. There
he does bring it back.
Tied up once again into overtime. And it's like this battle starting all over. The tower's nearly at full health, but check out Colton's golem.
Yeah, he's actually bringing it right away, putting in that graveyard.
Oh, wow. Look at the log push the golem back, and he squeezed in the tombstone in front of the golem after the log pushed it back.
Yao's got 2 tombstones down on him right now, not allowing him trying so hard to stop him.
He's still got so much damage off on that tower.
A good clean 1,000 right now. Yao's giving him a thumbs up.
That was a brilliant move from Yao, but much respect from Yao to Colton for getting the damage in. Love the log, creating the space between the golem and the tower.
Yeah, very unique play right there.
All right, more golem action as they're coming up. The log again, there's the graveyard
coming in
all
once
by
again.
itself. There's the tombstone, there are the archers.
It's unlikely that we're going to get too many hits just because it came in of itself, but that golem is still going to be able to make the contact of the hit right there.
Under 1,000.
Oh no.
2 minutes left in overtime, 800.
Yao has a full golem right now, still making progress.
Yep. He zapped the skeletons out of the way. That might have been a waste to zap because the death damage was going to take them out anyway, but not that much damage, 1579.
No, Colton's got himself the lead here. This could be the push he's looking for. I just don't think he's going to be dropping down right away at Graveyard at this point, just because it's absolutely anticipated coming on Yao.
Exactly. Look how far that tombstone's going to pull the golem off, too.
There's the golem still making it, though.
There is the log. Here's the archers.
Here's the Graveyard watch.
There it is. Yep, that's the Graveyard. This could be it. Full-size golem on the tower.
I think Colton's going to be bringing this one in right now, guys.
This is tied up. 1-1. And the crowd goes wild. I love it.
Both of our opponents bring in 1 win each right now.
Wow.
And it's such different games, too. With the first game that we saw, it was far more passive, a bit more defensive at the start. And then the second game, it's a lot more aggression. I'm so excited to see the third game and how they're going to change it up this time.
But you saw Colton use the Graveyard on defense. And so that's kind of that sign of conservatism. They're not willing to hyperextend themselves, and it paid off.
Yeah, it did. It did. Usually those kind of things will go ahead and reverse you back, but that came out to being such a good success rate, and it's interesting to see that they've been able to, stop the golem pushes.
Yeah.
And just hearing the support that you got from the audience right there cheering on Colton. But I'm not, you know what? I got to say, though, I don't think Yao Yao is out yet. And I don't think all the cheers is bothering him at all.
No, I think that he's probably not feeling it too much. I think that he's been in this position before. He's been ready all day. And here we go again.
I'm
I
so
think
excited.
he's going to brush it off. He's got this.
Well, let's get into the third game, guys. I believe it is getting started right now. Yao Yao versus Colton. Third game out of 5. It is 1-1 right now.
We have a Lava Hound coming into play here, changing it besides it usually being a golem.
Yeah, Yao Yao right away with the Lava Hound. So you see it's in the opening hand. A Furnace, I love it. Okay, one of my favorite. We have a Royal Giant
coming into the game for the first time.
The crowd is excited about this one. This is a surprise for sure. It's not going to get much damage on that tower.
YouTubers talk about this one, but that does not get much.
No, that Furnace is going to work. Oh, there's the Lumberjack as well. And the Lumberjack's going to get to the tower. It's going to get at least a couple of shots
That
off.
Lumberjack is decimating so many hits.
200, so much damage. Lumberjack
brushing it off
so
right now.
fast. Such a unique card. Nobody's got hit speed like that Lumberjack does.
Wow, that was a very quick pace right there of exchanges. The crowd went actually insane, seeing something completely different.
By himself. Now see, there we're talking about reaction time. Colton with the guards fast enough that the miner never locked onto the tower.
Yep. Furnace going down once again. A good card to see coming into play here.
Yep, one Fire Spirit will get to that tower. The guards get there as well. Lava Hound, of course, just going to pass right by.
The thing is now, Yao Yao knows he has a Royal Giant. So, let's see how he's going to stop it through.
Lightning spell finishes off the Furnace, and that means Lava Hound's right in there.
If that is going to get through, that is going to really help
lightning
him.
spell.
No,
Nice move.
stopping
That
him
was a
through
good
right
use
there.
of a lightning spell.
Absolute precise play right there. Beautiful.
1199. Colton needs help right now, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Down by about 700 hit points.
We're running about 15 seconds until double elixir here, so let's see what we're going to run with.
Yeah, we're getting close to double elixir. Both players wait. Yao Yao's filled up first. We still haven't seen two of Yao Yao's cards. There's the Royal Giant. There's got that build
position right there.
Yep, working on the tombstone first. Good
Making sure he gets that out of the way.
Yep. Not sure how deep he's going to make it at Lumberjack.
That Lumberjack is such a strong card.
Yeah.
Wow. Talk about taking that Royal Giant out so quick.
Look at that, and not
doesn't
quite.
even allow
Another
it.
Royal Giant
Back to
already.
back.
Cycled all the way around back to it.
Keeping it busy
Look
that
at
tombstone,
that.
but that Royal Giant is going to get some hits.
One, maybe two.
2 hits.
Yeah, 2 shots, not bad. You're chipping away. Another maybe close to 300 hit points off that tower. Colton's closed it.
Yeah.
It's close.
Let's see if he can surprise him once again, something like that.
Yeah, there's that Furnace. Gotta love it.
I feel like he's going to more on a defensive side here.
Yeah, that's tough. You can see how far left the Lava Hound is.
Lightning coming into play here, but
Straight
that
to the
dragon.
Uh-oh. With the dragon as well, and the miner. The Lava Hound going into pups.
Oh, no.
7, 6,
That's going to take the tower down to a good 200, 114 right now. The dragon right now is going to be focused on Furnace, but that is taking it is down so low.
Yep.
Let's see how this Royal Giant push goes through right now.
This is gonna be
Obviously,
tough
be
for Colton
focusing
right
on the
here.
tombstone.
You know where we're headed.
Yep. We knew that was going to be cycling through. Just win.
Lightning. Once again, nerf the lightning spell.
2-1 right now, guys. Yao Yao leading with 2-1 against Colton, but Colton definitely was not out in that game. You know, a lot earlier in the round of 8, we saw more polarized games. It seemed pretty obvious. Now, these are intense, exciting games.
Well, yeah, it's just nice to see something different. Obviously, there's a big hatred for the Royal Giant, but it's so nice to see something different. If I'm not wrong, you're hinting maybe we should do something with the lightning.
I'm getting more and more annoyed all day long, and I don't know. I mean, you know, the ladder play is different than tournament play, but obviously the lightning spell has just been probably the most dominant card here that we've seen all day. We definitely see a lot of things get exposed today through the strategy, like the log that takes out the tombstone completely, and of course the lightning spell just being such a key card.
It's definitely a game changer.
For sure.
It can definitely, but you can't nerf that because in these type of competitive games, you need those game changers.
This is going to be fun because now this is coming down to Yao Yao has himself a lead, right? But Colton, he's got him figured out.
Yeah. He experimented
Does he have him figured out?
I feel like he does. This could be a good comeback right now.
We're about to find out, guys. Is Yao Yao going to take it and become your winner of the King's Cup, or is Colton going to hold on and make it 2-2?
That's right, a win right here, and it's all over. Colton kind of experimenting. He was out there with the Royal Giant. I mean, I like it. I'm not a fan of the Royal Giant, but I am a fan of innovation, of
That's
trying to catch Yaya off guard.
And it did to an extent, but for the most part, it was absolutely stopped quick.
Yeah, I think that the crowd was caught off guard more than anybody else. We got Barbarians in there working on the Golem.
Yeah, we got ourselves that Golem right there, going to be pushed up to the side. There's cards like the Sparky we have not seen at all.
Yeah, that's true. We haven't seen the Sparky at all. Certain cards have just been absent today. Becca Double Prince, Sparky as well.
Yeah, a good handful of cards we have not seen. I'm not surprised if we don't see it in this game here.
No.
They want to play it safe. This is for $25,000.
Exactly.
Experimenting here is an expensive mistake.
I was shocked to see the Royal Giant. So here we go. We got Yaya drops. You see it drop the Mega Minion right on the water there, right on the river.
And that does not go through too upright. He kept him busy.
It didn't even get a shot off on the Tombstone.
Yeah. Tombstone on both sides right here as well. This is the card we've been seeing all day long with the log cycling through all the time with it.
All right, so I'm guessing Colton's got probably, maybe a Golem? No,
Yep,
there's the
he's got
Giant.
his
We're back to the
very
Giant
proclaimed
again.
Giant here with the Mega Minion coming along with
Giant
it.
Mega Minion.
Lightning obviously trying to stop it, which does great.
Yeah. Well, the Giant still looks like maybe get 3 shots in.
Yeah, he's going to definitely get himself 3, if not 4.
Maybe 1 more.
Can he actually get 5? He does.
Oh, wow. Just the crowd just counting every strike
5
down
hits.
to under 1,400. That was a lot of damage from that Giant.
If Colton can bring back another push like that, that's going to be the difference between this game moving on to farther.
Exactly. So the Tombstone down, Colton waiting. Yao looks
Once
like
again, we're going straight off the bat. I'm not going to be surprised if we see a lightning coming from Yao right now to go ahead and stop that Mega Minion.
Yeah, he committed a lot of elixir, but that far left Tombstone is going to drag the Giant over.
Yep.
There
Keep it
goes the
busy.
Giant redirected. He's still pretty healthy. Now he's starting to suffer some damage.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if he can at least pull out
Archers,
1
maybe
hit.
One, you're right. 1 hit. 1 hit.
That could be the difference between winning $25,000. The main prize here.
Death damage up. Golemites, one's headed for the tower, the other.
Oh, yeah, he's got a straw push on him right now.
Yeah, Mega Minion gets stalled as well. Shot and the Dragon on the Tombstone.
Wow, Colton did very well.
Another Golem down already as well. So
Very
just
clean.
keeping the pressure on.
Giant. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he was going to drop a Giant here again. But
Yep. The Barbs are going to get within range of the tower. That's not going to help.
But like we see him Galadon, like the thing is, Colton's been playing very beautifully with these Barbarians.
Yep, I like it. That one right there, though, unfortunately, I think the Barbs went a little bit too far, and the Dragon, the tower was helping to defend. And now we're going into overtime, and Tombstone, well, Colton's doing a great job of protecting that tower.
Yeah, and his tower has taken absolute minimal damage throughout the entire game, and we're in overtime now.
Check it. Oh, the second Tombstone, though.
He is really bringing him across the entire thing.
Yeah, and those skeletons from the Tombstone,
Yeah,
make
he
sure
is
the Giant
not
doesn't get
allowing him to get a hit.
Yeah. 1078, that number's been stuck for a while on that right
Colton
tower.
still has 1 card he has not used. I'm assuming it's probably, let's be honest, a lightning.
Lightning,
yeah. And he just hasn't found the time because it's just such a commitment.
It's too early now. He doesn't want to waste it unless he can get
wait a
great value.
second. That is going to be getting some absolute catastrophe of hits right there. That Dragon needs to be stopped.
Golemites, the Dragon, too.
That Dragon is going to be taking that tower down to absolutely
so close to
nothing.
Another Dragon, Mega Minion, game over.
What?
Wow, such a fast change right there at the end. Look close, and then Yao just crushed it right at the end. That's it.
Yeah, that's
we have a champion.
That's literally it. That we have the winner
got
for $25,000.
Wow.
Yao brings it in.
Grabbing it. Seems so close and just suddenly just crushed that tower. And it just seemed like he had an endless stream of elixir coming in.
Talk about playing it just right. He is $25,000 richer. Who knows what he's going to do with it? The audience is absolutely exhilarated for him here.
There's Kelly down there on the floor presenting the check to Team Yaya for $25,000, the winner of the first ever Clash Royale Kings Cup.
He's been very hyped up through the entire day, getting himself through the heats in under just 15 minutes, playing it safe.
Fantastic. All right, Sean, take it away down on the stage with our winner and champion.
So I can only say that that must have been utterly amazing. Can you tell me a little bit how you're feeling right now?
觉得怎么样？哦，我讲。He's really happy. Really excited. He came all the way from Taiwan. A lot of friends and family support, and all the audiences, and he's really thankful for all of this. And finally, he got the championship, and he's really happy. Really happy.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever, we have our triumphant Clash Royale player. He's leaving here with $25,000 and, of course, that chalice, the cup, the vessel of victory, the royal mug, the King's Cup. So, without further ado, people of Earth, please play appropriate respect for your champion. He's been kicking ass all day. I give you Yao Yao. Now, I think it's fair to say that this has been an absolutely epic tournament from beginning to end. Everybody has been phenomenal from behind the scenes, everybody at YouTube, you guys, of course, watching at home, this fantastic audience. Please, a round of applause for being so great today. The crew standing around me has been just absolutely on point from beginning to end. A big round of applause for all of our YouTube creators, guys. They came all the way here and did a great job. But before we sign off, we have been teasing it all day, and you guys know that there is a very special announcement coming from our good friends Supercell, the developers of Clash Royale. So without further ado, giving one more time the big ups to my man Yao Yao. Everybody here, we're saying good night, God bless, and enjoy.
Oh, will you look at that? We're just invited to host Clash Royale's live tournament, The Crown Duel, on December 17th. That's quite an honor.
I'm actually co-hosting that with you, man.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What are you going to do to prepare?
I'm going to play.
You're going to play the game? A little on the nose, but okay. Me, I'm going to treat this as I would any performance. Dive right in. Give it 1,000%.
Haha, gotcha.
Yes! Oh! Ho, ho.
Rob, I would help you, but I'm down a tower.
I don't need help. Yeah, I feel just like the Ice Wizard. Oh, it's right between the tiny bones of my foot. Growl! Yeah. Okay. Well, see you at the live tournament on December 17th.
What's happening now?
Do-do-do-do! Ah, damn it, Kevin.
Ha ha! A most majestic pony. The rulers of the Duelers Tournament hath begun. Go to ClashRoyaleOpen.com to sign up. Watch the duels unfold and prepare yourself for the live crown duel on December 17th. Ho ho! Yes.